Chapter 1. Miss Smith, you're pregnant. The doctor's words were like a thunderclap, making the sleepy Nora Smith's eyes widen suddenly. What? How could this be? Although she was 19 years old, she had never been intimate with anyone of the opposite sex. However, the doctor handed her the medical report. You're already in your 4th month of pregnancy. You're not in good health, so you won't be able to surgically induce labor. You can only choose to give birth to the child. Nora returned home in a daze. After Nora's father gave her a stern scolding, he searched the surveillance cameras, only to find that 4 months ago, she was indeed staying at home obediently due to poor health, and hadn't gone out at all. However, outsiders didn't believe it. Everyone secretly mocked her. Her belly is already so big, yet she's still giving excuses and saying that she didn't stray with some man. The Greys are so pitiful. Why do they have to be engaged to such a person? She's fat and ugly from the start, and neither is her family background very good. It was a few lifetimes worth of blessings that she could climb the social ladder by having a connection with the Greys. Now that she's gotten herself pregnant before the wedding, surely the Greys will break off the engagement, right? Amid all the speculations, Anthony Gray paid the Smiths a visit. At that time, Nora's belly was already bulging. At 8 months of pregnancy, her belly was big enough to cover her toes. In the study, Nora's father asked cautiously, "Anthony, are you thinking of breaking off the engagement?" Anthony gave an unexpected answer, "No, my grandfather refuses to." The Greys were a top-class rich and powerful family while they, the Smiths, were just middle class. Even if they took the opportunity to break off the engagement, no one would be able to criticize the Greys for it. By refusing to break off the engagement, what were they after? The more Anthony thought about it, the angrier he became. He cursed irritably, "The sight of her pig-like face already disgusted me from the start, and now she's even pregnant with some guy's child. Why should I be the hero to take over the responsibility?" Nora's father immediately said, "Don't worry, Anthony. I'll send the baby away immediately after she gives birth." Nora, who had kept quiet this whole time, suddenly raised her head. No. In the past few months, she had gone from hesitating to being at a loss, and then to a state of reluctantly accepting reality. She could feel her child's heartbeat more and more clearly as each day passed, and she had already long since developed feelings for it. The child was innocent. They mustn't abandon it. She wanted an annulment. But it was at this exact moment that she suddenly felt waves of pain and convulsions in her abdomen. She was about to go into labor. 5 years later. "Mommy, wake up. The plane is taxiing." The crisp voice made Nora open her eyes, upon which she immediately saw a delicate, adorable, and young face. Cherry Smith's big grape-like eyes blinked, and she rested her chin on her hands. "Mommy, did we come back to the States this time to look for Daddy?" Nora stretched and sat up lazily in her comfortable business-class seat. She said lightly, "You don't have a father." Cherry sighed like an adult. "I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. I'm not going to believe your nonsense. I don't have a father. Surely I couldn't have just popped out of a rock, right?" Nora didn't reply, as she tied up her shoulder-length hair. Her fair skin and sharp, pert nose, coupled with her rosy lips and graceful figure, made her a beautiful sight on the plane. Cherry continued to mumble dissatisfiedly, "If it isn't to look for Daddy, then is it to find my elder brother?" Elder brother. A cold glint flashed past Nora's downcast almond-shaped eyes. That year, she had actually given birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. However, Nora's father had disregarded her wishes and forcibly abandoned the 2 children. She had climbed down from the delivery bed and fought with all her strength. In spite of that, she had only managed to save Cherry. After that, she even went into critical condition. Had her aunt not rushed back in time and took her overseas to recuperate, she would probably have ceased to exist in the world. It took 5 years before she finally recovered. Her obesity, which was caused by the mistaken use of hormones during her childhood, was also finally cured. On the surface, her return to the States this time was because the Greys had finally agreed to call off the engagement, so she had come to handle the affairs. However, the most important thing was actually to continue looking for her child. Half an hour later, the plane came to a complete stop. Nora let Cherry sit on the suitcase. Then, she walked while pushing the suitcase forward. As soon as she turned on the phone, she received a call. On the other side of the line was a frivolous but lively voice. "Auntie, you have to be careful." Nora asked casually, "Why?" "Justin Hunt, the head of the #1 family in the States, is currently collecting your personal information from all around the world. He's probably not going to give up this time until he finds you." The voice sounded a little like its owner was gloating. Nora said, "Oh. Auntie, you were overseas previously and weren't in his territory, so you were able to avoid it perfectly. But now that you've returned, you won't be able to escape anymore. As the most prestigious surgeon around, can't you just treat his grandmother's illness? I heard that Justin Hunt is very generous, and is even a man so handsome that it's hard to come by one like him. Maybe the two of you can even develop a romance that'll move one to songs and tears." Nora yawned lazily. The #1 family was a big family with a big business. Interpersonal relationships within it were complicated. Treating the illness of someone from there might even end up involving the struggle for power and inheritance. Why would she involve herself with the open and secret fights of such top-class rich and powerful? She was back in the States to look for her son. She mustn't cause any complications. As she approached the exit, Nora suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the arrival hall in front. She replied perfunctorily, "I'm not blessed enough to enjoy such beauty." After hanging up, she tossed the phone into her pocket and cast her eyes downward coldly. She didn't expect to see an old acquaintance so soon. A man stood at a prominent spot at the exit of the airport. He was wearing a suit and looked quite bright and cheerful. He looked a little more mature than how he had been 5 years ago. He turned out to be her fiancé, Anthony Gray. With a pickup placard in his hand, he stood there impatiently and grumbled, "When exactly is that damned fatty coming out?" Behind him, his butler said, "Mr. Gray, please be patient. The old sir has specially instructed you to refrain from making things too ugly even if you are calling off the engagement." Anthony frowned. He looked a little irritated. Patience? Isn't it more like disgust? She was so fat previously, and she must be even fatter after she gave birth. She probably wants to save the engagement even more strongly now, right? Why am I so unlucky to become entangled with someone like that? His words reached Nora's ears, but she didn't bat even an eyelid. In the past 5 years, she had repeatedly brought up her desire to break off the engagement. However, neither the Smiths nor the Grays had agreed. Who exactly was entangling? With whom? She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to that man and intended to leave immediately with Cherry. After grumbling, Anthony turned, and his eyes lit up. The beautiful woman, who was the first to walk out of the airport, was gorgeous and unbelievably stunning. It was as if the entire airport had lit up a few notches brighter the moment she appeared. Seeing the woman getting closer and closer, Anthony straightened his back and neatened his luxury suit. Then, he smiled and asked confidently, "Hi beautiful, can I ask your name?" He was the exact picture of a male peacock with its train spread open. Nora paused and looked at him coolly. Nora Smith. Chapter 2. Nora Smith. Cherry, whose head was originally lowered as she played a mobile game, pointed to the placard in Anthony's hand and read out the name written on it in her young, tender voice. Then, she asked excitedly, "Did I read it correctly?" Cherry had grown up abroad all this time and was currently in the literacy development stage. Nora rubbed her head and said in a cool and melodious voice, "Yes, you did." Anthony was dazzled by the casual smile at the corners of her lips. When did such a big beauty come to California? She was even more beautiful than those B-list celebrities. Nora was indifferent to the burning fervor in his eyes. Cherry, on the other hand, blinked and asked innocently, "Mister, are you here to pick?" Before she could say, "Us up," Anthony hurriedly tossed the placard behind him and interrupted her. "Of course not, little girl. I have nothing to do with that damned fatty." A touch of disdain appeared in Cherry's big eyes. "Mister, you're so pitiful to be blind at such a young age." Sigh. Which part of her mom was fat? Her words stunned Anthony for a moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Nora stepped forward and left the area coldly. Anthony wanted to go after her, but his assistant stopped him. "Mr. Gray, don't forget the old sir's instructions." Anthony looked at Nora from the back and made a dissing remark. How wonderful would it be if that ugly freak was even half as beautiful as those sisters? I would have put up with her antics from back then and decided not to call off the engagement. At Hotel Finest, a hotel under the Hunt Corporation. In the presidential suite, Nora looked at her cell phone after Cherry went to bed and fell asleep. There were already 7 or 8 missed calls from the Smiths. When she returned the calls, she heard her father's angry cursing. "Nora, what are you doing? Why aren't you picking up? Weren't you making a huge fuss about breaking off the engagement? Get your ass back here right away, and stop wasting your younger sister and Anthony's time when they've got something good going for them." It was impossible for Nora's father to let go of the Grays after climbing the social ladder and establishing a connection to such a prestigious family. This was also why he had insisted not to break off the engagement. Now, the Grays had finally relented and agreed to let her half-sister marry into the family instead. There was no loss in this for Nora's father. It was only then that the two families finally reached an agreement. Nora said lightly, "I'll come back now." She entrusted Cherry to Mrs. Lewis, the nanny that had returned to the States with her, and went out. When she was waiting for the elevator, she suddenly heard some soft footsteps. She turned to see a child dressed in gray silk pajamas, her short hair tousled as she stood in the elevator hall with sleepy eyes. Her daughter had short hair, and her exquisite, adorable facial features made it hard to distinguish whether she was a boy or a girl. When they were living abroad, Cherry would give Nora a hug every time she went out. Therefore, she didn't think much about it. She habitually squatted down, hugged the child, and kissed the child on the forehead. Although her voice was low, it was gentle. "I'll bring you some mousse cake tonight, baby. Go back to your room now." The child's usually quick-witted eyes became dazed for a moment. She was probably so sleepy that she had turned silly. Then, under her gaze, she nodded, turned around, and walked back. This floor was the top luxury presidential suite, and there were only 2 suites in total. Apart from the one they were occupying, it was said that the Hunts had left the other for themselves, so it was not open to outsiders. There likely wasn't anyone staying there at the moment. Ding! The elevator arrived. Nora went in right away. Thus, she didn't see the door to the other presidential suite opening. A tall, capable, and steady figure walked out. The man's back was to the elevator entrance. His voice was low and deep, and he had an aura around him that was hard to ignore. He ordered the child, "Go back to your room, Pete." 5-year-old Pete Hunt stared in the direction of the elevator. The soft hug and the kiss on the forehead from that woman just now had made even him, the sole grandson of the Hunts, blush uncontrollably. Pete's face tensed up tightly. He had been brought up strictly ever since he was a baby. Even the nutritional value of his meals had to be calculated. However, a strong desire suddenly emerged in the boy who had always exercised self-control. "I want to eat mousse cake." Justin Hunt glanced at him and carried him into the room with one hand. Exuding an icy aura that kept people away from him, he walked over to the computer and continued the video conference. The person opposite him gave him their report. "Mr. Hunt, we've confirmed that Anti has indeed returned to the States. On top of that, we've just bought a photograph of her at a high price. I'll send it to you right away." Justin's thin lips parted slightly, and he coldly spat out 2 words, "Find her." It was brightly lit at the Smiths' villa. Outside the door, Nora listened to the digital lock's input error voice prompt, her lips curling up into a mocking smile. The password had been changed, yet she, the Smith's daughter, didn't even know. She lowered her eyes emotionlessly, raised her cell phone, and tapped it casually a few times. Then, she placed it on the digital lock. A few seconds later, the door opened with a click. The lively atmosphere in the living room rushed toward her, and the crowd made her realize that it was her younger sister, Angela Smith's, birthday today. Seeing that no one had noticed her, Nora found a sofa in the corner and sat down, intending to nap for a while. However, a low cry came from the deck where no one was looking. A few youngsters had surrounded a girl and were assaulting her. Angela, who was wearing a blue dress, held a red wine glass and sneered as she looked at the girl that had been pushed onto the ground. It was her cousin, Lisa Black. She had always been on good terms with that damned fatty, Nora. Smack! Someone gave Lisa a tight slap. Did you just say that the fatty's facial features actually look pretty good? There must be something wrong with your eyes. I'll treat them for you. Hiss. She took a glass of water infused with hot peppers and splashed it at Lisa's eyes. That ugly freak looks like a pig. She can't even compare to one of Angela's toes. How were you even able to say that she looks pretty good, Lisa? Lisa wanted to scream from the burning pain, but someone had covered her mouth, so she could only produce muffled cries as she choked with pain. Angela suddenly squatted down. She took out a photo of Nora at her fattest and played with it in her hands. Hey, all of you are being too rough. When the others heard her, they giggled and let go of Lisa, who covered her red and swollen eyes with her hand. Please, let me go. Angela smiled. Let's act in a more refined manner, and make a bet. Lisa's weak voice came out of her throat. What kind of bet? Angela pointed at the photo. If you can prove that she really is good-looking after she loses weight, I'll eat this photo. If you can't do it, then you'll eat it. How does that sound? Isn't it very fair? The rest immediately laughed. But what are you to do if that fatty can't shed the pounds? For the sake of a bet, is she really going to get liposuction done just to prove that her ugliness isn't because she's fat? Ha ha ha. Lisa, you have absolutely no way of proving that she'll look good after she slims down, so... Eat the photo. Eat the photo. Everyone clapped and made a ruckus. Angela held the photo up in her face. Are you going to eat it yourself, or do you want us to help you with it? Chapter 3. Angela's eyes gleamed viciously. Everyone was congratulating her and cursing that damned fatty, but that little bitch Lisa actually said that Nora's facial features weren't ugly. Ha! Angela was about to pass the photo to Lisa when suddenly a cool, fair, and slender arm reached over and took it away. With her eyes downcast, Nora casually balled up the photo and grabbed Angela's hair. When she opened her mouth to cry out in pain, she stuffed the photo into her mouth. Her actions were as slick and smooth as butter. It was only when she tasted the bitter and unpleasant taste in her mouth that Angela finally reacted. She was about to spit it out when she heard a low and indifferent voice. A bet's a bet, Angela. Angela's movements suddenly froze dramatically, and she looked at her as if she had just seen a ghost. The girl wore a simple white shirt with jeans, which made her legs look long and her waist slender. Her hair was tied casually behind her, and a few trifling strands covered her neck. Her skin was as smooth as silk and was fair and clean. Her entire self was incomparably beautiful. That familiar voice, though. At the sight of the situation, the others gathered around. A boy frowned. Who the hell are you, pretty girl? Angela is Mr. Gray's fiancé. Aren't you afraid of offending the Grays? Nora ignored him and helped Lisa up. Seeing that the condition of her eyes wasn't too serious even though they had turned red, she whispered, "Go and rinse your eyes with clean water." Lisa bit her lip and shouted with some uncertainty, "Are you, Nora?" "Yeah." Everyone was stunned. They looked at her incredulously. Someone subconsciously spoke. That fatty's actually this stunning after she lost weight? Everyone looked at Angela again. She was actually pretty good-looking and could be said to be rather beautiful. She had always been proud of her looks. However, in this instant, as she stood next to Nora, she instead seemed a little dull. The look in their eyes made Angela feel as if she had been given a few slaps across the cheek, and her face was burning hot. She had deliberately told the fatty to come back and annul the engagement during her birthday party just to let everyone see that she, Angela, was so much more beautiful than Nora. But now, she had become the joke instead. What happened? Nora's father strode over with his current wife. When he saw Nora, he was taken aback. Surprised, he called out, "Nora. His elder daughter was actually so beautiful after she slimmed down. The light in Angela's eyes flickered at the sight. Suddenly, she broke into tears and took out the photo from her mouth. "Nora, I know you're unhappy that Anthony is breaking off his engagement with you. You can continue to hit me." Her sobs snapped their father back to reality, and he reached out to hit Nora without any warning. "Nora! Anthony is breaking off his engagement with you because of your immoral behavior and premarital pregnancy. You were the one who didn't know better. What does your sister have to do with it?" Nora felt the depths of her heart turning cold. 5 years ago, her biased father's heartlessness had thoroughly broken her heart. She was about to avoid the slap when her stepmother, Wendy Simpson, unexpectedly came forward and stopped her father. "There are so many people watching, Henry. Don't forget the more important matter." "The more important matter?" Henry Smith suppressed his anger and spat, "Come upstairs with me." In the study, Henry, Wendy, and Angela sat together. Nora sat opposite them. She leaned against the sofa, her eyelids drooping, making her look like a defiant madman who despised everything. However, anyone familiar with her would know that she was just sleepy. Henry went straight to the point. "Nora, the Greys have agreed to annul the engagement, and your sister is also going to marry into the Greys. It's your sister's birthday today. Why don't you give her the company that your mother left behind as a wedding and birthday gift?" Angela said eagerly, "Your premarital pregnancy has embarrassed the Smiths, and also caused the Greys to be the subject of ridicule for so many years. Take it as you're compensating us by giving me the company." Henry threw the contract that he had prepared in advance over and ordered, "This is an ownership transfer agreement. Sign it." Nora's eyes were cold. The Smiths had obviously been the ones who didn't want to annul the engagement because they wanted to climb up the social ladder. The Greys had also refused to annul it for some reason. Yet everything was now her fault. Besides, everything that the Smiths had was left behind by her mother. Not only were they hogging the house, but they didn't intend to spare even the company now. Their insatiable greed was disgusting. She looked up slightly, and said coolly, "No." As if a cat with its tail trampled on, Angela shouted sharply, "Nora, what do you mean by that?" Nora glanced outside. It was getting late. She wanted to go back and sleep with Cherry, so she went to the point and said, "Calling off the engagement, okay. Wedding gift, nope." Then, she stood up and walked out. "Stand right there, Nora!" Henry yelled angrily. Unfortunately, Nora turned a deaf ear to him. When she reached the front porch, Angela came chasing after her and blocked her path. "Tell me, Nora, do you have no intention to annul the engagement at all because you can't bear to give up Anthony?" Nora found her annoying. "Get out of the way." "So, that's really what you're thinking? You're so shameless." Angela reached out her hand and sent it flying toward her face arrogantly and unreasonably. The next moment, however, Nora grabbed her wrist. Unable to break free, a flustered and exasperated Angela cursed angrily, "Don't you dare think that Anthony will have a change of heart and come back to you just because you've become pretty. He'll never marry a sullied woman like you who's saddled with little bastard children, no matter what. Oh, and by the way, why didn't you bring back that little bastard child whose father's identity is unknown?" Smack! With all her strength, Nora returned to her a ruthless slap of her own. Her pupils were very dark, and she looked like a demon crawling out of hell. "Cherry is not a bastard child. If I ever hear you spouting nonsense again, I'm not holding back." After leaving behind a warning, she turned and left. Angela's cheek stung fiercely. She widened her eyes in shock and was so scared that she seemed to have even forgotten to cry. Neon lights flickered at night in California. Nora sat in the cab with her eyes closed and rested. Light flickered on her face, shining and dimming erratically, giving off a feeling of loneliness. Unknown father. Little bastard child. These two phrases made her sigh in melancholy. It was still a mystery how she had become pregnant 5 years ago. She had no clue as to who Cherry's father was. "We're here." The cabbie's voice interrupted Nora's thoughts. She had only just alighted and entered the hotel when a row of bodyguards suddenly rushed out in front of her and stopped her at the side. "Please step aside." Many people who were stopped speculated in low voices. "What is Mr. Hunt going out for when it's already so late? I heard that the Hunt's sole grandson wanted moose cake." When Nora stretched out her hand to yawn, she immediately saw a tall and noble figure striding out of the elevator with a boy about 5 or 6 years old in his arms. The man kept his gaze straight as he walked forward. However, when he passed by Nora, he suddenly stopped. He looked at her with a deep gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Miss Smith." Nora paused mid-yawn. Chapter 4. With her mouth half open, Nora looked at Justin in astonishment. The man was very tall, a little over 6'2". Dressed in a black bespoke suit, his legs were long and straight. The lavish hotel lights spilled onto his expressionless face, making his facial features appear three-dimensional and refined with a firm outline, and he gave off a sense of loftiness. However, the mole at the corner of his eye forcibly merged allure and coldness, adding a sense of abstinence to him. The little boy he was holding was also wearing a suit. He was leaning on the man's shoulder and had buried his head into it to hide his appearance, to prevent the media from secretly taking photos of him and exposing his information. Unfortunately, she was in no mood to appreciate his good looks. Had Justin Hunt caught wind of her identity as anti? She was just thinking about it when she noticed Justin frowning. In an imposing manner, he said, "Stay away from my son. Also, you're not my type." His voice was deep and melodious like a baritone hitting one's eardrums. It made people want to hear him speak a little more, yet they were dissuaded by that chilly aura of his that reached bone deep. Nora's eyes, which had been drooping because of drowsiness, widened big and round in this instant. A question mark slowly appeared in her mind. While she was stunned, the man turned away and strode off. The people around looked at her all at once, and they took a step back as if she was some kind of virus while they engaged in private discussion. In recent years, countless people have tried to approach Mr. Hunt by pleasing the Hunt's sole grandson, but Mr. Hunt hates that the most. It seemed like the last woman who had dared to have ideas about the Hunt's sole grandson had married a 60-year-old man in the end. That woman is too bold. It was only when she overheard the comments that Nora finally understood what he meant. Is that man out of his mind? Soon, Justin left the lobby. The bodyguards also withdrew, and the hotel lobby went back to normal. Inside the extra-long black Bentley, Pete had a sullen look on his face, and he made a silent protest. Justin frowned. His son's abnormal behavior tonight had caused him to check the surveillance camera footage in the corridor. There, he saw that the woman had kissed and hugged his son. The problem was that for the very first time, Pete, who had always been averse to others and disliked physical contact, hadn't resisted. Was it because that woman was so fair and beautiful that she was overly eye-catching? He thought of her sheer beauty that even her simple dressing couldn't hide, and the kind of careless wildness in her actions when she was yawning. And, in particular, the rejection and indifference in her cat-like eyes when she was facing him. She was unlike other women. She certainly had a few tricks up her sleeve. At the Smiths. The birthday party was already over when Anthony arrived. Angela's face was swollen, and a clear handprint could be seen. She applied a towel wrapped around ice as a cold compress to her cheek. In tears, she complained, "Why are you here so late, Anthony?" Anthony looked uncomfortable for a moment. On the way to the Smiths, he had taken a detour and asked a private investigator to help inquire about the beauty he saw at the airport today. He coughed and put on an anxious and concerned look. "What happened? Did that fatty hit you? Is she refusing to annul the engagement? Where is she? I will pay her a visit myself." Pay her a visit himself. That means they'll meet. For some reason, Angela thought of that aggressively beautiful face, and a sense of anxiety formed in her heart. If Anthony were to meet Nora, he definitely wouldn't take a fancy to her. Right? Angela tightened her hold on the towel. Then, she immediately said, "Anthony, you don't need to go in person. She just can't bear to let go of the company. Don't worry, I'll make her agree." Anthony didn't insist. After all, his mind was no longer here. He nodded and said with emphasis, "Without the company, Grandpa will never agree to our engagement. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't want to see her pig-like face either. By the way, did she become even fatter?" Angela became wary. She didn't answer but said, "Don't meet her if you don't want to. I'll definitely come up with a solution about the wedding gift." Okay. After leaving the Smiths, Anthony drove absent-mindedly. However, his mind was completely on the woman whom he had met at the airport. He didn't know who she was, but the air around her, and her beauty were something that he had rarely come across in his whole life. "It'd be great if I can take her as my wife." As soon as the thought formed, he couldn't curb his strong desire to see her again. Suddenly, he received a call from the private investigator. "Mr. Gray, I couldn't find the identity of that beauty, but I found the hotel where she's temporarily staying at." Anthony's eyes lit up. "Send it to me." When Nora reached the hotel, Cherry was already asleep. She went straight to the study. She sat on the sofa and made a call. "Solo, give me all the information about Idealian Pharmaceuticals." The lively voice sounded a little powerless at the moment. "Say, don't go too far. Do you think I'm your subordinate just because I owe you my life? Don't I, the world's #1 hacker, deserve some respect? You're asking me to do even something as trivial as this? How about you name your price, and we call it even?" The corners of Nora's lips curled upward slightly. "Sure. How much is your life worth?" After a moment of silence, Solo said, "Fine, you win. Give me 5 minutes." 5 minutes later, Solo emailed her all the information about Idealian Pharmaceuticals. Idealian Pharmaceuticals was the company that her mother had left behind when she died. She was still young at that time, so the company was handed over to a dedicated manager to handle in her stead. She had never taken over the reins all this time either. However, for the Smiths to want it so much, and even wanted her to give it to Angela as a wedding gift, there must be something fishy going on. She carefully looked through the information until she heard faint footsteps in the soundproof corridor. Disturbed by the sound, Nora frowned. Mrs. Lewis explained, "There are people staying in the presidential suite next door. I heard it's Mr. Hunt." Her cell phone beeped at this point. It was a message from Solo. "The #1 family is impressive indeed. Mr. Hunt offered me a few $1,000,000 just to know whether you're a man or a woman. You're done for. Justin Hunt again." Nora cast her cat-like eyes downward slightly. Her long, slender fingers tapped a few times on the keyboard, and she replied, "Pass him a message for me. In the presidential suite next door." The tall and slender Justin sat on the sofa and leaned back. His assistant Lawrence Zimmer stood there respectfully. "Mr. Hunt, Solo has brought a message from Dr. Anti." Justin looked up coldly. "What is it?" Lawrence coughed and touched his glasses. Then, he read out the message methodically. "Dr. Anti asks, Mr. Hunt, are you looking for me in such a hurry because you require brain surgery?" With this, the temperature in the room dropped to a freezing point. After a long while, Justin finally suppressed his anger and squeezed out 2 words, "The photo." Lawrence instantly understood what he meant, and he immediately brought out a photo of Dr. Anti that he had bought at a high price and handed it to him. Justin took it. He would see just who exactly the person making fun of him was. Chapter 5. The photo, which was taken half a year ago, was just a snapshot taken during one of Anti's surgeries. The subject wore a surgical cap, and their body was wrapped tightly all around. All one could tell was that it was a slightly chubby woman. She was looking down, her cat-like eyes slightly downcast with a focused and serious look in them. Those eyes look a little familiar. Justin quickly dismissed the thoughts in his mind. The physique of the woman next door didn't match. It wasn't her. During this time, Mrs. Lewis was chasing Nora to bed. "Nora, because of your poor health, you usually need more sleep than others. You're not allowed to stay up anymore." Nora stretched and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Okay." Although she had recovered, her constitution was weak, and she had little energy. She needed a full 12 hours of sleep every day. When she was living abroad, her aunt had even nicknamed her the Queen of Sleep, because if nothing happened, she could just sleep for 3 days and 3 nights straight. The next day, she was woken up by the phone. She picked up the call with her eyes closed. Angela's voice reached her. "Have you given the matter about the company any thought?" "Not really." In a charitable tone, Angela said, "How about this? We'll both take a step back. I give you $500,000, and you transfer the company to me. Surely you're satisfied now?" Nora turned over and found a comfortable position, but still did not open her eyes. Ideally in pharmaceuticals, annual net income approximated $5 million. All the money had been handed to her nominal guardian, Henry Smith, during all these years. Although the money wasn't much, her mother's company wasn't to be given away so thoughtlessly. Angela continued sarcastically. "Does your aunt's savings even amount to $100,000 after she's worked so hard for so many years? That's $500,000 we're talking about. You've probably never seen that much money in your life, right? The presidential suite cost $100,000 per night." Moreover, worried that Cherry would be uncomfortable in her lodgings before they found a house, her aunt had straight up booked a 1-month-long stay. Indeed, she had never seen such a pittance. Seeing that she still wasn't speaking, Angela changed her strategy. "Nora, you may not know this, but that company isn't making any money at all, and is close to bankruptcy. If you transfer the company to me, there may still be a chance to turn the losses into profits." Nora thought, "Ha ha ha." Angela went on. "It's a pharmaceutical company. Trash like you that didn't even go to school undoubtedly know nothing about it. I'm a high-achieving medical student, and I've always taken first place in professional knowledge all these years. And I'm even intending to apply as a postgraduate student at Professor Anti's. Anti is the most amazing surgeon in the world, and they can perform even the most difficult operations. They are a legend in the industry. However, they're very mysterious. The Boston University had put in a lot of thought to invite them over as a professor. Why am I telling an idiot like you all this? It's not like you understand what I'm saying. Nora, I'd advise you to quit while you're ahead. Don't puff yourself up at your own expense. The company will only go bankrupt faster." Nora knitted her brows, a little annoyed. "It's too noisy." An agitated Angela demanded, "What do you mean by that?" She threatened her fiercely. "Are you feigning ignorance because you don't want to annul the engagement? I'm the only one that Anthony loves, and what he values about me is also my talent in medicine. Even if I don't get the company as a wedding gift, he'll still marry me all the same. Seems like you want to do this the hard way, huh?" Nora hung up decisively and tossed the cell phone aside. Then, she hugged the pillow and fell into a deep sleep once more. As for Angela's threats, no matter what kind of demons and monsters they were, all of them could just come over and send themselves to death's door. After a full 12 hours of sleep, Nora finally got out of bed reluctantly. She decided to go to some private investigators to look for clues to her son's whereabouts. Nora changed and went out. At the door, after a very perfunctory hug with Cherry, she slowly instructed, "Don't play games all day. Take care not to spoil your eyesight. 4 kills, 4 kills. Oh, you're so stupid." Cherry's hand tapped away quickly on the phone she was holding. When she heard her mom, she nodded without even looking up. "Okay. Don't worry, Mommy, I'll take care of Mrs. Lewis." She clearly wasn't listening at all. Nora looked up slightly and added, "There's a very difficult person next door. Don't go out if you don't have to." Cherry's eyes immediately widened with interest. "Is he a monster, Mommy?" With Justin's arrogant appearance in mind, Nora, who had always been reticent in nature, said slowly, "Well, this monster is as beautiful as a woman and has a mole at the corner of his eye, but it seems that his brain isn't working very well." "Oh." Cherry waved. "I definitely won't go out, then. I don't play with dummies." Nora laughed. Then, she closed the door and got ready to go to the elevator. However, when she looked behind her, she immediately froze. At some point in time, Justin was actually standing behind her. The man's tall figure made the spacious hallway seem a bit cramped. His dark eyes were staring at her, and even the mole at the corner of his eye seemed to be exuding a bone-deep chill. He was probably going out. An assistant and a bodyguard followed behind him. There were only the three of them, but his presence was no weaker than yesterday's. Nora raised her eyebrows. To be honest, her aunt had given her 1,000 reminders and warnings before she returned to the States. Here, she could protect her, no matter who she provoked. However, the only person she mustn't mess with was Justin Hunt. She had given a sarcastic reply as anti last night, but that was because they were separated by the internet. But now... Nora cast her cat-like eyes downward slightly, and she explained in a careless and sloppy tone, "Mr. Hunt, I was just joking with the child. I definitely wasn't alluding to you or anything like that." The corner of Lawrence's lips spasmed a little. Can that woman's tone get any more perfunctory? Is there any monster out there that has a mole at the corner of its eye? That monster's last name is probably Hunt, right? There was no visible emotion on Justin's face, making people unable to tell what he was thinking. He merely cast a long look at Nora before taking the lead and walking ahead. Nora deliberately dawdled where she was, and waited for them to enter the elevator before she walked out and let out a sigh of relief. That man had only given her a simple glance just now, but she had sensed fierce murderous intent. He was indeed trouble. It was best that she stayed far away from him. In the elevator, Justin narrowed his eyes slightly. The lighting had been bad the previous night. He was nearer to her today and discovered that the woman was astonishingly fair. Her cat-like eyes were casually downcast, and her curly eyelashes were long and black. She appeared sweet and docile, but how was it that he found that wild energy around her when she dissed people without using expletives a little familiar? At the same time, after Pete was sure that the demon lord was gone, he immediately dialed the neighboring room's phone extension number. Someone picked up, and a young voice sounded. "Hello?" Pete paused. "I'm staying next door. Can I visit you?" The little girl was surprised. "So, you're the little dummy from next door?" As the youngest genius in the field of finance, this was the first time someone had called him a dummy. However, the little girl quickly spoke again. "Can you play games with me?" The light in Pete's dark eyes flickered a few times, and he replied, "Yes, I can." Chapter 6. The lobby of Hotel Finest was lavishly decorated, and the neat and clean marble floor reflected light. Anthony sat on the sofa and stared in the direction of the elevator. The Hunt's hotel management was strict, and the front desk refused to sell their customers information. Thus, he could only come over early in the morning to wait, in hopes that he could catch the woman. His hard work paid off, and he finally found her. He jumped onto his feet when the graceful figure carelessly came out. With a bouquet of roses in his hands, he blocked her path in what he thought was a very charming manner. "Hello, beautiful. What a coincidence, I didn't expect for us to meet again." Nora was rendered speechless. They had already annulled their engagement, so why was this guy still showing up in front of her again and again? Anthony, who didn't notice her annoyance at all, said with a smile, "Since it seems like we're destined to be, surely you should tell me your name now." Nora narrowed her eyes. She originally couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention, but when she thought of how he had also been in the delivery room back when she was giving birth, perhaps she could try sounding him out. Her lips slowly parted. "Isabel Anderson." Anderson was her mother's last name. Anthony's eyes lit up. "Are you free, Miss Anderson? Coincidence is a wonderful thing. How about going to the cafe next door and having a chat?" Nora nodded without much care. Anthony walked in front eagerly. "This way, Miss Anderson. By the way, where's your younger sister?" Nora raised her brows. "My younger sister?" "Yes, that little girl who came out of the airport with you yesterday. You look only about 20 years old, surely you can't possibly have a daughter who's already that age, right?" Anthony jested, thinking he was being humorous. Nora couldn't be bothered to explain. Instead, she replied, "Let's go upstairs. It's just as well that she isn't here." That way, she won't bother us. The cakes from the cafe over there are pretty good. You can bring some back for your sister later. The way to chase a woman was to please everyone around her. Anthony was very experienced in this. Nearby, Justin, who had just inspected the hotel, stared coldly at the two of them from the back. Behind him, Lawrence, his assistant, curled his lip. That woman's too much, Mr. Hunt. Never mind that she had deliberately approached Pete to please you, but she's actually two-timing. And, she even referred to her daughter as her younger sister when she was lying to someone else. I didn't even see her putting in that much effort when she was lying to you. The bodyguard behind him had question marks all over his face. Was this really something to be compared? Justin's expression darkened. A sharp look flashed across his deep-set eyes, and even the temperature in the entire lobby seemed to drop a few degrees. He said frostily, "Look her up." "Yes, sir." After walking into the cafe, Nora found a table by the window. In a matter of a few words, she had made Anthony turn the topic to the matter of his engagement. Anthony was eager to explain himself, yet his tone was mocking and awful. "I'm really not a scumbag, Miss Anderson. You don't know how ugly that fatty is. There's so much flesh on her face that even her eyes were nearly squeezed shut. When she walks, it's as if the whole place is shaking. She even insisted on using the excuse that her obesity is due to hormonal injections. She speaks as if she'll be a beauty if she slims down. She's also mentally ill. She dropped out of elementary school in 3rd grade, and stayed at home ever since, cooping herself up every day in her room. She doesn't even kick up a fuss when anyone hits or scolds her, much less retaliate. It's unfair to make me marry an uneducated, illiterate, and mentally impaired fatty like that, isn't it?" Nora was close to nodding off as she listened to him with her cheek in her hand. She had known since she was a child that crying and kicking up a fuss were useless in a home as biased as theirs. The reason why she hadn't fought back despite being hit was that she had always kept her mother's last words firmly in her mind: she must be plain and mediocre, and that she was not allowed to show her wit and ingenuity before she became of age. She had said that this was the only way her life could be saved. "I really hate the Smiths' behavior. If it weren't for that company, I wouldn't be humoring Angela now, either." Anthony, who realized that he had said too much, hurriedly asked, "Oh, what am I saying such things for? Where are you from, Miss Anderson?" Nora casually made up an answer. "New York." "The Andersons from New York?" Anthony swallowed hard. That was a big-name family comparable to the Hunts. Anthony fawned on her even more. "I didn't expect you to come from such a wealthy family. No wonder you have such a compelling presence and air of elegance around you." Nora didn't care about his assumptions and continued to sound him out. Her disposition seemed casual, but her grip around her coffee cup had tightened slightly. "I heard that your fiancé gave birth to a child 5 years ago, but it was abandoned. I'm really curious, where did that child go?" Anthony hurriedly explained. "That's just a rumor, Miss Anderson. That fatty took the child abroad." What the Smiths publicly announced was that Nora had only given birth to a baby girl. After all, they would incur the people's wrath if anyone knew that they had done something like abandoning a newborn infant. Nora scoffed. "I'm just curious. Since you don't want to say it, then forget it." She put the coffee cup down heavily on the table and pretended that she was leaving, vividly acting the part of a rich, spoiled princess. Sure enough, Anthony panicked. He reached out to grab her. "That's not what I meant. Don't get mad." Nora subtly evaded him and raised an eyebrow. "So, are you going to answer me or not?" Her behavior didn't raise Anthony's suspicions. After all, such secrets about wealthy families were what many people liked to talk about idly. Just like gossip about celebrities, a lot of people would find it interesting. He spoke reluctantly. "Uncle Henry, Henry Smith, was the one that handled it back then. I really don't know anything." Seeing that Anthony didn't seem to be lying, Nora lost interest right away. What a waste of her time that she could have spent sleeping. She got up and walked out straight away. Anthony was stunned for a moment before he went after her. "I'm telling the truth, Miss Anderson. Are you busy with something? In that case, why don't you give me your number? We can contact. I don't think so. Nora left behind only 4 words and went straight out, got into a taxi, and left. A confused Anthony was left behind, frozen in place. His expression couldn't help but darken. Were the temperaments of all the girls from top-class wealthy families this volatile? She was too hard to chase. Nora got a few private investigators in California to try and look for clues. It wasn't until the evening that she finally dragged her tired self back to the hotel. Beep. As soon as she opened the door, she heard the conversation between Cherry and another child coming from within. The princess is here. Everyone, step aside. The little dummy is to escort her. Okay. Heh, do you want to try my cannon? Little dummy, tank the damage from the defensive tower. Go. I'm out of HP. Hey, why are you running? Tank the damage for me, and I'll be able to get the 5 kills. I'll die. Are you a man or not? You're so cowardly even in a game. What are you so scared of? Cherry was usually very cute and well-behaved, but once she started playing games, she would become very irritable and foul-mouthed. Her behavior today was already considered rather self-restrained. Whose kid was this playing mobile games with her, though? Chapter 7. Nora walked into the living room and saw Cherry in her pajamas holding a cell phone. She was sitting cross-legged and was playing happily with the game's audio turned on. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the little girl turned and looked over. Seeing that Nora was about to get mad, she put on a bright smile and blinked her big round eyes. Mommy, you're finally back. I was so bored. I missed you so much. Nora sighed silently. Wasn't the reason why Cherry played games every day exactly that she was either busy or sleeping, and didn't have any time to spend with her? She resisted her drowsiness and desire to immediately jump into bed, and said, "Clean up the place, Cherry. Let's have dinner outside tonight." Mrs. Lewis asked, "What would you like to wear tonight, Cherry?" Cherry thought about it seriously. "The little gray suit from Gucci." Nora frowned. "Are you wearing boys' clothing again?" Cherry had a quirk, she liked going out with her dressed like a little boy. She continued to stare at the phone. Aha! This round's ending soon. Mommy, what are we having? Nora reached over and grabbed her cell phone before she answered, "We're having pizza downstairs." Then, she turned off the game. "Hey! We're raiding soon. You!" An irritable Cherry was about to throw a tantrum, and she was even about to curse. However, when her eyes met Nora's, the little girl pursed her lips and squeezed out 2 words from in between her teeth, "Let's go." In the room next door. Pete stared at the cell phone. Sweet Cherry had logged off the game, and the voice call had also been disconnected. He felt a small sense of loss at the bottom of his heart. Chester Hunt, who was sitting on the sofa, breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. "Kiddo, you're done at last. My tyrant of an elder brother is coming back soon, so hurry and clean up the place." Pete, who looked sullen, didn't speak. Chester came over and looked at his cell phone. "Who are you playing with? You look so reluctant to log off. If you want to play it again, why don't I play with you next time? I'm really good. I'm ranked among the top 10 players on the local server. The top player on the server, Sweet Cherry, is our team leader, and the 2 of us are online buddies. I'll get him to let you join and play together next time." At the sight of him looking over, Pete turned off the screen and stood up. "Uncle Chester, I want to have pizza." Chester suddenly felt a headache coming on. "Come on, behave, kiddo. Justin's not gonna agree to that." As the only grandson of the Hunts, Pete was treated like a VIP. His daily schedule was scientifically planned, and he executed it in strict accordance with the timing. Although he didn't attend classes, he was busier than even adults. As Justin wasn't around today, and Chester felt really sorry for this poor little nephew of his, he risked his life and indulged him in playing games all afternoon. But eating out? This was definitely testing the limits of Justin's patience. Chester tried painstakingly to dissuade him. You forced him to take you out for cake yesterday by refusing to take your medication, but this method isn't going to work today. Come on, kiddo, behave. It was as if Pete didn't hear him at all. He went straight back to the bedroom and opened the closet. He was about to take a random piece of clothing to change into when he suddenly spotted the limited edition little gray suit from Gucci. He put on the suit impulsively and walked out. Shocked, Chester stopped him. Justin's already downstairs. Pete looked at him coolly. Aha. It's fine as long as he's not at the door. Chester watched him leave, feeling as though chills were going down his spine. He felt like a violent storm was about to come. 1 minute later, Justin opened the door and strode in, his presence as strong as ever. As he entered, a terrified-looking Chester lowered his head and greeted him weakly. Justin. Justin, who was taking off his coat, paused. His inky eyes swept across the room, and his expression darkened. Where's Pete? He sounded displeased. Chester became even more scared. He's at the pizza place downstairs. As soon as he spoke, the tyrant suddenly turned around, scaring Chester so badly that he shouted, I know it's my fault, Justin. Hold back a little. Ha! Justin had already bypassed him and left. Chester, who thought that he had managed to narrowly escape, had only just heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the other man's deep voice. I'll deal with you when I'm back. The pizzas at Hotel Finest were $99 each. There were all kinds of varieties, and one could order their fill of flavors there. With a menu in her hand, Nora walked toward the empty tables. Cherry followed her. Dressed in a little suit, her daughter looked awfully handsome, and there was a sly look in her spirited eyes. Mommy, I'll go look at the cakes. Nora let out an okay. However, when she turned around, she saw her daughter standing behind her and staring at her all wide-eyed. Pete was only trying his luck. He didn't expect that he would really meet her again. A bit of joy that had never once been there before appeared in the eyes of the usually taciturn boy. When Nora saw him staring at herself silently with a menu in his hand, she asked in confusion, Did you not find the cake display counter, baby? Baby. Pete blushed. Although his grandparents also occasionally called him that at home, the woman's voice was casual and lazy, and it actually sounded exceptionally affectionate. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he asked sadly, Are you my mommy? Nora was puzzled. She felt like something was wrong with Cherry. Was it because she had forcibly logged her off the game just now? Although Cherry was a spoiled little princess, she had always been a lively and active child. Surely not, right? Nora bent over and rubbed his head. With a low chuckle, she said, All right, it's all Mommy's fault. What do you want to have? I'll order it for you, okay? She held up the menu. Do you want pepperoni pizza? It really is Mommy. Pete's eyes widened. He wanted to ask, Mommy, why did you abandon me, as well as, where have you been all these years? Yet, when all the words reached the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them all down again. He, who had grown up being taken care of by Justin, had difficulty expressing his feelings. He could only nod heavily. Yeah. Nora was completely unaware of how complicated the boy's emotions were at the moment. She took him by the hand and walked to a relatively quiet and inconspicuous table in the corner. Cherry, who was lingering at the cake display counter, looked at the mousse cake, and then at the Black Forest cake, unable to decide. In the end, it was only after she decided that she would have both that she finally decided to go back to where her mother was. However, as soon as she turned around, she noticed a very good-looking young man walking toward her aggressively. Then, he stretched out his long shapely arm, picked her up, and forcibly brought her out. This is all junk food. Don't eat it. Cherry, who was dumbfounded, struggled fiercely. Who are you? Why are you ordering me around? Let go of me. Help, someone's kidnapping me. The commotion attracted the attention of the entire dining hall. Justin had a stormy look on his face. As they were in public, his good upbringing made him suppress his anger in the end, and he snapped, I'm your father. Chapter 8. Chester, who had come after them, couldn't help holding his forehead when he saw the situation. It was all over. The kiddo and the tyrant were at it again. Pete was stubborn and obstinate. Justin was domineering. Everything was usually fine if Pete was obedient, but once he refused to behave, chaos would undoubtedly break out at home. He was just thinking of calling their family home and asking them to save his little nephew when he noticed that the tyrant had suddenly stopped in his tracks. Mild surprise came over his countenance. The few heated droplets on his neck stunned Justin and froze him to the spot. This can't be. He loosened his hold slightly and was immediately faced with a bawling little face. Cherry was crying hard, and her sobs racked her tiny little body. She touched Justin's face with her hand. "Daddy. Your daddy." Justin was at a loss for words. His son always had a sullen look on his face, but his facial expression was a lot more animated at the moment. Big teardrops rolled down from his dark eyes. It made one feel extraordinarily helpless. "Don't cry anymore," Justin said hoarsely. Then, he stretched out his hand awkwardly, trying to wipe her tears. However, a soft little hand grabbed his fingers instead. Daddy. She finally had a father. She was no longer a child that had popped out of a rock. Although Cherry was lively and outgoing, she nevertheless felt terribly envious every time she saw other children being lifted high into the air by their fathers. Her soft voice caused Justin to swallow back the "real men don't cry" line that he was about to say. Pete was only 5. He was still a child. His usually hard and tough heart actually softened a bit. With a sullen look, Justin chided, "Oh, really now? Crying and kicking up a fuss just because of some food?" Despite that, he put Cherry down in an unprecedented move. Cherry clasped his large hand tightly as though she was afraid that what was already in the bag, afraid that her father would disappear. She looked up and said, "Let's have dinner together, Daddy." Justin pursed his lips and looked at his watch. "I only have an hour." Chester, who was already dumbfounded a long time ago, was rendered speechless. In the past, Pete had always rather gone hungry and be punished than give in. Had he become enlightened? Cherry was terribly excited. She had found such a handsome father. Whether he really was her father or not, it was in no way a loss. The world of a looks-obsessed fanatic was just that simple. "Eat this, Daddy. This is expensive. Don't just drink juice, Daddy. It's too filling, and you won't get to eat much." Justin stared solemnly at his son, who was behaving like a totally different person. Meanwhile, Chester, who was seated next to him, whispered, "Justin, has Pete been possessed?" After choosing what she wanted to eat, Cherry took Justin's hand and walked towards the table in the corner. "Daddy, Mommy's over there." Justin's vision followed her finger and saw the woman in the corner again. She was leaning back lazily on the comfortable sofa, her eyes downcast as if everything happening around her had nothing to do with her, and indifferent as if she was isolated from the world. She supported her cheek with one hand while holding a fork in the other as she ate absent-mindedly. There was an inexplicable charm in her movements. Her fingers were long and slender with well-defined joints. Such fingers were very nimble and flexible and were very suitable for playing the piano. They were very beautiful. Opposite her, a child sat with their back to them. As the child was too short, they could only see the top of their hair. It was likely her daughter. Justin retracted his gaze and looked at Cherry solemnly. "She isn't your mommy. She is my mommy." With a cold look, Justin bent over. "Remember this, Pete. Don't trust any women, especially beautiful ones." Cherry's eyes widened. Pity? It would really become a pity only if he didn't accept Mommy. Her eyes suddenly became red. "If you don't recognize her as my mommy, then you're not my father." Justin looked displeased. His sullen gaze was as if it wanted to pierce right through people, and even the mole at the corner of his eye felt scrutinizing. Just how had that woman bewitched his son? She actually made Pete say something like that. "Anne." He suddenly realized something, and he asked, "Did you come down together with her?" Cherry replied, "Of course. It was just like what he had thought. He knew it. Why would Pete suddenly want pizza? Justin scoffed. That woman was still flirting with some other man downstairs this afternoon, yet now she was trying to seduce him by using his son again. It seemed that the verbal warning he gave her last night was not enough. He turned around forcefully. Don't talk to her anymore. Cherry was confused. She looked at her mother aggrievedly, then looked up at her big and tall father. In the end, she gritted her teeth and left with Justin. She wanted to help mommy kidnap daddy home. Daddy, isn't my mommy good-looking? She's even prettier than the celebrities. If you marry her, how impressive would it be when you take her out in the future? Justin was perplexed. Just what kind of indecent things did the woman say to his son? Nora, who was eating slowly, was close to falling asleep. Her daughter was being exceptionally sensible this evening. The usually picky eater surprisingly didn't pick out the carrots and had eaten them all. It was just that she was taking quite a long time to eat. She was slightly worried. Are you eating too much? Pete rubbed his round belly. He knew that he would probably be grounded by the tyrant when he returned. He had dawdled for over an hour because he was reluctant to part with mommy. When he heard her, he pursed his lips and said, I'll get another cake. Go ahead. The corners of Nora's lips spasmed a little. Then, she leaned back and closed her eyes. At the same time, Cherry took the opportunity while the others were taking their belongings to sneak back and check on Nora. When she discovered how sleepy she looked, she felt a little sorry. Having dinner with her was already taking a lot of time away from her sleep. Yet she had accompanied Daddy and abandoned Mommy. She shouldn't have done that. Cherry walked over and sighed. Are you sleepy, Mommy? Let's go back. The little fellow's finally full. Nora stretched and let out an okay. Then, she held her hand and left the restaurant. A minute later, Pete came back, only to see the empty table. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed, and his shoulders also slumped. At this point, a deep voice came from behind. Time's up. Pete's tiny body trembled. When he turned around, he saw the tyrant standing impatiently behind him. He knew that he would definitely be scolded when they got home. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Justin bent over and picked him up. He even asked, Are you full? Pete was puzzled. Did the tyrant decide to turn over a new leaf today? In the top-class presidential suite. Ding! Nora was about to go to bed when the doorbell rang. She asked impatiently, Who is it? An unfamiliar male voice reached her. My name is Hunt, Miss Smith. Hunt? Nora got up and called out, Open the door, Cherry. Chapter 9. Mommy, I'm in a fierce team battle now, be careful of the ones at the back. Hey Chesty, how many times have you already died? Why are you more fragile than even glass? Cherry, who was sitting on the sofa, dissed her teammates angrily without even looking up. Resigned, Nora walked over to open the door. It wasn't Justin standing outside but a man who looked to be about 20 years old. He wore a white casual outfit and was leaning against the wall as he played a game on his cell phone. His deep-set eyes that looked similar to Justin's were slightly upturned, and there was a bright and harmless feeling in his facial features. He looked just like a well-brought-up boy from a rich family. At the sight of the door opening, Chester lowered his voice and said in the call with his gaming team, Leader, I'm already dead anyway, so I'll count on you for this round. After turning off the microphone, he raised his head and looked Nora up and down. The woman was astonishingly fair. Her originally docile-looking and cat-like eyes were slightly lidded, and there was some fatigue and sleepiness on her expressionless face. Her voice was very low as she asked, Is something the matter? No wonder she dared to seduce Justin. She did indeed have some impressive assets. Chester said, Miss Smith, I'd like to discuss something with you. Can you move to the suite downstairs and give up the presidential suite? Nora raised her eyebrows. Why? Chester offered her a check. Let me kindly remind you that this hotel belongs to the Hunts. According to the regulations, if the hotel cancels a booking without a reason, they'll have to pay double the damages for breaching the contract. Here's a check for $1 million. Nora stared at the check wordlessly. Did she look very poor? Why was every one of them trying to dismiss her with money? Seeing that she wasn't giving in, Chester threatened, "If you don't agree to it, then I can only trouble the guards to throw you out." I'm sure Miss Smith wouldn't want to escalate things to such a degree, right? How dare he threaten her? The look in Nora's eyes turned cold. Then, she heard Chester continue. "Miss Smith, you've been trying time and again to seduce my elder brother. I'm cutting you some slack because it isn't easy taking care of a child. Otherwise, I wouldn't just be changing your room reservation. Trying time and again to seduce his brother?" Nora yawned and asked lazily, "I'm curious, how did I seduce him?" Chester replied angrily, "Didn't you spend a huge sum of money to stay next door exactly to enjoy the benefits of a favorable position? You've managed to deceive Pete, but I'm not that stupid. I've looked into you. Your fiancé broke off his engagement with you, and you even gave birth before you got married. What makes a woman like you think you're worthy of pursuing my brother? Gee. It turned out that one was in the wrong just by living next door. Where did Justin get that sense of superiority from?" Nora asked coldly, "So, no one's worthy of staying in this room?" Chester was shocked by the sudden increase in forcefulness in her aura. "Nevertheless," he said sarcastically, "of course not. My brother has found out that Dr. Anti is staying right in this hotel, and he'll find her very soon. He'll definitely invite her to stay here. Only distinguished guests like that deserve to stay next to my brother." Nora was puzzled. Had her information been found out? She wasn't afraid of Justin, but getting entangled with such a man would be a very troublesome affair. Nora cast her eyes downward and thought for a while. Then, she took the check from Chester and said lightly, "Thank you. Get someone to help us with the room transfer." Being too close was really troublesome, indeed. Chester breathed a sigh of relief. At least you still have some self-awareness. The presidential suite downstairs wasn't as good as these two top-class ones, but it was nevertheless more than enough for 3. Most importantly, the room card assigned to guests that stayed downstairs didn't allow access to this floor. This way, that woman wouldn't have any chance to come into contact with Pete anymore, let alone Justin. Why did she thank him, though? A puzzled Chester returned to the room. Then, he reported his meritorious deed to Justin. He said, "You don't have to thank me, Justin. With this, I've made up for my mistakes." Justin was sitting behind a large desk, with both hands tapping away quickly on the keyboard. Without even looking up, he chided him in a low voice. How meddlesome. Chester was perplexed. Why was he detecting a bit of dissatisfaction in those 2 words? He sneaked behind Justin and saw that the computer's black screen was densely packed with various intertwined lines. Among them, a red dot was slowly moving. It was Anti, the person whom Justin had been keeping tabs on for half an hour. With a solemn look, he was about to continue tracking her movements when the red dot suddenly flashed a few times and disappeared. The temperature in the room dropped by a few degrees. A silly Chester said, "You've lost her, Justin." Justin slowly raised his head, his dark eyes a discomfiting sight. He slowly said, "I can see that very well." Chester instantly shut up. Lawrence glanced at Chester and sighed mentally. The situation in the Hunt family was so complicated, and everyone there was an elite whose thoughts people could hardly fathom. How did they produce such a simpleton? He coughed and said, "Mr. Hunt, why would she suddenly go offline at this critical moment? Was there a traitor among them?" However, Justin was personally taking part and had suddenly ambushed her this time. Only the 3 of them knew about it. If it wasn't because Anti had received last-minute news, then, it could only be a coincidence. The hotel was very efficient. Half an hour later, Nora was already in the study of the new suite. After she successfully blocked an external attack, she called solo. The other party spoke first. "Sorry. Mr. Hunt found some top-class hacker from somewhere and found information on you from me. At the moment, he's only found out that you're staying at Hotel Finest, though. Your exact location hasn't been exposed. Nora gave an and said, "Be careful next time." "Okay." After hanging up, Nora got up. When she passed by the second bedroom and saw that Cherry was already asleep, she walked back to the master bedroom. After such a delay, she was already sleepy to the extreme. 2 minutes later, the second bedroom door suddenly opened. Cherry's head poked out from within. After confirming that her mother was asleep, she gently closed the door, took out her cell phone, and logged into the game. Chesty said, "You're finally back, leader. What were you doing just now?" Cherry curled her lip. The idiot next door suddenly demanded that we change rooms. Fuck. Which idiot is that? How dare they bully our leader? May he choke to death on a glass of water. Chester didn't think much of the incident even after cursing. After all, one would always meet all kinds of strange neighbors when staying in a hotel. He asked, "Didn't you say yesterday that you're back in California after living abroad all this time?" "I've come all the way to California to look for you." "Where are you staying now?" "The top-class suite next door just so happened to be vacant." "It's on me." They didn't find Anti in the end, and it was empty anyway. He took a sip of water from his glass. Right away, he heard Sweet Cherry scolding him. "Get into position, Chesty. Even the monsters in the river are better than you in getting into their positions." It was only after she scolded him that she replied, "I'm staying at Hotel Finest." PFT. Chester choked hard and started to cough violently. After getting over it, he eagerly said, "I'm also in Hotel Finest. I'll come to you." Okay. Chapter 10. Cherry and Chesty had known each other for over half a year. They got along very well and were already good friends. They had already planned to meet when she got back to the States, so she agreed as soon as Chester said that. Chester asked eagerly, "Which room are you in?" Cherry was about to tell him the room number when she suddenly thought of something. Instead, she said, "Not tonight, my mom is asleep. Let's do it tomorrow instead." Chesty suddenly laughed. "Everyone says that you sound like a little girl only because you're using a voice changer and that you're, in fact, a dirty middle-aged man. Can you tell me whether you're male or female?" Cherry grinned. "It's a secret." California was in the west of the states, and the humidity in the air was just right. It was mild in winter and dry in summer. With the curtains in the room closed, the room was completely dark, which made it very suitable for sleeping. It was already in the middle of the day when Nora finally slowly opened her eyes. She checked the time, it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Cherry and Mrs. Lewis had already had lunch, so she simply called for takeout. At the same time at the hotel entrance. With a complicated look, Angela watched Anthony hurriedly enter the lobby. She clenched her fists. During the past few days, Anthony's attitude toward her whenever she called had been very perfunctory, and all he asked about was ideally in pharmaceuticals each time. A woman's sixth sense told her that something must be wrong. Thus, she had trailed Anthony early this morning. Little did she expect that she would be here. Hotel Finest was one of the most expensive and upscale places in California. Angela quietly followed Anthony in and saw him turning into the bar on the first floor. He took out a wad of cash, handed it to several waiters, and instructed softly, "You know what you're supposed to do, right? Act according to my signals tonight." "Yes, sir." After they dispersed, Anthony took a deep breath nervously. Then, he lowered his head and started to draft a text message. "Hello, Miss Anderson. Sorry if this is a little sudden, but I got your number from the bar on the first floor. I'd like to invite you to the bar downstairs at 8 p.m. After sending the text message, he raised his head and looked at the setup in front of him with satisfaction. He didn't know how he had offended the pretty woman last time, but she would definitely fall for him tonight. After all, no woman would be able to resist a romantic move like this. Seeing that she didn't respond even after a long while after he sent the message, Anthony thought for a while and sent another text message to his friends, 8 o'clock tonight at Hotel Finest's bar in the lobby. Be there or be square. He had reserved the whole place and was asking his friends to come over and cheer for him. However, He didn't realize that he had accidentally also selected Angela's name when he mass sent the message. After he left, the waiters whispered among themselves. What's Mr. Gray intending to do? He's prepared such a huge surprise. He must be intending to propose to his fiancée, right? His fiancée is so lucky. An excited Angela's cheeks turned a little warm as she listened to their soft speculations. A warm current also surged up from the bottom of her heart. How could she suspect that Anthony was being unfaithful? She really shouldn't have. Buzz. She received a text message sound notification on her cell phone. She looked down. It was a message from Anthony, 8 o'clock tonight at Hotel Finest's bar in the lobby. Be there or be square. Angela couldn't help laughing. His tone was exactly the same as whenever he asked her out for a date in the past. If she hadn't secretly seen all these, she would never have imagined that Anthony had prepared such a huge surprise for her. Angela was in a good mood and walked out slowly. When she looked up again, she just so happened to see Nora, who was dressed in her pajamas and slippers, coming out to pick up her takeout order. Her eyes were downcast, and her smooth and silky hair draped behind her. She was fair-skinned, and her facial features were impeccably refined. Her sleepy appearance made her seem a little as if she was taking a leisurely stroll. Despite being dressed like that, the air around her still attracted people's attention, nevertheless. Angela's hands balled up slightly. She couldn't curb her jealousy. How could that woman possibly afford to stay in Hotel Finest? She was definitely just pretending to be rich. She quickly took a couple of steps toward her and reprimanded her. You don't even have any clothes anymore, yet you still insist on staying in this hotel. Are you planning to seduce some rich guy here, Nora? How about taking a good look at yourself first? Do you really think you can trick people into paying for you just by using that face of yours? Nora, who was carrying her takeout in one hand and reading a text message on her cell phone in the other, looked confused. She casually tapped twice on her cell phone and deleted the spam text messages sent by Anthony. Then, she said indifferently, "Aha. At least I have a face to be proud of." Her cat-like eyes swept across Angela's face casually. Those few words of hers were very insulting. Angela was infuriated. Was she saying that she was shameless? Or was she implying that she was ugly? Or perhaps she meant both? She narrowed her eyes. Then, she suddenly smiled. Nora, do you want to know where that abandoned child of yours is? If you do, then I'll see you at the bar at 8 p.m. So what even if she was pretty? Didn't Anthony dump her all the same anyway? She wanted Nora to see with her very own eyes how Anthony was going to propose to her. Angela turned and left after leaving these words. A slightly chilly look entered Nora's eyes as she looked at her from the back. 8 p.m. at the bar again. She would see what her precious little sister and ex-fiancé have prepared for her. She retracted her gaze and went upstairs with the takeout. Although the presidential suite they were staying in wasn't the best of the best, it still had a kitchen. Cherry was still growing, they mustn't eat out all the time. The meals that they ate every day were all made by Mrs. Lewis. At dinner, Mrs. Lewis prepared a healthy meal with both meat and vegetables. Nora had been busy all afternoon. When she sat down to eat, she noticed that Cherry had a troubled look on her face. She propped Cherry's chin up with her chubby hands and sighed deeply. "Mommy, I'm bored." Nora pinched her face lazily. In a slightly hoarse voice, she said, "Why aren't you playing your games, baby? It's the weekend." Cherry said disdainfully, "All the school kids are on holiday." The corners of Nora's lips spasmed a little. She felt that Cherry might possibly have forgotten that she was just a kindergartner. She passed Cherry her food and asked, "What do you want to do?" "I'll spend some time with you." "It's fine. Mommy's busy." Cherry put on a very sensible expression while her round eyes darted about here and there. "Can you get Mrs. Lewis to take a walk around the hotel with me at 8 tonight?" Nora pretended not to notice her sneaky thoughts and chuckled softly. "Sure." Her daughter was very cheeky and always came up with all sorts of eccentric ideas. She had also always been a smart and sensible child and had never let others take advantage of her. She didn't need to worry about letting Mrs. Lewis go out with her. After they ate, the trio split up at the door. Nora went to the first floor for her appointment. When she saw that her mother had entered the elevator, Cherry took out her cell phone and sent a voice message, "Chesty, I'm out. Where are you?" Chester's reply came very quickly, "Table 28 at the cafe on the first floor. I'll be waiting for you here." Cherry grinned. "Okie dokie. I'll be there right away." Chapter 11. The bar on the first floor was already bubbling with people's voices by now. Anthony was quite well known in California. Under the power of his summons, his friends brought more friends along and filled up the place. The lights in the entire bar were blurry, and men and women were twisting their bodies fervently on the dance floor. Angela, who wore a long red gown, was sitting in the corner with a drink in her hand and her cheeks rosy. Next to her, her group of fair-weather friends was complimenting her. "Hotel finest's not cheap, Angela. Anthony must have big plans in mind, right? Is he going to propose? He must be proposing. I'm sure of it. Isn't your sister back? I heard that even the marriage certificate has been torn into pieces. With that, their engagement can officially be considered annulled. It's all that damned fat, damned woman's fault. If it hadn't been for her hiding abroad for so many years and refusing to come back and annul the engagement, Angela and Anthony would have been married long ago. Hey, why is that woman here?" With these words, Angela also looked at the entrance. Nora was still dressed just as casually today. Jeans and a black t-shirt set off the skin around her neck, making it look so fair that it was glowing white. She was expressionless, her eyes were slightly lidded, and she gave off a world-weary feeling, yet her looks were eye-catching and beautiful. As soon as she entered, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone around her. The moment she walked in, a waiter rushed to the back. "Mr. Gray, she's here." Anthony stood up immediately and walked forward. "Get ready." The loud music in the bar gave Nora a headache, and overwhelming irritation filled her. She looked up. When her indifferent gaze located Angela, she walked over to her. Before she had even gotten near, she heard a pretentious Angela say, "Why are you here, Nora? Anthony will never agree to meet you." As soon as she said that, her unsavory friends also spoke. "Nora, are you here to make a scene because you caught wind that Anthony's going to propose? You were the one with immoral conduct, sleeping with some guy and getting yourself pregnant before marriage. That's why Mr. Gray dumped you. Yet you're here to harass him now? Where's your sense of shame? Even if you've become pretty, it won't change the fact that you're saddled with extra baggage. Why would Mr. Gray ever pay any attention to you? Is there any point in pestering him so persistently?" Due to the deafening music, the commotion here didn't reach far. Nora didn't care what others said about her. She looked at Angela. "Tell me, where is that child?" Angela approached her with a sardonic smile. She pointed to the sofa next to her and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Nora, sit down obediently, watch tonight's exciting show in its entirety, and give Anthony and I your blessings after that. If you do that, I'll tell you." Nora understood now. She wanted to use the marriage proposal scene to humiliate her. However, the private investigators didn't have any leads at all. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she was unwilling to give it up. Nora sat on the sofa and leaned back. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her cheeks as she uttered, "You sure have nothing better to do." Angela stared at her fiercely. Things had already reached this stage, yet her sister was still so calm. It made her look like some kind of clown. She clenched her fists. Suddenly, she started to mock Nora. "Say, Nora, if you hadn't been fat and had always been this pretty, would Anthony have broken off the engagement?" Nora's eyes suddenly flew open, and a sharp glint appeared in her cat-like eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Her obesity had been due to the mistaken use of hormonal injections. Even though she had worked so hard to lose weight and suffered so much, it was useless. Her body needed to slowly repair its bodily functions. Judging from what Angela said, could it be that? Seeing that her expression had finally changed, Angela laughed arrogantly. With a venomous look in her eyes, she said maliciously, "We're both Smiths, so why should you be the one to marry into the grays? But what if you were a fatty? Take a look at what's happening now. Sure enough, Anthony has fallen in love with me. So what even if you've slimmed down? It's too late. What a waste of that face of yours. If you weren't saddled with extra baggage, you might have been able to find another man. But now? TSK, tisk. Anger roiled in Nora's eyes. To think her stepmother had been so vicious just for the sake of an engagement. She was only 5 when she was injected with hormones. She was just about to lose her temper when all the lights in the bar suddenly went out, and the music came to an abrupt stop. 2 seconds later, a white spotlight shone at the center of the dance floor. Anthony was wearing a white suit and he looked handsome and elegant. He held a guitar in his hands. The moment he appeared, the audience screamed, "Anthony! Anthony!" Regardless of whether they were male or female, everyone cooperated and shouted his name. Anthony smiled. He stretched out a finger and gestured for the audience to keep quiet. The place instantly became completely quiet. He strummed the guitar a few times and a melody formed smoothly. Meanwhile, he also hummed the most popular love songs. Although it wasn't a celebrity-class performance, it was bearable. Angela stood up excitedly, her tears flowing with emotion. Anthony was so handsome. After finishing a song, Anthony put down the guitar. Then, he held the microphone and said, "I booked this whole place and got so many friends over today because I would like to tell a certain girl something. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I've thought that you are a very extraordinary girl." Wow! Anthony! Anthony! Everyone cheered again, livening up the atmosphere to a climax. Anthony gave a wave. Immediately, a few pops sounded, and the balloons on the ceiling burst, scattering a shower of roses from above. This is so romantic. Angela covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She turned to the side excitedly and said sarcastically to Nora, "Did you see that? Anthony was so dismissive toward you back then, but he's putting in so much effort for me today. Even 10 of you can't compare to a single toe of mine." Angela felt invigorated. Especially when she saw the envy in the eyes of the girls around her. Her heart felt like it was going to burst from happiness. Then, she saw Anthony slowly walking step by step toward her with a bouquet of roses in his hands. The surrounding crowd voluntarily stepped aside, as if building a bridge between them. Angela straightened her back. She couldn't help but take a few steps toward him. She felt like this day was the highlight of her life. She didn't notice that there was only one person in Anthony's eyes at the moment. Even in this dimly lit bar, the woman sitting on the sofa was dazzling and eye-catching. There was no one else, including Angela, in his eyes at all. The only thought on his mind was that this was dramatic enough even for a proposal, so the beauty would probably give him a chance again, right? Angela stopped after taking a few steps forward. Seeing Anthony coming nearer and nearer, her smile blossomed uncontrollably. Anthony would probably get down on one knee in front of her next, right? But unexpectedly. Chapter 12. Angela watched Anthony pass her by to finally stop in front of Nora. He bent down and offered her the roses in a gentlemanly manner. "Miss Anderson, may I have the honor of becoming friends with you?" Angela's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the scene in disbelief. The light in the bar was a bit dim, which made her feel as if she was dreaming. Why had Anthony gone up to the damned fatty? Nora didn't expect such a dramatic twist either. She had only met Anthony twice, yet he had dumped his prospective fiancé to woo her. But when she saw how surprised and furious Angela looked, to the extent that it made her look rather savage, her anger from just now calmed a little. The corners of her lips curled upward with great interest into a mischievous smile. Her smile, which was as bright and dazzling as a blooming sunflower, made Anthony's eyes light up. He was about to say something, but Angela couldn't control herself anymore. She screamed, "Anthony!" It was only when he heard her voice that Anthony finally noticed Angela standing beside him. He frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" Angela was still fantasizing that perhaps Anthony had mistaken someone else for her because of the darkness, but his question had shattered her last vestiges of hope. She glared at Nora angrily. "You bitch! You're so shameless!" After she shouted, she raised her hand to Nora. Anthony immediately stopped her. With a sullen look, he snapped, "What are you doing, Angela? Don't make a scene here like a shrew." Angela's eyes flushed angrily. "Are you actually defending her? Do you know?" "Enough!" Anthony interrupted her. "Take a look at yourself now, Angela. Can't you take a leaf out of Miss Anderson's book and pick up some of her ladylike air and charisma?" Angela was stunned. Who did you say she was? Don't you know who she is?" Anthony was taken aback by her question. "She's Isabel Anderson." He turned to the side to see Nora seated leisurely on the sofa. With her lips curled into a smile, she said lazily, "Isabel is my middle name. I also have another name, Nora Smith." The whole bar suddenly fell quiet for a moment. The situation had confused everyone. Anthony stared at her in disbelief. "Why you?" He was so shocked that he couldn't say anything even after stuttering for a long time. Angela managed to react, however. "She's tricked you, Anthony. She's tricked us both. She did it on purpose just to take revenge on us and make us a joke. That damned fatty had ruined her proposal. She hated Nora's guts now." Angela shouted to everyone around her, "What are all of you still in a daze for? Beat her up. Beat that woman to death." Everyone in the bar was friends of Anthony and Angela. Upon hearing her shout, everyone surrounded Nora. At the sight of so many people throwing their lives away, Nora stretched and loosened her muscles to warm up. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the lobby, Justin entered the lobby. He was about to go to the elevator when he suddenly heard the noise in the bar. Through the glass walls, he immediately spotted the woman on the sofa. There was a little more frostiness on her usually distant expression. There was malice on the faces of everyone around her. From the looks of things, it seemed like she was about to be assaulted by the group of them. Seeing that they were about to start, Justin suddenly turned and entered the bar. "Stop!" His deep, cold, and fierce shout made Nora, who was about to jump into action, pause. Then, a group of well-trained bodyguards swarmed in. In no time, they had surrounded the bar. The elegant man at the entrance wore a luxurious bespoke hand-tailored suit. The mole at the corner of his eye exuded a sense of chilliness. His cold eyes swept across the place and he slowly said, "Group fights are prohibited in Hotel Finest." Nora, who had only just gotten into the mood to fight, lost interest in an instant. Gee! That man sure had a lot of rules. It was affecting her performance. Intimidated by the aura around him, everyone else also stopped moving. Anthony, the one calling the shots, braced himself and asked, "Who are you?" Lawrence, who was following closely behind Justin, answered, "This is Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt from Hotel Finest." Justin Hunt? That man at the top of the Golden Pyramid? Anthony had heard that he was here in California on a business trip. His family had given him 1,001 warnings and told him not to mess with him. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Lawrence didn't understand why his boss was suddenly being nosy, but since he had set the rules, they had to implement them. He cleared his throat, raised his chin, and ordered, "How dare you fight at Hotel Finest? Are you sick of living? Get out!" Everyone hurried out as if they were fleeing. When Nora saw that Angela was also preparing to leave with the crowd, a sharp look flashed across Nora's eyes. She grabbed Angela's arm. "Angela, there's something you haven't said yet." Angela was already in a panic and at a loss at this point. She glanced at Justin fearfully, wishing only to leave quickly. She lowered her voice and retorted, "What are you going crazy for? Let go." "Okay." Nora obediently let go of her arm. Angela heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she turned away and was about to leave, a huge force suddenly struck her from behind and kicked her into the air. Bam! Angela hit the table in front and fell to the ground. She felt as if all her internal organs were aching. After kicking her, Nora walked over and grabbed her by the hair. In a fervent tone, she said, "Do you remember what you wanted to tell me now?" Angela's eyes widened. With her eyes red, she shouted, "She's being violent, Mr. Hunt." Justin frowned. That woman's kick just now was unexpectedly forceful. She seemed to have some pretty good moves, which made him seem as if he had been too much of a busybody. Before he even spoke, Lawrence reprimanded her. "Group fights are prohibited in Hotel Finest, Miss Smith. Do you have no regard for Mr. Hunt's rules?" Nora looked up slightly. Her looks made her look well-behaved and sensible. She replied softly, "I'm alone. I'm not in a group." Her words shut Lawrence up. When one thought about it, there indeed wasn't anything wrong with what she said. Stunned, Angela screamed, "Help!" Seeing that someone was about to come over, Nora glanced over coldly and asked, "Are you trying to gather a group of people?" Seeing that no one dared to come over anymore, she looked down at Angela, whom she was pressing down on. Originally, on account of how they were sisters, after all, she had only wanted to know the whereabouts of her son and hadn't intended to make things so ugly. But injecting hormones into her when she was only 5? Such a grudge had removed all of her restraint. Smack! She slapped Angela ruthlessly across her cheek. When she saw her cheek visibly swelling, she slowly said, "If you continue to keep silent, I'll beat you up so bad you won't even recognize yourself anymore." A trembling Angela couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst into tears and said, I'll talk. That child." Chapter 13. That child. Dad was the one who handled it. He never told me. I don't know anything. Angela's sobbing made her speech unclear. As the others were some distance away from her, they couldn't hear her clearly. Nora frowned slightly, frightening Angela so badly that she spoke again. "I really don't know. I swear. If I'm lying, then let my face become pockmarked." Sob. Angela had always been vain since she was a child. The fact that she had sworn such a vicious oath showed that she really didn't know. Nora couldn't hide her disappointment. She couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. She stood up and walked out slowly. When she passed by Justin, Nora thought of how she had ultimately been violent just now and ended up embarrassing Justin. She wanted to explain, so she looked at Justin. The man was also looking at her, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Nora thought for a while. After she thought of what to say, her lips parted. However, the moment she opened her mouth, she couldn't help but yawn. Justin was rendered speechless. Next to him, Lawrence was furious. Never mind that she had hit someone, but she was even yawning so arrogantly at Mr. Hunt now. Was she showing off? As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, the expressionless woman spoke. "I definitely wasn't trying to provoke you, Mr. Hunt." The corners of Lawrence's lips twitched a little. Only a fool would believe that. He was just about to give her a sarcastic reply when he heard his boss's icy-cold reply. "Aha!" Lawrence was confused. After explaining, Nora walked past him slowly. Justin stared at her back and narrowed his eyes. The woman's actions just now had been decisive and straightforward and hadn't been sloppy in the least. They were wild and fervent. But it seemed like she hadn't gotten what she wanted, and she looked a little sad. Her listless appearance unexpectedly made him want to help her. As soon as the thought appeared, he heard Lawrence, who was standing behind him, complain, "It's a good thing you forbade them from fighting. Otherwise, judging from Miss Smith's skill, that group of rich kids would have been beaten up by her." Lawrence said to himself again, "But surely she didn't misunderstand and think that you were saving her, right? She's already currying favor with Pete to get close to you. If she misunderstands, it'll become even harder to shake her off." Justin gave him a frosty look. "You talk too much." Meanwhile, at the cafe, Cherry wore a small t-shirt, overalls, a cowboy hat, and sunglasses, and she looked as if she was dressed in an endearing hip-hop style. She bounced into the cafe and picked up her cell phone to find that Chesty had sent her several text messages. "Are you here yet?" You're already 10 minutes late. Surely you didn't run away because you're really a super cute girl? Cherry was about to reply when she received a call from Chesty. She picked up and said, I'm here, Chesty. Table 25. 26. 28. An awfully bored Chester was already seated there with 3 empty glasses in front of him. Yep, table 28, that's right. You're here. Where are you? Look down. He looked down and saw a cowboy hat. His gaze continued down past the hat to see his nephew Pete's incredibly familiar face. Chester was perplexed. He rubbed his eyes and opened them again. The person in front of him was still there. He became even more confused, and he subconsciously said into the phone, Leader. I'm here, Chesty. Beside him was his young nephew's childish voice. Coming from his cell phone was the familiar young girl-sounding voice. The two voices overlapped, causing Chester to collapse into the chair as if he had just seen a ghost. He looked at Cherry incredulously and stammered, LL Leader. Cherry blinked her big, round eyes. That's me. She didn't expect Chesty to be her uncle either. The two of them had even had pizza with her father. Cherry hung up, climbed onto the chair opposite and sat down. Then, she said to the waitress, a glass of milk, please. I'm still growing up, so I can't drink coffee. Thank you. Her adorable self melted the waitress's heart into a puddle of goo. Sure, kiddo. Just a moment. Then, she quickly ran off to get the milk. Chester felt as if the sky was falling. Was this really his nephew who had always been clumsy with words? He really was just pretending when he went against Justin all this time. Also, it was more than enough to have just one member who was derelict in his duties and playing games all day long among the hunts. Pete was the one and only grandson. He was Justin's only son. If Justin were to know that he had been playing games with Pete. Chester swallowed hard. He felt as if he could already see himself in his grave. Chester shuddered. Suddenly, he thought of something and jumped to his feet anxiously, **T. It's already 8:30. Justin will be back soon. Hurry and go back up to do your homework, Pete. Otherwise, Justin's gonna kill us both. He threw $30 onto the table, picked up Cherry, and ran out as if he was competing in a 100-meter dash. But as soon as he ran to the entrance, he immediately saw Justin exiting the bar with a group of bodyguards and waiting for the elevator. Chester was shocked. He put down Cherry and promptly said, Go up the stairs to the 2nd floor while I stop Justin. After that, hurry to the top floor. Don't let anyone find you. Without waiting for Cherry to reply, Chester rushed toward Justin as if he was all prepared for his death. I need to have a talk with you, Justin. Justin asked. What kind of talk? Chester braced himself against his icy gaze, bit the bullet and said, heart-to-heart talk. I'm not free, Justin said coldly and entered the elevator. Chester followed him in. In order to buy more time, he pressed the elevator buttons for every floor in a panic. It'll only take a little of your time, Justin. Justin narrowed his eyes and said with mild displeasure, You'd best really have some kind of trouble that you want to talk to me about. Justin, Chester racked his brains, but he couldn't think of any troubles that he had. Finally, he forcibly said, I don't like women. As soon as he said that, even he himself was dumbfounded. What the **CK? What did he just say? When he saw the contemplative look in Justin's eyes, he panicked. No, that's not what I meant, Justin. A rambling Chester said a whole lot of things before he finally made it past the hurdle. When they reached the top floor and opened the door, upon seeing Pete sitting obediently at the desk and studying, he breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw that Justin had entered the study, he sneaked over to Pete and winked. For your sake, I've been totally misunderstood. A question mark slowly appeared in Pete's mind when he heard his inexplicable words. Had Uncle Chester gone mad? Downstairs. A puzzled Cherry, who watched her father and uncle enter the elevator, ran after them with her short little legs. Unfortunately, she still missed the elevator. Did her uncle tell her to go to the top floor just now? Weren't there only 2 presidential suites on the top floor? As it turned out, Daddy was the dummy next door that Mommy had mentioned. She was going to the top floor to look for her father and ask him why he had driven Mommy and her downstairs. Didn't Daddy like her anymore? With that in mind, she entered the elevator, tiptoed, and pressed the button to the top floor. Chapter 14. Hotel Finest's management was very strict, and one needed room cards for the elevator, too. Cherry's room was not on the top floor, so she couldn't light up the button for the top floor even after she swiped the room card through the card reader. She pouted unhappily. After thinking about it, she decided to return for now to the 38th floor where her room was and go up the stairs after that. But as soon as she got out of the elevator, she ran into Nora. Cherry instantly suppressed her desires. She could still look for Daddy tomorrow, but Mommy was obviously a little depressed and needed her very much now. Nora had called several private investigators, but there were still no leads. After all, if even Angela didn't know where her son was, then her father might be the only one who knew the truth. But to negotiate terms with her father. He was no simple-minded fool like Angela. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a small figure jumped over and hugged her leg. "Mommy, I love you so much." Her thoughts interrupted, Nora rubbed her head and asked softly, "Where did you go to have fun with Mrs. Lewis?" Cherry looked at her fingers. She didn't dare to look at Nora's eyes when she lied. "We just strolled around in the hotel. It isn't any fun here at all." "Mommy, I'll sleep with you." Nora let out an "okay" and opened the door. Then, she turned around to see Cherry leaning against the wall and striking a handsome pose. "Mommy, if you miss my brother, then you can just look at me. He probably looks just like me. We're twins after all." Nora chuckled. Boy-girl twins are fraternal. Just like ordinary siblings, it's very difficult for them to look exactly the same. Cherry hung her head in disappointment. "Is that so? I thought he would look just like me." Nora laughed and brought her into the room. After taking a bath, the two were lying on the bed when Nora's cell phone rang. It was from the Smiths. She cast her eyes down and contemplated for a moment. Then, she turned off the cell phone and went to bed with Cherry. When she woke up the next day, Cherry had already quietly gotten out of bed and was playing with Mrs. Lewis outside. She took a look at her cell phone. Aside from dozens of missed calls from the Smiths, there was also one from her paternal aunt. Her paternal aunt had been the kindest to her during all these years. Because of that, her relationship with Lisa was also pretty good. Thus, she returned the call. Someone picked up very quickly, but it was her father's voice that rang out instead. "Here I was, thinking that you've already left the family, Nora." Nora lowered her eyes lazily and got out of bed to get something to eat. "What's up? What kind of attitude is that? I have something to ask you. Did you shamelessly sabotage Anthony's proposal to your sister yesterday? And even hit her when the sabotage failed? Also, you have been saying that you wanted to annul the engagement. Now that you've gotten your way, why are you trying to seduce Anthony again? He's your sister's fiancé. It had always been like that ever since they were children. The moment she and Angela had a disagreement, Henry would blame her for it without even trying to find out the truth. Nora was already used to it. She slowly said, "He doesn't seem to be her fiancé yet, right? He was going to be very soon, but you've messed everything up now. Come back right away and apologize to your sister. Otherwise, don't blame me if I disown you. Do what you want." Nora was about to hang up after giving a frosty reply when she heard Henry yelling angrily, "You ungrateful bitch. Not only are you disobeying me, but do you also not care whether your aunt is alive or dead?" Nora paused. What's wrong with her? What's wrong with her? She has a brain tumor. If you have even the slightest bit of a conscience, then come to the hospital in town. Otherwise, you won't even be able to see your aunt for the last time. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Nora quickly washed up, changed, and went out. When the elevator arrived, she entered to see that there were already two professionally dressed female elites inside. Nora closed the doors after she entered. Her eyes were closed on the way down. She overheard the discussion between the two behind her. "Isn't it inappropriate for us to treat the little mister like this? This is corporal punishment. What nonsense are you spouting? We were sent by the old madam. Besides, didn't you see that the little mister didn't even cry after he was hit? He doesn't talk very much either. I heard that he's autistic." "What? No wonder he looks dull and slow-witted. I'm telling you this secretly, but I felt a little good when I saw him being reprimanded. So what even if you're rich and prestigious? In the end, he still has to listen to us obediently. But what if Mr. Hunt finds out? It'll be because he didn't finish his homework then. Mr. Hunt is very strict with the little mister. Fathers would be at their wits' end once their children cry or kick up a fuss, but Pete only knows how to stubbornly endure it. Even if I don't give him lunch, I betcha he won't even say a word about it at night." Ding! When the elevator arrived on the first floor, the two tutors walked out and went to eat in the hotel restaurant. Nora, who exited along with them, frowned. She felt exceptionally uncomfortable. Those two had come from the upper floor, so they could only have come from the presidential suite on the top floor. Therefore, the little mister, whom they spoke of, must be Justin Hunt's son. Nora cast her eyes down and decided to mind her own business. The cab she booked had already arrived. She was about to get in the car when she heard a commotion behind her. Sure enough, it was Justin who had come out with his bodyguards. Nora looked away and got into the car. Before the car started, the sight of the child that had buried his head into Justin's shoulder while being carried by him suddenly flashed into her mind. Although she didn't get a clear view of his face, he looked about the same size as Cherry, so he was likely about the same age as her. Ire welled up in Nora. She suddenly opened the car door, got out, and walked straight towards Justin. She was stopped by the bodyguards before she even got close. Lawrence had already noticed her wandering around the entrance. "Just now," he said mockingly, "Miss Smith, I know you're intending to express your gratitude to Mr. Hunt for his help yesterday, after which you'll then ask for his contact information. We've already seen these methods a million times. Can you put in a little more effort and use a more novel pickup line?" Nora was puzzled. In the distance, Justin, dressed in a black suit, kept his eyes straight and entered the Bentley sullenly. He didn't see her at all. At the sight of the car starting, Nora's eyes narrowed angrily. This was a rare moment where she decided to meddle for once, yet she was being misunderstood in such a way. She turned around to leave. After taking a couple of steps, unable to suppress her anger, she turned back and went up to Lawrence. She repeatedly tried to hold back her anger, but still failed in the end. She said, "Mr. Zimmer, you should have Mr. Hunt visit the neurology specialists when he's free. Narcissism is an illness. Get it treated." Lawrence was confused. It was only after she snapped at him that Nora finally got into the cab as if nothing had happened, and went straight to the hospital in town. There weren't many people in the hospital. Nora went upstairs and entered the VIP ward. She hadn't even seen her aunt yet when Henry walked toward her furiously and threw the contract in her face. "Nora, you have to sign the ownership transfer agreement today, and also apologize to your sister. Otherwise, don't dream of saving your aunt." Chapter 15. Nora frowned. Before she could answer, a gentle but anxious voice reached them. "Are you trying to drive me to my grave, Henry?" On the hospital bed, a gentle middle-aged woman wearing a hospital gown struggled to get out of the bed. Her hair was all shaved, and she looked frighteningly skinny due to her illness. Her cheeks were sunken, but it nevertheless couldn't hide her gentle personality. She was Irene Smith, her aunt. Nora took a couple of quick steps forward and sat on the edge of the bed. She held her hand and greeted, "Aunt Irene." Irene looked at Nora up and down for a moment. Then, her eyes turned red. "You look so much like your mom after you've slimmed down, Nora." Her voice trembled as she spoke. "You've had such a hard time outside all these years." During the 5 years when she lived abroad, Henry had never given her a single cent. It was instead her aunt who always sent her some money as living expenses. Although it wasn't much, it was her way of showing her kindness. Nora's heart was warmed. At this point, her stepmother, Wendy, said, "Nora, your aunt has been pretty nice to you ever since you were a child, right? She's sick now, and you're the only one that can cure her. You won't watch her die, will you?" Nora frowned. A brain tumor. She casually tugged off the medical report and CT scan next to her and started to read them seriously. A nagging Wendy said, "Your aunt's operation is too difficult, Nora. A moment of carelessness and she'll suffer brain damage, so no one in the hospital wants to do it. Dr. Larson, the head of the Department of Neurology in this hospital, is Angela's professor at the School of Medicine in her college. If she begs him to do it, maybe he'd be willing to take the risk and give it a go." Wendy sighed at this point before continuing. "But now, Anthony's saying that without the company, he'll never get engaged to your sister. Your sister is terribly upset and in a bad mood. You can't possibly ask someone for help in such a gloomy manner, right? So, as long as you give your sister the company, we'll let Angela beg Dr. Larson for help. Whether your aunt's operation goes through or not completely depends on you now." When Wendy finished speaking, Henry shouted angrily, "You must also apologize to Angela for sabotaging her marriage proposal, seducing Anthony out of spite, and for hitting her." Wendy, who was pretending to be the good guy, said, "We're a family. What are you saying all these for? Sigh, Nora, your aunt's illness can't be delayed any further. Why don't you sign the agreement immediately?" While the two were putting on a joint act, Nora finished reading her aunt's CT scan. It was indeed a little tricky. The tumor had enveloped the blood vessels, so the slightest carelessness would lead to mistakes and cause her aunt to die in surgery. Not many doctors would dare to take on a surgery like this even in New York, let alone Dr. Larson in California. Well, aside from her, that was. Irene yelled angrily after hearing what they said. "Henry, that company is the only thing that Nora's mother left for her. How can the two of you be so shameless?" Wendy smiled. "That isn't quite right, Irene. What do you mean by she left it for Nora? Henry and Nora's mother were husband and wife at that time. That's their joint property. You're so shameless." Irene looked at Nora again. "Don't listen to their nonsense, Nora. My illness is incurable. Even if you sign the agreement and have them perform surgery on me, there's a 90% chance that it'll fail anyway. Hurry and go." "Okay. I'll visit you again when I have time." Nora put down the medical record and turned and walked out. Her aunt was in serious condition, and it indeed didn't brook any further delay. What was important now was to contact the hospital and borrow their equipment and facilities first. Henry and Wendy didn't expect that she would just up and leave like that. Moreover, she even disappeared from the ward in the blink of an eye. Henry cursed, "She's a total ingrate. Your kindness toward her was all in vain." Wendy also spoke sarcastically. "You were so kind to her, Irene. But in the end, she didn't even want to stay a moment longer here with you." Irene bit her lip with her eyes red. Finding me a doctor had nothing to do with Nora from the start. In the top-floor presidential suite of Hotel Finest. "Why didn't you finish your homework from noon, Pete? This section is completely blank. How are we supposed to proceed with the afternoon syllabus if you do that? Finish your homework." With a chilly look, Pete looked at the assignment that obviously hadn't been given to him at noon and was already beyond his syllabus. He didn't speak but instead stared at the tutor just like that. The tutor curled her lip. "What are you looking at me for? I heard that your father completed all these lessons effortlessly when he was your age. Don't you even know how to do this question? If that's the case, then it must be your mom who lowered your IQ genes." It was only when he heard the word mom that Pete finally reacted. His jaw was taut as he picked up the pen. Then, he started to write silently on the workbook. He already knew how to solve these problems a long time ago. His mom wasn't stupid. But as soon as he finished answering it, the tutor said, "It's wrong. Why didn't you include the problem-solving process? I've already told you so many times. Stretch out your hand. Is including the problem-solving process even necessary for such a simple question?" Pete didn't move. The tutor immediately grabbed his hand, took the ruler, and struck his palm hard a few times. Smack! 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 The pain made Pete's eyes widen, yet he pressed his lips together tightly and refused to speak. This is punishment for not attending the class seriously. Now, your punishment is to attend class while standing. Pete stood for 2 hours until even his calves were sore. Only then did the tutors end the afternoon lesson. The two tutors were still whispering between themselves when they left. He really can't speak? Alright, don't talk too much. The old madam has instructed us to take good care of the little mister. Okay. We'll come again to report to Mr. Hunt in the evening. We must make him sound a little more stubborn and misbehaving. Children who don't do their homework aren't good children. After the two of them left, Pete looked at the homework assigned by the tutors on the table. He knew that his answers were definitely wrong again. Even if he had completed them, they would still say that he didn't complete his homework. But even so, he didn't want to speak. If he spoke, he pressed his lips together tightly when he thought of the consequences. All he wanted now was to talk to Mommy and the little girl next door who was great at playing games. The light in his eyes dimmed again when he thought of that. Unfortunately, the lady next door had been driven away and she had moved 1 floor down. 1 floor down. Pete suddenly stood up. He put on his clothes and quietly left the room. It was impossible for him to take the elevator because the bodyguards were all standing guard there. He went along the wall toward the corner and slipped into the stairwell. Then, he opened the door and darted in. At the same time, downstairs, Cherry took advantage of the opportunity while Mrs. Lewis was preparing dinner to also slip out quietly. She didn't manage to go there yesterday, so she would go upstairs to look for her father today. The tiny form of Cherry, who was wearing a cool children's outfit, entered the stairwell. Her short little legs climbed up the stairs with great effort. As she walked, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from above. As soon as Cherry looked up, she saw Pete walking down. Their eyes met, and for a time, the air was incredibly still and quiet. Chapter 16. Due to it getting late, the light in the narrow stairwell was rather dim. Pete stared at Cherry in shock. Her eyes were widened as round as grapes and her mouth slightly ajar. The two stared at each other for some time. Cherry was the first to speak. Why is there a mirror in the stairwell? Pete was puzzled. The corners of his lips twitched. This isn't a mirror. Cherry was dazed and dumbfounded. Why do you look exactly the same as me, then? The stairwell fell quiet for another few seconds. Then, a hesitant Pete said, "Are we twins?" Tiny Cherry, who finally reacted, leaped forward and hugged Pete excitedly. Wow! I found my brother. Pete, who had always refused physical contact with others, stiffened. Blood relations were simply so peculiar. For example, physical contact with people such as one's mother and younger sister would give one a very heartwarming feeling. But as it turned out, had Mommy hugged him and eaten dinner with him because she mistook him for someone else? This realization made Pete turn pale. He sounded a little sad as he asked, "Why did Mommy abandon me?" Cherry let go of him and hurriedly explained, "Mommy didn't abandon you. It was our horrid grandpa who sent you away. The reason why we came back to the States is so that we can look for you." Really? Afraid that her brother wouldn't believe her, Cherry nodded repeatedly. It's true. It's true. Her soft hands grabbed hold of Pete and she dragged him down the stairs. Let's go find Mommy. She'll definitely be very happy to see you, and then she'll take us home. Pete was taken aback. But what about Daddy? Cherry paused. Oh, that's right. Mommy definitely won't want Daddy. Why? Mommy thinks he's trouble and that his familial relationships are complicated, so she finds him very bothersome. Does Daddy like Mommy? With an awfully complicated expression, Pete replied, Daddy seems to hate my mom. What do we do? A minute later, the two little cuties sat on the steps together. The two of them looked just like peas in a pod as they tried to think of countermeasures with their faces, which still had baby fat on them, propped in their hands. "By the way, my name is Cheryl Smith. You can call me Cherry." "What's your name?" "Peter Hunt." "You can call me Pete." "I want both you and Daddy, Pete. And, I can't leave Mommy, either. Do you have a solution?" "Yes, I do." Cherry suddenly jumped up excitedly. "What is it?" With a solemn look, Pete replied, "If we get Daddy and Mommy to fall in love with each other, they won't despise each other anymore." The two children leaned their heads against each other's and talked about it. When they finally separated, Cherry suggested, "I want to play with Daddy. Can I pretend to be you tonight?" It just so happened that Pete also wanted to spend some time with his mother, so he nodded with his eyes shining brightly. Harboring the noble mission of reconciling a broken family, the children then quietly sneaked back to each other's residence. Nora contacted the hospital after she left the ward. The dean agreed to her request immediately. Annulment was known as the top surgeon in the world. Several of her surgical videos had become classics in many hospitals and medical colleges. Having her perform surgery in the hospital was undoubtedly the hospital's honor. However, he made a few irrelevant requests. He wanted a few people from the hospital to be assistants so that they could observe and learn from the operation. Nora, who didn't mind, acceded to his requests. Next up were the operation site and facilities. The hospital's equipment was outdated and couldn't meet the demands of such a sophisticated operation. As such, she could only borrow a few from New York at last-minute notice. As the relevant procedures involved were cumbersome, by the time she was done with the calls and settled all the arrangements, more than 2 hours had already passed. Only then did she return to the ward, intending to comfort her aunt. She thought that Henry and Wendy would already have left by then, but unexpectedly, she immediately heard a dispute in the ward as soon as she arrived. Henry was very arrogant. "If you want Angela to ask Dr. Larson to perform the surgery, then get Nora to surrender the company. Which is more important, that lousy company, or her aunt's life?" Irene's breathing was unsteady. "Angela, I've always treated you well since you were a child. This is also what I would like to ask you, is the company or my life more important?" Angela curled her lip. "When have you ever treated me well, Aunt Irene? You obviously favored that damned fatty. Back when you were a seamstress, you would make the same clothes for us. But you must have used more fabric for hers, right? If you had really treated me well, then you shouldn't have made any for her at all." Her words angered the thin Irene lying on the bed. "Angela, you..." A dissatisfied Angela went on. "Also, although you gave us the same presents during Christmas, did you think I didn't know that you always gave that damned fatty another one in private? Humph, she's more of a niece to you than I am, isn't she? In your eyes, what do you even see me as?" Irene clenched her fists. "I was giving them to her in her mother's stead." Angela curled her lip. She was just about to say something when suddenly, clap! Lisa grabbed Angela's hand. She must have been crying for a very long time because her eyes were all swollen. "Please, Angela. Put in a good word for us in front of Dr. Larson and save my mother." Right after she spoke, she fell onto her knees and pleaded, "Please, Angela." Angela shook her off and stepped away. "Don't think that I'll relent just because you're doing this." Wendy also said, "Oh, Lisa, what are you doing? You should be begging Nora for help instead." This immediately caught Henry's attention. As though he had just thought of a good idea, he said, "Heed your aunt's advice, Lisa. Go to Hotel Finest now and get down on your knees at the entrance, and beg Nora to save your mother. Isn't Nora staying at Hotel Finest because she's hoping to snag a good husband there? If she doesn't want to be embarrassed, then she'll definitely agree to sign the agreement." Outside the door, Nora's downcast eyes were filled with an icy look. When she was a child, she had simply thought that her father was partial to her sister because he had misunderstood her. But now, she suddenly understood that he had understood everything all along. There was actually no real reason for his partiality. He could even bring himself to say such horrible things in such a justified manner. "Henry!" Irene shouted sharply, "How can you treat Nora like that? She turned to Lisa and ordered, "I forbid you to go over." The blood on Lisa's face drained little by little, and she wept silently on her knees. "Don't beg them anymore. Get up, Lisa." Nora's uncle, Will Black, suddenly shouted. He pointed at the Smiths and yelled, "Get out of here, all of you. You're all ingrates, all of you. Irene had given her all for her nieces, yet not a single one of you is a decent human being." He picked up the bouquet of flowers at his hand and threw them at Henry. When he drove the three of them out, he happened to see Nora and he paused. Nora pressed her lips together, intending to tell him about the operation. "Uncle Will." Will's eyes were already red at this point. He snapped, "You're just as much of an ingrate. Get lost." Chapter 17. The door of the ward was then shut. However, one could still vaguely hear the conversation inside. Lisa said, "Dad, Nora is. Don't speak her name. How kindly did your mother treat her? She treated her like she was her own, but how is she any different from Henry now? She's holding on so stubbornly to the company and just standing by as your mother dies." Irene said, "Don't say that about Nora. She's not doing anything because she knows it's useless even if she lets go of the company. Don't vent your anger on someone else." "I know, but I feel so awful when I see her so indifferent." Will suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore, and he started to sob bitterly. Nora, who was standing outside, could feel their helplessness and anger even through the glass windows. "Don't you feel bad?" Henry stood behind her. "For the sake of a company, are you really going to disregard your aunt's life?" Their disputes here were too loud, and it had attracted a circle of onlookers. Nora looked down and sent a text message to Lisa on her cell phone, telling her to get ready and that someone would be coming to operate on her aunt in a few days. After sending the text message, she ignored Henry and the others' angry castigation and turned to leave calmly. Nearby, Justin stood there with Lawrence. A relative had happened to be hospitalized today, so he had specially come to visit. However, he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Lawrence said, "The Smiths are certainly shameless, but isn't she a little too callous? No wonder she looks so unfeeling." Justin frowned and said, "Check if there's anything that can be done about her aunt's illness." This wasn't anything hard to find out. By the time they were in the car and on the way back to the hotel, he had already found out everything. Her condition is indeed hard to operate on. There are only 2 experts in the States who can do it, but the success rate is only 50%. Coincidentally, both experts are currently employed in our hospitals. Seeing that the icy Justin wasn't speaking, Lawrence couldn't help but say, "If Miss Smith knows what she's doing, then she'll use this as an opportunity to approach you." When the car arrived at Hotel Finest, as luck would have it, Justin spotted Nora getting off the cab. Additionally, when she noticed their car, she even stayed where she was and did not enter the hotel. Was she waiting for them? Nora had indeed spotted them. She didn't understand what was going on. She obviously had nothing to do with that 4 or 5-year-old child, but she simply couldn't help but feel uncomfortable the moment she thought of him being abused by his tutors. "They misunderstood and thought that I was pursuing him this morning. If I go over now, I'll really be seen as a stalker." Nora lowered her cat-like eyes slightly. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Justin walking past her, surrounded by bodyguards. Nora suddenly spoke. She said, "I have something to say, Mr. Hunt." As expected, Justin stopped and looked at her with a deep gaze. His exquisite features exuded an aggressive air of heroism, and the mole at the corner of his eye gave off a feeling of slight interest. "What can I do for you, Miss Smith?" He had already given her a chance, so she would probably start begging him pitifully, right? In a slightly deep voice, Nora asked, "Are your son's tutors professional, Mr. Hunt?" She had only heard what the tutors said in the elevator, and hadn't seen anything with her own eyes, so she had no way of judging whether or not their words were true. Thus, she merely gave him a subtle reminder. Justin frowned, however. Why was she keeping quiet about the doctors and talking about the tutors instead? Was it because she was too embarrassed to ask him about it, so she decided to talk about something else first? Justin was a straightforward man, so he went straight to the point. He asked, "Do you need me to introduce two doctors to you, Miss Smith? Do you want to speak with Dr. Lane or Dr. Wright?" Nora was confused. Although Dr. Lane and Dr. Wright were the most famous neurosurgeons in the States, the success rate was only 50% if they operated on her aunt. Why would she go to them? Besides, she was talking about the tutors. Why was he bringing up doctors? Nora replied impatiently, "No, I don't. Please show more concern toward your son instead if you're free." If the tutors really were abusing him, then the responsibility would lie only on Justin. He must have been neglecting the child. For some inexplicable reason, she was a little angry, as if it was her son that was being abused instead. She left immediately after saying that. Justin stared at her from the back with a slightly stunned expression, but he quickly came back to his senses. Anger welled up in him, and his countenance turned a little colder. Lawrence couldn't help but say, "I had thought Miss Smith was so indifferent to her aunt only because she was at her wit's end. I didn't expect that she really was leaving her to die. She's too heartless." Without surgery, her aunt was doomed. However, if she went through with the operation, then she would at least still have a 50% chance of survival. The choice was obvious. But that woman was actually so crazy and heartless, and had rejected his kindness? Forget it, he would just take it that he had unnecessarily meddled into someone else's business and misjudged her. Justin entered the elevator with a sullen look. In the top-floor presidential suite, Cherry stealthily returned to the room. She was just about to enter the study when she turned and saw a stern-faced woman walking toward her with a ruler in her hand. She said viciously, "How can you bring yourself to loiter about elsewhere when you haven't finished your homework, Pete? Judging from how stupid and dull you look, you must have taken after your mother." "Oh, wait, that isn't quite right because you're a little bastard without a mother. Hold out your hand, I'm going to teach you a good lesson today." Cherry was confused. How dare she insult her mother? And, she was even hitting her brother? The soft little girl immediately transformed into the hot-tempered little girl from her gaming time. With her hands on her hips, she was about to hurl insults back at the tutor when the door suddenly opened. She turned to see her handsome father, who had the potential to be bossy, cool, affectionate, or reassuring, striding in. Cherry immediately forgot what happened just now. Her tiny form leaped forward as if she had wings, but it was at this moment that the tutor caught her by the arm. Justin took off his jacket after entering. As per usual, the first thing he did was to ask how his son was doing. "How was Pete today?" The tutor sighed. "He's not doing his homework again. Because he didn't reinforce what he learned, he doesn't understand when we delve into more complicated topics. He's awfully stubborn and refuses to listen to us. As a result, his progress is now lagging behind his cousins by 2 semesters worth of lessons." A troubled Justin frowned when he heard her report. Although his son's IQ was excellent, he was introverted and autistic and had trouble expressing himself. He really didn't know how he should communicate with him. He walked up to Cherry, squatted down to face her, and asked patiently, "Why didn't you do your homework?" "Wow, looking at him up close, Daddy looks even more handsome now." Cherry couldn't answer him for a moment there. Seeing her silent, the tutor secretly scoffed. He was indeed a dimwit that didn't cry, kick up a fuss, or know how to complain about others. Relieved, she started to spin more lies. "We're really at our wits' end, Mr. Hunt. We can't discipline or scold him, so your only option is to employ certain special methods of educating now." Cherry, who was currently captivated by her father's good looks, thought to herself, "What? They couldn't discipline or scold me?" Chapter 18. Just as Cherry was about to speak, Justin frowned and asked, "What kind of special methods?" The tutor sighed and replied, "Pete was born autistic. He doesn't like to talk nor does he know how to communicate with others. If this goes on, it'll impede his development. I think you can consider either sending him to medical specialists for treatment or to a school for children with special needs." Her eyes shone after she spoke. Once Pete was sent to a school for children with special needs, he would be diagnosed as being mentally handicapped. With that, they would be able to ruin his future. Cherry was confused. That teacher was horrible. She looked at Justin. Should Daddy agree, she would stop seeing him as her father and would get Mommy to save Pete from their clutches. Humph. Justin's expression instantly darkened. He retorted fiercely, Pete is fine. He doesn't need to attend a school for children with special needs. If you can't teach him, then I'll find someone else. Lawrence. Yes, sir. Justin ordered, settle her wages immediately. She doesn't need to come in anymore tomorrow. The tutor was shocked by his sudden wrath. Justin was usually very polite to them, which made her forget how domineering a man Justin really was. She had made a mistake. She shouldn't have said something like that. She should have taken it slow. Seeing that she was out of a job, in order to complete her mission, the tutor put on a sincere and earnest expression and said, I am the top domestic tutor in the States, Mr. Hunt. My advice is undoubtedly in your son's best interests. Since you refuse to listen to the truth, then take it as if I didn't say anything. I enjoyed myself very much during my time with Pete. Goodbye. Her speech was very in line with what an exemplary teacher would say. Justin's anger faded a little and he said, give her an extra half a year's wages. The tutor was ecstatic. Half a year's wages were a lot of money. Together with what that person had given her. Cherry, who was listening to them intently, was very satisfied. Daddy hadn't given up on Pete. He was indeed protective of him. However, he had been deceived by that teacher. As she watched the wicked teacher walk happily toward the door, Cherry's big grape-like eyes swiveled a little and she asked, Daddy, am I a little bastard without a mother? Justin was taken aback. He looked down suddenly to see his son looking up at him trustingly. His young, childish voice made what he said next sound particularly heartbreaking. Am I really very stupid and dull? Did Mommy lower the quality of Daddy's genes? Justin was stunned. His son rarely spoke this much. However, the content was especially shocking to him. He restrained his overwhelming fury and asked gently, Who told you these things, Pete? Cherry stretched out her arm and pointed her chubby little finger at the door. She did. At the door, the tutor's legs went limp the instant she felt Justin's murderous aura and anger. She said fearfully, Stop spouting nonsense, Pete. Cherry hid behind Justin and hugged his leg. She stuck out her tongue at the tutor and said, Please don't hit me again. I'm sorry. The tutor was taken aback. Was this really that little dimwit who didn't talk? At the sight of how fearful his son looked, Justin didn't give the tutor a chance to explain anymore. He ordered, Bring her out, Lawrence. Yes, sir. Lawrence grabbed the tutor and pushed her out. Justin rubbed Cherry on her head comfortingly and said, Can you play by yourself for a while, Pete? The upcoming scene was too bloody and unsuitable for children. Although Cherry wanted to be with her father, he needed to deal with the vicious teacher now. It was just like how Mommy would also blindfold her and tell her to count sheep whenever she fought others when they were abroad. She nodded. Okay, Daddy. Justin only left the room after seeing Cherry pick up a toy without any significant fluctuations in his emotions. Lawrence was a very efficient man. By then, he had already interrogated the truth out of the tutor. With his head down, he said, It's your uncle and his family that bribed them. They wanted to make Pete into a stubborn and problematic child so that their own children can take over the corporation. The two tutors were sent by the old madam, so were negligent and overlooked it. The old madam doted on Pete the most. Who would have imagined that the tutors she sent harbored ill intentions? Justin clenched his fists and asked, What did they do to Pete? At the mention, Lawrence's head lowered even further. He answered, They punished him by making him stand, hitting his palms, and reprimanding him. Also, they didn't teach him seriously. They didn't dare to do any kind of physical abuse worse than that, because they were also afraid that someone would discover what was going on. Justin looked at the trembling woman kneeling on the ground and kicked her in the chest. The blow caused her to immediately cough up blood. His dark and overcast countenance made him look as if a demon. He ordered, Throw her out. Lawrence's heart trembled upon sensing Justin's fury. However, even he himself was furious, let alone Justin, who had always loved and doted on Pete. It was just that his way of expressing it wasn't quite right. Justin returned to the room. When he saw Cherry's tiny little form sitting on the sofa and playing with the toy car, his heart tightened with guilt. Pete had been with him since he was an infant. He had personally nursed him and changed his diapers, but even until he was 1.5 years old, he didn't speak at all. When they saw a doctor, he was told that Pete had slight congenital autism. Grandma said that it was because the boy didn't have a mother and thus, had no sense of security. They mustn't have him, a grown man, taking care of him anymore, so she had arranged for babysitters, family doctors, and tutors for him. As Pete slowly grew up and became able to have short conversations with people, it convinced him that Grandma was right. Pete was a stubborn boy and always went against him. He often made him so angry that he almost wanted to give him a good thrashing. Despite that, he continued to think that this was a phase that all normal children went through. That was, until that incident last week. It was all his fault. Justin walked over slowly. He sat beside Cherry, softened his voice, and said, "Daddy is sorry, Pete." Cherry stretched out her little arms and hugged her handsome father. "Everything will be fine as long as you can acknowledge your mistakes and turn over a new leaf, Daddy." Justin sighed. Then, he said seriously, "We won't engage any more tutors. I'll personally teach you in the future." The happy Cherry was instantly petrified. What? She hated having to do homework the most. "Help, Pete." Downstairs. When Nora returned to the room, she found her daughter sitting on the sofa and looking at her obediently instead of playing games like she usually did. She walked over and kissed Pete on the forehead. "You're so well behaved today, baby." The soft lips pressed against his forehead, causing Pete to freeze. Yet at the same time, a sense of anticipation also arose in him. "Mommy's so soft and gentle." He looked at Mommy longingly and subconsciously stood up and followed after her. As he did, he suddenly found his mother stopping and looking at him with a half-amused smile. "Are you intending to take a bath together with Mommy, Cherry?" Only then did Pete realize with a start that he had followed her into the bathroom in the master bedroom. He was about to retreat, but Nora stooped over and picked him up. She said, "Forget it, let's bathe you first." Alarm bells rang in Pete's head. Wouldn't his identity as a boy be revealed if she were to bathe him? Chapter 19. Pete blushed. No, it's fine, Mommy." Nora chuckled softly and said, "Cherry's a big girl now." Pete ran away in a hurry after Nora let go of him. He stood outside the door to the bedroom and listened to the movements inside. The sound of running water, the sound of someone in the bath, and the sound of Mommy walking around in slippers after she was done bathing. After confirming that Mommy was dressed, he opened the door and saw her lying on the bed. With her eyes closed, she said, "Mommy has a very important operation in 2 days, Cherry. I need a crazy amount of sleep for the next few days, so I'll go to bed first, alright?" "Okay, Mommy." His sister had told him before that Mommy had poor health and that her hobby was sleeping. She was usually either asleep or dealing with troublesome issues so that she could sleep. Therefore, he mustn't disturb Mommy. 2 minutes later, when he heard steady breathing coming from where the bed was, Pete tiptoed over to his mother. His tiny little form climbed onto the bed. Then, he found a spot in Nora's arms and curled up there. Before he knew it, he had fallen into deep sleep while listening to her heartbeat. How wonderful! He also had a mother now. As a result, he didn't see the SOS messages from Cherry on the cell phone in his pocket. "Help, Pete. Let's exchange our positions again, Pete." Sob, "I don't love Daddy anymore." Downstairs. Cherry took advantage of the opportunity while Justin was pouring a glass of water to send another text message to her brother on her cell phone. When she saw that he still wasn't replying, she could only give up and start tackling her assignments. She bit her pen and stared at the textbook, her face all wrinkled as she frowned. She, who had grown up abroad, was still at the literacy development stage. She couldn't understand the questions on the papers at all. Justin sat next to her when he returned. It had been half a year since he last tutored his son. As such, he didn't know how far their current progress was. He pointed at the simplest question and asked, "Do you know how to solve this?" Cherry's big eyes were completely blank. Justin fell silent for a moment. Then, he flipped back to the syllabus from half a year ago. "What about this?" Cherry shook her head hard. Justin stared at her. He wanted to ask Pete why he couldn't solve the question now when he could do it half a year ago. Also, was he really shaking his head when he hadn't even read the question? Cherry wordlessly suggested, "Why don't we learn about history instead, Daddy? I'm very knowledgeable in that." "Alright." Justin flipped open the textbook. "Who's the first president of the United States?" Cherry's eyes lit up. She raised her hand and said, "I know this." Justin breathed a sigh of relief. His son had fallen behind in his mathematics, but it would also do if he was doing well in his history classes. As soon as the thought formed, he heard her yell, "Tom Cruise." "It's George Washington." Cherry blinked. "Oh right, I must have remembered it wrongly. Next question please, Daddy. Which American politician was assassinated in 1963? Leonardo DiCaprio." Cherry immediately answered. Justin took a deep breath and told himself not to get mad. His son had just started talking a little more. He mustn't lose his temper. He decided to try again. "Who invented the light bulb?" Full of confidence, Cherry answered, "Keanu Reeves." As Justin looked at his son's usually stern countenance that seemed more alive and animated today, he couldn't help yelling, "Peter Hunt." Cherry looked up, her expression as though she was eagerly seeking praise. "Aren't I great, Daddy? There's still a lot more that I know." Justin was perplexed. But when he saw how his son looked, he immediately reined his temper in. The tutors were the ones who had taught him all these, so what was he losing his temper at the kid for? He would just reward those two tutors even handsomely. Justin said glumly, "Let's continue tomorrow." "Okay, Daddy." Cherry heaved a huge sigh of relief. Seeing Lawrence poking his head into the room every now and then because he probably had something to talk to her father about, she carefully climbed down from the chair and said, "I'm going off to play now." Justin rubbed his temples as he watched her run off. Lawrence entered the room. With a complicated look, he said, "Pete seems to be doing worse than how the tutor had put it. If this goes on, he'll probably fall to the last place in the year-end assessment, right? Do you want to quickly contact a few other tutors? There's still time until the end of the year." The Hunts held assessments for the children at the end of each year. Pete always took top place in the past. That was how he became known among outsiders for having a high IQ. Yet his grades had deteriorated so badly in just half a year. No wonder it was said that even though children had good memory, they were also prone to forgetting. Once they stopped learning, their grades would suffer immediately. Flames of fury flared in Justin's eyes. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time before he finally sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's not force him to do it anymore." It was exactly because he had placed too much emphasis on education in the past that he always fell out with his son. But when he saw how he smiled and how he cried and kicked up a fuss, it was then that he realized that his son's mental health was more important than anything else. Even if his son were to really forget everything that he had learned and take the last place in examinations every time, he could just live from day to day in the future. He would pave the way for his son's future. Justin, who had always been bold and resolute when facing the unscrupulous commercial world, hesitated for a moment. Then, he asked, "Do you find Pete very different today?" The abuse had been ongoing for a very long time, but his son had never once mentioned anything. Yet not only had he spoken up today, but his personality seemed to also have become a lot more cheerful. For some reason, Justin suddenly thought of what that woman had said downstairs. How did she know that the tutors were problematic? Had Pete been keeping in contact with her all this time? A pondering Lawrence also said, "Could Miss Smith have counseled Pete? Speaking of this, she's really not a simple woman. After all, so many women have tried to gain Pete's favor in order to get near to you, but all of them have been unsuccessful." Lawrence couldn't even keep count of how many of Justin's suitors he had had to handle in the past anymore. He thought for a while and asked, "Do you want to consider giving Miss Smith a chance to get near you if she really has a positive influence on Pete?" Justin hesitated for a while before he asked, "What is she doing now?" A hesitant look appeared on Lawrence's countenance again. "When the cleaners went to clean the room just now, they heard from the nanny that she's asleep, and she forbade them from disturbing them. Her aunt's life is still in limbo, yet she can still bring herself to sleep. A person who could do that was too unfeeling." Justin's expression darkened. "Don't let her make contact with Pete so often anymore." "Yes, sir." Lawrence wanted to say more, but Justin suddenly noticed that the little fellow had fallen asleep on the sofa. He gestured to Lawrence to keep quiet. Then, he walked over and picked up Cherry, intending to carry her into the bedroom. A dazed Cherry suddenly placed her arms around his neck and said, "Mommy, I've found my elder brother. He looks just like me." Justin paused and frowned. Chapter 20. Justin stared at the young child in his arms. Her murmur reached his ears. It seemed like she was calling out for her mother. The light in his eyes dimmed. Pete rarely asked about his mother. But as it turned out, to his son, his mother was such an important figure. He lowered his eyes, hiding the complex emotions within. Then, he carried Cherry into the bedroom, took off her shoes, and tucked her in. He gazed at his son's young, sleeping visage for a long time before he quietly exited the bedroom. The next day. "Sorry, I fell asleep last night." "Did Daddy scold you last night, Cherry?" Cherry lay on the bed and sent her brother a voice message back. "Nope, because even though I don't know much about mathematics, I'm awesome at history. Daddy was so moved that he canceled my homework." Pete believed her. He said, "Okay. Don't forget our plans today." Cherry was about to reply when the door opened. Justin pushed the door open and walked in to see his son on the bed with his butt perched high into the air while texting on his cell phone. At the sight of him, his son turned off the cell phone screen in a slight panic. Then, with a guilty conscience, he blinked with his big cute eyes and exclaimed, "You look even more handsome today, Daddy." Justin couldn't help but smile when he heard the little fellow complimenting him. "You're a handsome fellow, too." "No, that won't do." Cherry corrected him seriously and said, "Handsome is used to describe boys. I'm going to be pretty when I grow up." Justin was perplexed. Cherry flipped the quilt aside and climbed out of the bed nimbly. Then, she held his large hand with her own small one and asked, "Wanna have breakfast, Daddy?" Cherry Pit is really hungry." Justin glanced at her hesitantly again. Grandpa was the one that had named him Peter, in hopes that he would be as resilient and down-to-earth as a rock. How did that become Cherry Pit instead? It sounded a little sissy. He took Cherry to the dining room. The presidential suite was bigger than 5,000 square feet. It had 4 bedrooms, 2 studies, a living room, a lounge, a gym, a kitchen, and a dining room. While they were eating, Justin instructed, "Get the family doctor here." Cherry ate slowly, so Justin got the nanny to look after her after he finished. Then, he entered the study with the family doctor who had hurried over. As the doctor stood there, he saw his employer's expression changing again and again before he hesitantly asked, "Is it possible to tell a 5-year-old child's sexual orientation?" During the history quiz the day before, all the names that his son had mentioned were good-looking and attractive men. Moreover, his son's wish to become pretty, and how he had called himself Cherry Pit, this morning was rather worrisome. Was Chester being a bad influence on him? When the family doctor saw how serious he was, he replied solemnly, "One's sexual orientation is generally already decided at birth. But if you have concerns about this, I can prepare a test for Pete." "Okay, get the test ready." After giving the doctor instructions, Justin exited the study. The moment he returned to the dining room, he saw Chester and his son's arms slung across each other's backs while they spoke with each other in low voices. His face immediately darkened. "Why didn't you log on to the game last night?" Chester was stuffing bread into his mouth and speaking with a muffled voice when he suddenly felt a chilly aura coming toward him. He turned his head slowly to see the tyrant standing behind him. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to kill him. Chester was so frightened that he jumped up from the chair. "Are you okay, Justin?" Justin retracted his scrutinizing gaze and walked in between Chester and Cherry. He said, "No one's living next door. You can move in there instead." Chester was confused. Why was he sensing acute disdain from the tyrant? When Cherry was full, she walked over and put her arms around Justin's leg. Then, she looked up and asked adorably, "Can you accompany me to the movies today, Daddy?" Just as Justin was about to refuse, his son wheedled, "Come on, Daddy. Pretty please." That tone. Justin bent over and picked Cherry up. "Don't plead with others so lightly, Pete." Cherry's big round eyes blinked. "Will you go, then?" "All right." In order to make it up to his son, he had already postponed all his work and meetings today. Since he wanted to go to the movies, he would accompany him. The two picked an afternoon screening for a cartoon film. Before leaving, Cherry secretly sent a message to Pete, "All set, Pete? What about you?" Pete replied very quickly, "We've already set off." How could Nora possibly reject the request? She was always sleeping, so she was already spending less time with her child than other mothers. Thus, as long as the request wasn't too much, she agreed to every one of Cherry's requests. As she had to perform surgery the next day, she had slept all the way until 2 p.m. Then, she took Pete to the movie theater while yawning. At the entrance of the movie theater, the corners of her lips twitched a little as she looked at Pete. "It's just a movie, Cherry. Is this really necessary?" Pete had a mask on. "It's to prevent being infected by contagious diseases." Nora held her forehead with her hand. "And the shades?" Pete pushed them up a little and replied reticently, "It looks good. If you say so." After Nora bought some popcorn and cola, she took his hand and led him into the movie theater. After taking their assigned seats, Pete took out his cell phone and sent a text message to his sister, "Are you here yet?" Cherry was currently following Justin into the movie theater sulkily. She wanted popcorn, but her father had adamantly refused to buy her some, saying that it was unhealthy. He was horrible. Justin intensely disliked large movie theaters like this. Not only were there a lot of people, but the air was also very dirty. But because his son wanted the experience, it wasn't quite appropriate for him to book the whole theater either. He entered the cinema sullenly with Cherry in his arms. When he reached the seats assigned to them based on the tickets that his son had bought online, he immediately spotted the woman already seated there. The theater was very dark, but she was so fair that it dazzled one's eyes. Her eyes were lidded and she seemed very sleepy. Her arms were comfortably crossed and she was currently asleep. Justin's expression darkened. He had been wondering why his son suddenly wanted to come to the movies and even bought tickets. So, in the end, it was all still that woman's scheme. He wanted to turn around and leave, but when he thought of his son's mental health, he suppressed his impatience and placed Cherry between the two of them in the end. He would never give her a chance to get close to him again. The two cuties, who both had masks on, exchanged a look with each other. How were Daddy and Mommy going to fall in love with each other if they didn't sit together? The movie started at this point. The theme song of Frozen started to play. With just a glance, the movie instantly grabbed Cherry's attention and she started to watch it with her eyes widened. Half an hour later, Cherry suddenly smelled popcorn. Engrossed in the cartoon, she subconsciously nudged Nora and said, "Popcorn, Mommy." Nora, who was dozing off, let out a dazed, "Okay." Then, she picked up a piece of popcorn, took off Cherry's mask, and stuffed it into her mouth. Pete was astounded. Chapter 21, The Operation. The expression of Justin, who wasn't interested in the movie, instantly darkened after he saw what she had done. Instead of feeding her own daughter, she was feeding his son. If even something like this wasn't her attempt at trying to please him and pursue him, then how else was he supposed to interpret her actions? Upon sensing a cold aura coming from the side, Nora slowly opened her eyes and looked over. When confronted with Justin's deep and dark eyes, which also had a bit of a sharp look in them, she was taken aback for a moment. Was she dreaming? Otherwise, why was she seeing Justin in the movie theater? Her sleepiness disappeared instantly. She lowered her eyes lazily and wondered, is this a coincidence? Or is Justin here because he suspects that I'm anti and has come to sound me out? Things had gotten troublesome. She wanted to pretend that she didn't see him, but her instincts told her that the man seemed to still be staring at her at the moment. On top of that, he had a rather hostile look in his eyes. Nora turned to the side and gave a perfunctory greeting. What a coincidence, Mr. Hunt. A coincidence? The look on Justin's face turned darker. Never mind that we're watching the same movie, but even our seats just so happen to be next to each other's. What a coincidence, indeed. Nora was puzzled. Why did he sound so sarcastic? She frowned. What do you mean by that, Mr. Hunt? Justin replied coldly, I told you, I hate it when people try to approach me by using my son. Did you forget what I said, Miss Smith? Nora was astonished. He was misunderstanding her again and again. Had he had enough yet? Nora slowly retracted her gaze and looked in front of her seriously. She said, You are indeed an attractive man, Mr. Hunt, but you shouldn't be too narcissistic either. Men like you who look prettier than women aren't my type. Justin sneered, Your actions are so blatant, Miss Smith, yet you're still trying to hide your intentions? Let me make things clear, I'm not interested in you. If you have the time to seduce me, why don't you think about how to cure your aunt's illness instead? His words angered Nora. That man must be sick in the head. She said coldly, Don't worry, you needn't bother yourself with my aunt's illness at all. When he heard how she glossed over the topic, Justin became even angrier. He was about to retort when the moviegoer with their children seated in the row in front of them suddenly turned around and snapped, Hey, we're in the middle of a movie here. Can the two of you refrain from quarreling with your other halves in here? Justin was bewildered. Nora was bewildered. The movie theater was pitch dark. Justin didn't know why, but he didn't immediately feel any disgust when someone else misunderstood him and Nora as a married couple. Instead, a dazed feeling, not easily detectable, arose in him. The moviegoer added earnestly, Can't the two of you, as husband and wife, control yourselves a little better in front of the children? You're scaring them. Nora looked at where the moviegoer was pointing and looked down to see Cherry, who was sitting there with a mask on and only her eyes exposed. Justin bent over and picked her up. He said with displeasure, This is the last time I'm warning you, Miss Smith. The next time I see you approaching my son, I'm not holding back. He strode away right after saying that. Nora was bewildered. She glanced at the other side, finding herself mystified when she saw Pete there. It seemed like her hand had gone the other side instead when she was feeding Cherry just now, right? While she was hesitating, Pete held her hand silently and said, Let's go too, Mommy. He hereby declared that the first date had failed. When they returned to the hotel, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Nora went to sleep again. The next day's operation would last 7 or 8 hours. If she didn't get enough sleep, she wouldn't have enough strength and energy to support her through it. Pete, who was next to her, anxiously sent a text message to Cherry, How's it going over there, Cherry? Meanwhile, on the top floor, Cherry was facing off with Justin. Justin ordered, You're forbidden from making contact with that woman in the future. Cherry's large eyes were full of grievances as she asked, Why? Knowing that it wasn't right to speak badly about other people in front of children, Justin didn't answer right away. However, Lawrence, who was next to him, answered, It's because she's someone that just sits on the sidelines and watches without doing anything even though her aunt is sick. On top of that, she's even going to the movies. That woman is too cold-blooded. Cherry panicked and retorted angrily, Mommy isn't cold-blooded. She's someone that values relationships the most. She'll definitely save Grandaunt. Justin's expression darkened. Never mind that she was cajoling his son to call her Mommy, but he's even addressing her aunt as Grandaunt now. You're a bad daddy. You can't say that about her. I'm ignoring you. Cherry pouted aggrievedly. With tears in her eyes, she ran straight into the bedroom. Justin clenched his fists angrily. He had been getting along well with his son today, yet now, he had actually made his son cry because of that woman. At this point, Lawrence came over and said excitedly, "Mr. Hunt, we've received news that Anti is coming to the hospital in town for an operation. Observers are allowed during the operation. I've asked for a spot, and I plan to send someone there to stand guard. We'll catch hold of her this time for sure." Justin thought for a while, then looked at the bedroom. "At last," he said, "I will go in person." The next day, Nora didn't go to the operating room after entering the hospital. She went to the ward to visit her aunt first, intending to comfort her. As soon as she entered, a worried Lisa came over. "Nora, is the message you sent me yesterday saying that Mom will undergo surgery today true?" Nora nodded. "Yeah." Next to them, Angela sneered, "You're such an unlearned piece of trash, Nora. Do you know that Aunt Irene's tumor is located in a very risky area? It's impossible for ordinary surgeons to operate on her." Nora looked at her. "I know that. Since you do, then why did you still look for someone to operate on her? You're obviously taking her life lightly." Angela looked at Will and Lisa and said, "I've already shown Dr. Larson Aunt Irene's CT scan a long time ago, and even he is hesitant to take on the task. Do you really think she can get a better doctor than Dr. Larson?" When Will heard this, he asked somewhat hesitantly, "Tell me the truth, Nora. How high is the operation's success rate?" Before Nora could even reply, Angela scoffed and said, "I'll tell you the truth. There are only 2 doctors in the States that can achieve a success rate of 50% in this operation. Apart from them, everyone else can only achieve 10%. If you don't undergo the operation, Aunt Irene can still live for another 2 months, but if you do, there's a 90% chance that she won't be able to come out of the operating room alive today." Her words frightened Lisa so badly that blood drained from her face. Isn't there a better doctor?" "Oh, there is," Angela said. "There's Dr. Anti, the top surgeon in the world. To her, there is no surgery that cannot be done. She can achieve a 100% success rate. Unfortunately, Dr. Anti is currently abroad and a great distance away from here. Even so, many of the wealthy and powerful can't find her, so how can ordinary people like you possibly convince her to do it?" The ward was dead silent. Just as Angela was all smug and both Will and Lisa had lost all hope, the 3 suddenly heard Nora's low voice. "In that case, do you know who the doctor I got is?" Chapter 22, Anti. Angela said sarcastically, "Did you not understand what I was saying? Unless it's Dr. Anti, the situation won't change, no matter who you've gotten over. Scaring a patient before their operation, and making them nervous and full of distrust toward their doctor held 0 benefits for the operation." Nora had come over intending to comfort her aunt right from the start. At the sight of their pale faces, she was just about to utter the name Anti when Irene suddenly said, "I trust you, Nora. Let's get ready for the operation." Nora paused. Angela said sharply, "What a fool. Are you also in a hurry to die?" Lisa became even more nervous. "Mom." Irene gave her a wry smile and said, "How many doctors have your father and you approached for this operation? No one dares to do it because none of them wants to be held responsible. It's hard no matter who does it anyway, so why bother so much about who the operating surgeon is? She would take the risk. And see if God also thinks that this should be the end of her life." She looked at Lisa and Will and said, "Remember this, Will, Lisa. No matter whether the operation succeeds or not, this is what I've chosen. It has nothing to do with Nora." Nora lowered her gaze, her heart warmed. The door to the ward opened and a nurse came in. "Mrs. Black, we'll be transferring you to the operating room now." Outside the operating room. After waiting for Irene to be transferred into the operating room, Nora decided to head off to make pre-operation preparations. However, the moment she turned, she heard Angela's voice. "Where are you going, Nora? I get it now. You must be having a guilty conscience, so you're too scared to face what's going to happen, right? You're afraid that the Blacks will blame you for Aunt Irene's death when the hospital staff brings her dead body out later. You can't go. You have to stay here and take responsibility for Aunt Irene's life." Nora paused and slowly said, "I have something on." Angela scoffed and said, What do you have that's more important than Aunt Irene's life? Why are you so cold-blooded? Will, who was listening to the conversation between the two, clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with fierce disappointment. No matter whether the operation succeeded or not, he wasn't going to cast any blame on Nora. But as his wife's most beloved niece, couldn't she even stay with her during the surgery? At this time, a nurse came up and said, "Can I get her family members to sign the medical liability waiver form, please?" Will's hand trembled at the sight of the surgical consent form and the liability waiver form she handed over. With her eyes red, Lisa's voice trembled as she asked, "What does this mean?" Angela stepped forward, her face still sporting a relaxed and happy smile. Obviously, she wasn't concerned at all about the life of the person in the operating room. She said sarcastically, "It means that the doctor won't have to take any responsibility even if he causes the death of the patient during the surgery. Aunt Irene's surgery is such a difficult one. The doctors aren't fools, they'll definitely ask for a liability waiver form to be signed." Lisa's face turned pale with fright. Angela was extremely satisfied. Her eyes swiveled a little and she grabbed the consent form from the nurse. Then, she looked at the section naming the chief surgeon at the bottom as she said, "I want to see who this surgeon is, so brave to actually undertake Aunt Irene's operation." The operation was bound to fail, but that surgeon had agreed to operate on her aunt, thereby potentially ruining her grand plans to usurp the company. She wanted them ruined. There was a sinister look in Angela's eyes, but when she saw who the chief surgeon was the next moment, she suddenly froze. How could this be? Aunt I? Beside her, Lisa exclaimed, "Is this the top surgeon in the world that you guys were talking about just now?" "What?" Will also exclaimed, "Let me take a look." As the two of them stared at the chief surgeon's name, their eyes started to light up again. Will looked at Nora in surprise and asked, "Nora, how did you manage to get Dr. Anti to do the operation?" Nora cast her eyes down and randomly made up a story. She said, "Anti likes challenging operations, so I tried emailing them Aunt Irene's CT scans. I didn't expect them to agree." Will's eyes turned red. "I've misunderstood you, Nora." "It's okay," Nora said dispassionately, "but I really do have something up, so I'm going off first." The shocked Angela was still frozen in place even after she left, and she watched Lisa and Will sign the forms. Will even cried because of how ecstatic he was, and she felt as if she had been made to eat her words. "Hurry up, Dr. Anti has already arrived." Several doctors from the hospital strode into the operating room. They were representatives that the dean had carefully selected to observe Anti's operation. This was a rare opportunity for them. Dr. Larson, the head of the Department of Neurology, happened to be among them. When he was about to enter the operating room, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Angela and he stopped immediately. He called out, "Angela, is that you?" Angela came back to her senses and greeted him. "Dr. Larson." Dr. Larson was Angela's professor at the School of Medicine in college. He asked, "Why are you here?" Angela hurriedly answered, "My aunt's the patient." Dr. Larson's eyes lit up right away and he beckoned to her. The two went over to the side and he asked, "What's your family's relationship with Anti?" Angela replied, "My aunt is in serious condition, so the operation's a challenging one. Practically none of the doctors in the States are capable of performing it, so I tried emailing Anti. Unexpectedly, she really agreed to take on the operation. Can you bring me in to observe the surgery, too?" A scheming look filled her eyes. It was that damned fatty who had sent the email, but how would Anti know who the sender was anyway? It is undoubtedly an honor to be able to observe Anti's surgery. Enlightened, Dr. Larson said, "So, you're the one that got Anti over. You've made a huge contribution to the hospital. Of course, I can bring you in." Angela hurriedly followed after Dr. Larson. Among those here to observe, apart from the well-known specialists in the hospital, there were only a few promising doctoral students. She was the only undergraduate there. If she became a well-known doctor, then Anthony definitely wouldn't find her beneath him anymore. Nora slipped into the operating room through the side door. As soon as she entered, she spotted Lily, her surgical assistant. She had flown into the States overnight in order to help out today. In order to keep their identities secret, the two of them were the only ones in the dressing room. Lily put on the surgical gown for her. After completing the disinfection procedures, they entered a room in the second hallway. There, they ran into the doctors present to observe the operation. They had changed relatively quickly and were currently crowding around Angela and chatting. To think you actually managed to get Anti over, Angela. I heard from Dr. Larson just now that he intends to get the hospital and college to focus on training you. Wow, that's so awesome. You'll definitely become a well-known surgeon in only a few years. What an honor it is for undergraduates to observe Anti's surgery. Angela, who was surrounded by them, felt as if she was on cloud 9. At the sight of Anti, she hurriedly walked up to her and said, "Hello, Dr. Anti. I'm the one that sent you that email. Thank you for operating on my aunt. I really look up to you. Can you give me a chance to become a postgraduate student under you?" Nora was bewildered. Chapter 23, Eating Her Words. Nora had a mask, goggles, and surgical cap on, so she was totally covered from head to toe. No one could see what she looked like at all. Therefore, none of them saw the mocking smile at the corners of her lips. She really didn't expect her younger sister to be this shameless. Had it been before, she might have considered being a little nicer, but now. Nora suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, so you're Nora Smith?" She had deliberately lowered her voice, which made her voice, which was already deep, sound even deeper as if she had a sore throat. As soon as she said that, the whole operating room suddenly fell silent. Everyone, including Dr. Larson, looked at Angela. Angela's smile froze, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Did that damned fatty actually sign off the email? Dr. Larson's expression turned sullen and he asked, "What's the meaning of this, Angela?" Angela braced herself and started to make up a story. She said, "I'm sorry, Professor Anti, Dr. Larson. I was afraid that Professor Anti would reject my request, so I was too embarrassed to use my real name and ended up using my sister's." Dr. Larson's expression mellowed. "I see. Gee. All of her sister's ingenuity had been put into use here instead." Nora cast her eyes down. As she walked to the operating room, she asked seemingly curiously, "How did you get hold of my email address?" Angela, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, was bewildered. Why would anyone ask about this? Besides, her aunt was the patient. Her claim that she had sent the email made logical sense, so there was no need to press the issue at all. She wiped off the perspiration that had formed on her forehead again and stammered, I asked a friend for it." Nora continued her questions as if nothing had happened. She asked, "Can you tell me what my email address is?" Angela abruptly stood still, the exposed parts of her face already pale. Her reaction was too telling. A red-faced Dr. Larson reprimanded, "What's the matter with you, Angela? Were you the one who sent the email or not?" Angela could only tell the truth. "And no, it wasn't me." Having reached the doors to the operating room, Nora opened them. Before entering, she heard Dr. Larson shouting angrily behind her. "To think you could bring yourself to say something like that in order to observe the operation. A student of poor character and upbringing like you is not worthy of observing Anti's operation. Get out." In the operating room. Irene clenched her fists nervously as she laid on the cold bed and stared at the ceiling. She turned her head toward the door when she heard it opening. When her gentle eyes met the doctor's, she swallowed nervously. She knew that she would probably die on the operating table today. A 10% success rate was too low. Just as a wry smile appeared on her lips, the doctor suddenly came over. In a low voice, she said, "I'm Aunt Irene. Go ahead and sleep. When you wake up, you'll be all fine." Irene's eyes widened suddenly. Past the goggles, a pair of familiar cat-like eyes entered her sight. On the top floor of Hotel Finest. "Daddy's a bad man who misunderstood Mommy. I'm not talking to you." In the bedroom, Cherry hugged the one and only plush toy in the pile of toys and turned her back to the door as she sat in the corner. The big and tall Justin stood at the door. The little fellow had such a bad temper. She had been ignoring him since the day before, and she kept staring at him accusingly with her big and teary eyes, making it seem as if he had done some terribly heinous things. Lawrence was in the room trying to coax her. He said, "Don't sit here anymore, Pete. Why don't we go over to where the toys are?" Cherry raised her head and curled her lip as she said, "There are only cars and airplanes there. It's no fun. Why aren't there any Barbie dolls?" Justin's jaw tightened. He looked at the family doctor and asked in a low voice, "Is the test ready?" "Yes, it is." After answering, the family doctor walked into the bedroom cheerfully and said in a cajoling voice, "Why don't we do a little test, Pete? I'll give you a Barbie doll when we're done." Cherry, who was completely unaware that this would put her brother in a rather unfortunate situation, immediately nodded. "Okay." Seeing his son happily following the doctor and walking out of the bedroom, worry appeared on Justin's countenance. The test was over very quickly. A short half an hour later, Cherry bounced out of the study with the Barbie doll that the family doctor had rewarded her with and ran past Justin into the bedroom without looking anywhere else. While looking at her from the back, Justin, who had an indescribable expression on his face, entered the study and asked, "Are the results out?" The family doctor coughed and replied, "Yes, it is. Please be mentally prepared, Mr. Hunt." Justin clenched his fists tightly. The family doctor said tactfully, "It is obvious that Pete pays more attention to men than women. The test has shown that he thinks he's a little princess." Bam! Justin slammed his fist on the desk. He, who had always faced all the dirty deception and trickery in the commercial world with skill and ease, actually found himself feeling a little helpless. What was he to do about this? The sound startled the family doctor. It was only when he looked back and saw Lawrence beckoning him at the door that he finally walked out of the room. After waiting for another half an hour, Lawrence said, "It's time, Mr. Hunt." He had already asked around. Anti's operation would take 7 hours. The timing would be just nice if they went over now. Justin stood up solemnly. "Let's go." He glanced at his son when he was leaving the room, combing her doll's hair. He hummed a little song as he nimbly braided the doll's hair. Then, he picked a set of clothes and started to change the doll into it. He tried, again and again, to keep his temper under control. At last, he said, "Daddy's going out for a while, Pete. Let's play with the airplanes together when I'm back." Cherry ignored him. Justin then said, "I'll buy you a Barbie when I come back in the evening." Cherry's eyes brightened and she looked at him eagerly. However, she forced herself to look away. She said, Cherry Pete doesn't want a Barbie doll. I want mommy." Sob, she had already changed places with Pete for 2 days. She missed mommy. What the heck was Cherry Pete? Justin, who felt as if his heart had been pierced by a million arrows, left the hotel broken-hearted together with Lawrence and headed to the hospital in town. In order to ensure that he could catch Anti, Justin decided to enter the operating room. While he was changing, next to him, Lawrence said, "This is a psychological issue, Mr. Hunt. How about we ask Miss Smith to come over and talk to Pete?" Justin cast his eyes down. The thought of Nora irritated him even more. When he came in to change, he had noticed that her aunt was still in the middle of her operation, yet she was nowhere in sight. A woman like that. He rejected the suggestion again. No, it isn't necessary. Even if his son wasn't normal, at least he wasn't a heartless and callous person. After leaving him a cold reply, he pushed the door open and entered the operating room. Inside the operating room, all the lights were focused on the operating table. His eyes locked directly onto the woman who was currently performing the operation with full concentration. Upon seeing her, a slightly stunned expression came over his countenance. Chapter 24, Meeting Each Other. Justin had seen a photo of Anti before, but the woman who was performing the surgery seemed much thinner than the one in the photo. He stood quietly behind the crowd. No one was allowed to enter the operating room in the middle of the operation. If it weren't for the fact that this hospital belonged to the Hunts, it would also have been very difficult for him to enter. Therefore, Justin abided by the rules very much and didn't go forward immediately. He intended to wait until Anti had finished the operation before he approached her. The operating room was very quiet. Only a woman's professional but hoarse voice sounded from time to time. What's her heart rate? Her blood pressure? Hashtag 10 blade. Hemostatic forceps. She had likely already been operating on the patient for 6.5 hours. The assistant behind her was constantly wiping the perspiration off her brow, but even now, her hands were still very stable and didn't show any traces of trembling at all. Her eyes, as she stared intently at the operating table, were focused and serious. Although one couldn't see her face, she nevertheless exuded an indescribable charm. Justin initially thought that he had arrived too early, and felt rather irked that he had to wait here for 20 minutes. But as he watched her perform the dry and boring surgery, before he knew it, the time had actually already gone by. This continued until she finally said, "Close the wound." The assistant who had been behind her all this time replied, "Okay." The chief surgeon was the one who performed the operation while the assistant did the simple stitching at the end. Everything had gone smoothly in the operation so far. But at this point, it seemed like someone had accidentally bumped the tray that an assistant was holding, and the scalpel on it suddenly fell onto the ground. The scene instantly became a little chaotic. The lights around the operating table were very bright, which caused the sides to look a little dark in comparison. Anti was hidden right among the assistants moving about. Anti, who was among them, reprimanded, "Why were you so careless? It's fortunate that the final stitches are the only thing left. You guys, go and clean up with me." Okay. The assistants, together with Anti, were all wearing surgical gowns of the same color. They headed straight to the sterile area. Justin quickly followed after them. After entering the sterile area, they took off their goggles, masks, and gloves, and washed their hands with running water. Except for one, the rest were all blonde. Anti wasn't blonde. Thus, Justin walked straight behind the only person who wasn't blonde there, clapped his hand over her shoulder, and said, "Hello, Anti. I've heard a lot about you." However, the woman that turned around was a plain Jane. She looked at Justin in surprise and said, "Dr. Anti has already left. I'm Lily, her assistant." "You are?" Justin frowned. It was then that he realized that he had been fooled. Did Anti really think she could get away today, though? He took a step back, picked up his cell phone, and called Lawrence. He ordered coldly, "Lock down all of the operating room's exits and check all the personnel inside." "Yes, sir." In the operating room. From the corner of her eye, Nora could see Justin going out of the ward. She let out a huge sigh of relief as she stood in front of the operating table. She had already known before she came as Anti to perform the operation that the news would definitely get out and attract the attention of that man with high social status. Therefore, she had already made preparations for it beforehand. It was common knowledge that the chief surgeon didn't do trivial things like sutures. However, Nora demanded perfection when operating on her aunt, so she would definitely do it herself. To everyone else, Anti had already left with the assistants. Who would have thought that she had merely turned around amidst the chaos earlier and was actually still here? She moved quickly. Within a mere 10 minutes, the stitching was completed. Finally, after checking her aunt's various data indicators, she announced, "Operation successful." The duty of postoperative care was given to a professional nurse. She and the 2 remaining assistants then followed the observing doctors to the sterile area. Nora yawned sleepily. The toll that a 7-hour operation took on one was unimaginable. To people who naturally had a weak constitution like her, it was very punishing. She would probably have to sleep for 14 to 15 hours straight when she gets back later. She was just thinking about that when she suddenly noticed Lily, who was in the sterile area, giving her a look. Nora paused. A foreboding feeling suddenly arose in her. The next moment, she saw a row of bodyguards in black standing at the operating room entrance and checking everyone's identities one by one. Lily demanded angrily, "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Hunt? We were invited to perform an operation. Why should we undergo your unreasonable cross-examination?" Justin stood guard at the door with an unwelcoming presence, his tall figure exuding a strong sense of oppression. Next to him, an expressionless Lawrence replied, "My apologies, miss. You're not doctors employed by this hospital after all. Should any accidents happen to the patient, I'm afraid we'll have to take responsibility. Therefore, please leave behind your contact information." Nora cast her eyes downward slightly and sighed inwardly. That tyrant is really hard to get rid of. How about fighting her way out? However, her sore fingers and weak legs were telling her that she currently didn't have enough strength to do that. She didn't notice that Justin had been staring at her. Even though she was wearing a surgical gown, her figure was very similar to Antai's. Everyone in front was cooperating with Lawrence's investigation, but she was the only one standing at the back and looking a little like she had a guilty conscience. Justin strode over to her. His thin lips parted slightly and he said, "That was a really good trick. You almost had me there." Everyone looked over, making Nora the focus of the sterile zone. Justin said solemnly, "Dr. Antai, why don't you take off your mask?" The man was tall, and there was an intimidating and oppressive air around him when he stood in front of one. Nora suddenly let out a low chuckle. Then, she reached up and took off her mask and goggles. The goggles hooked onto her surgical cap, causing her dark hair to also cascade along with the action. Justin's eyes widened at the sight of her familiar and exquisite visage. How could it possibly be her? Nora lowered her eyes like she always did and said in a low and lazy voice, "Since you've caught me, I have nothing to say." Justin's heart skipped a beat. Then, he heard her continue and say, "I am indeed in the wrong for sneaking into the operating room to watch over my aunt. If the hospital wants to hold me accountable, I'll take it." Then, she looked up and said frostily, "However, as a family member of the patient, I should think that the hospital can understand why I did that." Her voice was cool and clear like the clink of glasses, which gave off a sense of steadiness. The first thought that came to Justin's mind was actually, so, she didn't ignore her aunt. Nora observed the man in front of her. The look in his eyes was unfathomable and his eyes were deep and dark. Even the mole at his eye exuded an unpredictable and mysterious air. She didn't know whether he believed her or not. While she was thinking, the man suddenly said, "If Miss Smith agrees to a condition of mine, then on behalf of the hospital, I can promise not to hold you accountable." "What is it?" Justin let out a low cough and said, "Come back to the hotel with me and play with my son for 2 hours. Pete had been angry with him since the night before and had ignored him even all the way until he went out, and kept asking for mommy. Now that he knew that she wasn't such a cold-hearted and unfeeling person, his son would definitely cheer up if he brought her back, right?" Nora was bewildered. Chapter 25, Triggered. If her memory was serving her right, the first time they met, he had warned her to stay away from his son. When they were at the movies the day before, he had also given her another warning. Was the man suddenly out of his mind? Seeing her surprised, a somewhat uncomfortable look came over Justin's face. In order to get close to him, that woman had done everything possible to get Pete's approval. Therefore, she would never miss this opportunity. He was just thinking about it when he saw Nora casting her eyes downward coolly. "You must be mistaken, Mr. Hunt. I'm not a childcare teacher. Neither do I have any fantasies about you." Justin paused. Nora took a step forward. With a momentum that didn't lose out to his in any way, she said, "Also, if the hospital really wants to hold me accountable, please contact my lawyer." After saying that, she covered her mouth, yawned, leisurely walked past Justin, and left the operating room. She was already on the verge of falling asleep. How would she possibly have the time to play with a kid? The most important thing now was to hurry back home and sleep. Even Justin didn't have the right to detain people at will. If he couldn't find Antai, then the only thing he could do was release them. In the car back to the hotel, Lawrence complained, "Can Antai be an eel? Why is she so slippery? How did she get out when I was obviously standing guard outside?" Justin, who was in the back seat, replied, "There are 3 possible explanations. 1. Our intel was wrong and Antai is blonde. 2. Antai has very good moves and managed to escape, but this is unlikely. Yes, we surrounded the area very securely. Unless the hospital has an underground tunnel or she can fly, There's no way she can get out. Then, Lawrence asked, what's the third possibility? Justin kept quiet. Then, he turned and looked outside the car and slowly said, Nora Smith is anti. The corners of Lawrence's lips twitched a little. Compared to that, I'd rather believe the second one. We've already thoroughly investigated Miss Smith. Someone who has never even gone to school can't possibly be anti. Speaking of her, though, it turned out that she was the one that emailed anti. That was why anti had come. No wonder she was always so calm whenever her aunt's surgery was mentioned. As it turned out, it was because she had total confidence. Justin pressed his lips together tightly and frowned. Then, he suddenly said, find someplace where we can buy a Barbie. In the stairwell on the top floor of Hotel Finest, the two children had sneakily met up. An aggrieved Cherry whined, I haven't played any games for 2 days, Pete. Daddy is too strict. He doesn't let me use the cell phone. Pete replied, let's switch back for now. Cherry nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Let's switch again after I've played my games for a day. Yeah. Cherry sighed. Daddy really hates Mommy, Pete. What should we do? Pete frowned. After pondering for a while, he said, if the soft approach doesn't work, then let's try the hard approach. Cherry's eyes lit up. What kind of hard approach? The two little ones put their heads together and discussed for a long time before they finally reluctantly separated. Before leaving, Cherry blinked and said triumphantly, by the way, the doctor made me do an IQ test today. My IQ is really high. The doctor rewarded me with a prize, and even Daddy was speechless with astonishment. Mommy had also let her do something similar before, and even praised her and called her a genius. She had made her brother proud today. Pete, who believed her again, praised her. You're so awesome. He returned to the room. He was just about to enter the study and spend some time doing some revision when he heard the door open. Justin strode in. He took off his coat. Then, he walked over and said, don't be mad anymore, Pete. Take a look at the toy that Daddy bought you. Pete's eyes lit up. The tyrant was always urging him to study every day and rarely let him play. He had actually bought him toys today. Then, he saw Justin walk over with a big pink Barbie and place it on his desk. A question mark slowly appeared in Pete's mind again. Seeing that his son didn't react, Justin thought he was still mad and asked gently, shall Daddy play with you? Pete stared at him with an indescribable expression. Seeing that he was finally reacting, Justin braced himself and suggested, let's style Barbie's hair and change her. He opened the Barbie's box packaging and took out the doll. However, after picking up a lock of hair, his fingers, which were extremely nimble and flexible while playing the piano, froze. With a constipated look, Justin looked at his son and asked, do you know how to tie a braid, Pete? Pete was speechless. After the two stared at each other for a long time, Pete finally slowly uttered, this is so stupid. Justin's face instantly darkened. For some reason, his son's calm and unflappable expression made him unable to control his anger. I'm doing this all for you. Pete lowered his head and flipped open the book, completely ignoring him. Justin was shocked. Then, he stared at the question that his son was looking at. The question was beyond Pete's current syllabus, so he asked, can you understand such a difficult question when you don't even have a strong understanding of your basics? Pete raised his head and glanced at him again. Which part of this simple question was difficult? The tyrant's behavior was simply a mystery today. He said coolly, don't disturb me when I'm studying. Justin felt very speechless when he saw how his son was acting as if he totally understood the question when he clearly couldn't solve it, and he said, fine, do what you want. He would see for himself how long Pete could carry on the pretense for. After dinner, a perplexed Justin sat in the study. His son had obviously been behaving very adorably, so why did he suddenly become reserved and taciturn again? Although he seemed more normal now, for some inexplicable reason, Justin instead missed the way he had wheedled and how animated and quick-witted he had been previously. He picked up his cell phone and called the family doctor straight away. He asked, why is Pete's personality switching back and forth? The doctor thought for a while and replied, maybe something had triggered him previously, causing his personality to change. A trigger. What could have possibly triggered him? Could it be that woman? Downstairs. Nora took a bath and fell into a deep sleep immediately after she came back. With her cell phone in her hand, Cherry sat on the sofa and played games with Chester. Chester was as talkative as ever while they played. He said, "Did you get into an argument with Justin again? That behavior doesn't work on him. Why don't you wheedle instead? Also, Justin didn't manage to find Dr. Anti today, so he's in a bad mood. Aren't you just asking for it by doing that? He was looking for Dr. Anti." Cherry was stunned. She glanced at the bed in the bedroom and asked, "Chesty, why is Daddy looking for Anti?" Chester replied, "Isn't it obvious? It's for you." Before he finished, the doorbell rang. Mrs. Lewis was busy in the kitchen, so Cherry jumped off the sofa and walked over to the door. She didn't think much and opened the door right away. Justin was currently outside the door. He wanted to try asking Nora again to go upstairs to take care of his son. He got ready to speak when the door opened, only to spot Cherry right away. Chapter 26, A Single-Celled Organism. One was big and tall while the other was small and short. The two stared at each other for a full 2 or 3 seconds before the shocked Cherry subconsciously tried to close the door. Pete had told her that they mustn't acknowledge each other before Mommy and Daddy fell in love with each other. Otherwise, it would trigger a terrible battle for custody. However, the man reached out and held the door open. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here, Pete?" Cherry was terribly alarmed. Justin's expression was dark and overcast. He bent over, picked up Cherry, and ordered, "Come upstairs with me. But Daddy will discover what's going on when we go up and run into Pete." Cherry struggled and shouted, "Let me go. Mommy, help." Mrs. Lewis, who heard her cries, rushed out of the kitchen to see Justin entering the elevator with Cherry in his arms. Shocked, she ran over to the bedroom in a panic and woke Nora, who was in a deep sleep. "Nora! Wake up! Something has happened." Mr. Hunt took Cherry. Nora was in a deep sleep, but she instantly woke up when Mrs. Lewis shook her awake. She got up and went straight out after putting on her slippers. She didn't even have the time to change. At this point, Cherry had already been brought upstairs. After they entered the presidential suite, as she watched her angry and handsome father walk toward the study with her in his arms, she thought to herself, "We're finished. We're finished." Because her father was holding her tightly, she couldn't even inform Pete about what was going on. They would definitely be exposed now. Creak. Justin stopped in his tracks as he opened the door to the study. To prevent her father from scolding and disciplining her, the quick-witted Cherry decided to take the initiative to admit her mistake first. She said weakly, "I'm sorry, Daddy." Chair. Before she could say, "Cherry didn't mean to keep it from you," she saw that the study was actually empty. After a short pause, the words at the tip of her tongue turned into, "Why Pitt didn't mean it." Her large eyes were full of confusion. Where was Pete? Where had he gone? His son's soft and tender voice made Justin's anger slowly fade away, and he couldn't bring himself to lecture him anymore. He gently put Cherry down and held her shoulders tightly as he said, "Don't leave the top floor so casually, no matter what happens, Pete." He was trembling. As the heir to the #1 family in the States, a lot of people had their eyes on the Hunts. Justin had been kidnapped before when he was a child and had only managed to return alive after going through hell. The events had almost traumatized him. That was why he had worked so hard all these years to protect and hide his son from the public eye. But how many times had Pete met Nora Smith? Yet he had sneaked downstairs. And, the most frightening thing was that he didn't even notice it. What if she had ill intentions, or what if someone were to kidnap him on the way downstairs? The consequences. He didn't even dare to think about it. Sensing her father's inexplicable fear, Cherry suddenly hugged him and patted him comfortingly on the shoulder. "I won't do it anymore, Daddy." The soft and tiny figure in his arms made Justin stiffen again. This was the first time in all these years that his son had been so affectionate to him. Justin's turbulent emotions gradually calmed down as he took in the faint milk-like scent on her. He sighed deeply and, as a compromise, said, "If you really like Miss Smith that much, we can let her come up here to spend some time with you." Cherry was at a loss for words. Seeing that she had successfully glossed over the issue with her dad, Cherry looked at the half-completed workbook on the desk and wondered, "Where's Pete?" Meanwhile, Chester, whom the other two had neglected, was currently on the sofa in the living room and doubting his life choices. 2 minutes ago, he was playing games with his team leader when he suddenly heard Justin's angry voice and his nephew's calls for help. As his sidekick in the game, Chester absolutely had to stick up for him. Thus, even though he was terribly afraid of the tyrant, he had still rushed over, intending to save Pete from danger. This way, Pete would probably scold him a little less often in the game, right? But in the end, what he saw was that Pete was currently safe and sound while doing his homework. He had suspected that his eyes were deceiving him at that time, and he even deliberately rubbed his eyes. But when he looked over again, he found that his nephew was still sitting right there. He picked up the phone again after that. The game's voice chat was still connected, and he could clearly hear his team leader calling for help. "Stupid daddy, let me go. I'm gonna look for mommy. I don't want to go upstairs." Then, he saw his nephew put down the pen and rush out without a word. About 20 seconds later, the door was pushed open. Justin walked in with Pete and the two of them entered the study again. Chester rubbed his eyes again. The child that Justin was carrying did indeed look exactly like his nephew. And, her conversation with Justin was also still being transmitted to his cell phone through the game's voice chat. But if the person who had been playing games with him all this time was his nephew, then who was it doing homework here just now? Also, his nephew had changed into another outfit in the span of 20 seconds? He stood up, blankly walked out with his cell phone. As soon as he went out, he ran into the family doctor. He grabbed the doctor's hand right away and said in a troubled voice, "Please give me a checkup document. Why am I hallucinating when I'm still so young? Do I have some kind of mental illness? I don't want to die yet." The doctor was rendered speechless. It seemed like he had suddenly become terribly busy. Meanwhile, Pete was in the stairwell and going down the stairs. Through the glass on the door to the stairwell, he saw his father enter the suite with Cherry in his arms, and he became relieved right away. It was fortunate that Uncle Chester had arrived in time. Otherwise, everything would really be exposed. He waited there for a while until Cherry sent him a voice message. After the two little ones exchanged information with each other, a troubled Cherry asked, "Uncle Chester saw both you and me just now. Will he realize something?" Pete replied, "No." "Why?" Pete pursed his lips and replied, "He's a single-celled organism. He can't imagine anything that complicated." None of them knew that he had a younger twin sister. Had he not bumped into Cherry, he wouldn't have understood why Mommy had acted so familiarly with him. Even the tyrant had never once imagined anything like that, let alone his simple-minded uncle. Pete put down his phone and walked downstairs. He had only just taken a step down when he heard hurried footsteps. Right after that, Nora came rushing up. She looked terribly angry, as if she wanted to fight someone to the death. When she saw him, relief came over her and she asked, "Are you on your way back, Cherry?" Pete nodded. "Yeah." Nora hesitated for a moment but didn't say much in the end. She turned around to head back down and said, "Let's go home first." Then, she took Pete's hand and went downstairs. On the way back, she felt as if her daughter had become a lot quieter than before. After returning to the room, Nora scanned Pete up and down. She stared at him and asked, "Are you sure Justin didn't do anything to you, Cherry?" Seeing how Mommy was so nervous, Pete nodded. At this point, Mrs. Lewis came over. She frowned and asked, "Why are you in a different set of pajamas, Cherry?" Chapter 27, Pete the Little Princess. The look in Nora's eyes instantly sharpened when she heard this. A girl going out and returning in different clothes. Now, this was no doubt something serious. Seeing that Mommy had become suspicious, Pete looked at Mrs. Lewis calmly and replied, "No, I'm not. Did you remember wrongly? Mrs. Lewis hesitated when she saw how sure he was. Really? Aha. Pete then changed the subject. He imitated Cherry's way of speaking and said, "Go to bed, Mommy. I'm gonna go play games too." Her daughter was behaving a little weirdly, but Nora was simply too sleepy. Even her mind was in a total daze. She nodded and said, "All right." She would settle the scores with Justin again after she woke up. Abducting her daughter from her place without even so much as a greeting was absolutely intolerable. This time, she slept straight until noon the next day. When Nora woke up, she saw a text message from Lisa saying that her aunt was awake and that she wanted her to visit her together with Cherry if she was free. Nora went to wash up first. But when she came out, she instead saw Mrs. Lewis having a stare-down with her daughter again. Mrs. Lewis, who was holding a beautiful princess dress, was trying to coax Cherry into wearing it. She said, "Why don't you wear this, Cherry? You're visiting your elders, so you have to be appropriately dressed." Pete was expressionless as he stared at the pink puffy dress. He felt that he would probably die of embarrassment if he put on the dress. Nora frowned and asked softly, "Can you tell Mommy why you don't want to wear a princess dress today, baby?" Although Cherry had boys' clothing, deep down, she was actually a little princess. She loved dressing up the most whenever she had to visit her elders. Seeing that Nora had become a little suspicious, Pete could only grit his teeth and take the dress from Mrs. Lewis. Because it was autumn, the dress even came with a pair of white leggings. Pete was lost for words. He entered the bedroom, put on the dress with much difficulty, and came back out after that. When he saw Nora's satisfied expression, he heaved a silent sigh. For the sake of their reunion as a family, he was really doing so much. When she saw how her daughter looked as if she couldn't even walk properly anymore after not having worn a princess dress for so long, Nora decided to just pick her up. Then, she walked out. When she entered the hallway, she subconsciously hit her daughter's face. Nora's mother had passed away just a year after she was born. She left behind only her last words that forbade her from behaving in a way that showed off her abilities. She was to keep a low profile and be plain and mediocre until she gained the ability to protect herself. Otherwise, she would be in danger. She didn't know what kind of danger her mother was referring to, but she had always followed her instructions. This led to her forming a habit of being cautious and staying low-key. The two of them went downstairs and took a cab to the hospital. When they arrived, they went straight to the VIP ward. Irene, who had bandages around her head, was already awake. A checkup in the hospital had shown that she didn't suffer any damage to the brain at all. The operation had practically gone perfectly. The troubled looks on Lisa and Will's faces a few days ago had already disappeared, and they were elated to see her. Lisa even rushed up to them and hugged Pete. "Are you Cherry? You're so cute and pretty." Pete was lost for words. Amidst all the joy and happiness in the ward, a hostile voice suddenly reached them. "Tisk, disappearing during the operation because you were afraid of being held responsible, and then returning like a good person once the operation went smoothly. Nora, you're very scheming, indeed." What accompanied the voice was a red-eyed Angela walking in. She had rather serious dark circles under her eyes filled with a hateful look. The school had issued her a warning after Dr. Anti exposed her the day before, which cost her the title of Most Excellent Graduate in her college's School of Medicine this year. She tried to incite discord between Nora and the blacks and said hatefully, "All she did was just move her fingers a little and send an email to Anti, and all of you are already so grateful to her. If she really cared about Aunt Irene, she wouldn't have left during the operation. As the patient in question, Aunt Irene would definitely be sad, right?" As soon as the thought formed in Angela's mind, she heard Irene say, "Thanks for yesterday, Nora." Nora chuckled and replied, "No problem at all." The two exchanged a look. As if they had some kind of tacit understanding between them, both of them turned a deaf ear to Angela's words, which made her cheeks burn. She looked like a clown for trying to sow discord between them just now. Mad and anxious, she was about to say something when Wendy asked, "Is this your daughter, Nora? She's so cute." Nora frowned. She found her annoying. At this point, Irene also asked, "Why are all of you here?" The Smiths had never once expressed any concern when she was hospitalized, yet they were coming here so frequently these days. They were really getting in the way of her catching up with Nora. A look of disdain flashed across Wendy's eyes. Did Irene really think that she wanted to come to a place like a hospital? It was all because Nora refused to answer their calls, so they had to come to the hospital to look for her. Henry, who was the last to enter, frowned and replied, "We're here to visit you, of course." After speaking, he followed Wendy's gaze and looked at Pete. He put on a fake smile and said, "So, is this Cherry?" Although her father may be a ruffian, she looks pretty cute. Pete retorted, "My father is not a ruffian." Angela scoffed and said, "You're right. Not even your mother knows who your father is. Maybe he's not a ruffian but an even more unbearable beggar. Or perhaps a criminal. In any case, based on your mother's looks back then, no man who's even slightly normal would ever take a fancy to her." Nora blocked Pete from them, rolled up her sleeves, and asked coldly, "Was the beating last time not enough?" She didn't care about their mockery, but she was afraid that Cherry would be sad. Thinking of the slap Nora had given her previously, Angela took a step back and hid behind Henry. "Dad, look at her. She wants to hit me even when you're here. She's too overbearing." Henry threatened angrily, "You just try laying a hand on her, Nora. You're really running riot, aren't you?" Wendy stepped forward to mediate between them. She said, "Don't be violent in front of children. Nora, when I saw Cherry, I couldn't help but wonder, if that little boy from back then is still alive, he'd probably also be very good looking, won't he?" When she said that, Nora suddenly looked at her. All these years, she had repeatedly asked Henry where he had abandoned the child from back then. He had always kept mum about it, so why were they bringing it up today? Sure enough, Henry took out the agreement again the next moment. "Aren't you looking for your son? Sign the ownership transfer agreement and I'll tell you where I abandoned that little bastard." Nora clenched her fists. A grave look appeared in her eyes. Henry added forcefully, "You've been back in the States for a week, haven't you? You've also approached a few private investigators, but I believe they don't have any news, right? I'll tell you this, I'm the only one in this world who knows where your son is. If you really want your son back, then sign the agreement." Nora's son was her weakness. Nora took the pen from Henry without hesitation to sign the agreement. At the sight, the eyes of Pete, who was next to her, widened in horror. "Mommy, don't." Nora turned to him and said, "Stop making a fuss, Cherry. If we can find your brother, I'm willing to give up everything I have, let alone the company." He realized how much Mommy loved him. Pete's eyes reddened and he hurriedly grabbed Nora's hand. Chapter 28, I Know Your Son's Whereabouts. Pete wanted to tell the truth, but if Nora were to know the truth now, she would definitely take him and his sister away and leave their father here alone. Although he was always going against the tyrant, Justin was nonetheless still a qualified father. He still remembered how the tyrant would always bring him to work and all his meetings when he was a baby. Seeing that Mommy was about to sign the agreement, in that split second, Pete suddenly picked up the glass of milk next to him and splashed it all on the papers. Nora had only written a word when the milk soaked through the papers. The ink immediately ran, obviously invalidating the agreement. Henry cursed angrily, "What are you doing, you little bastard?" Pete held the glass with an innocent look and replied, "My hand slipped." Upon hearing his reply, Angela stepped forward angrily and raised her hand immediately. "You little bastard, you did that on purpose. I'm going to kill you." Nora bent over, picked him up, and held him protectively in her arms. With a sinister look, she snapped, "How dare you?" Lisa braced herself and held Angela back. "I'm sure she didn't do it on purpose, Angela." Irene also stretched out her arm anxiously. "What are you being serious with a 5-year-old for, Henry? It's just a contract. Just print another copy." Henry was terribly furious. He was just about to get his hands on the agreement, but a 5-year-old had actually ruined everything. Wendy gnashed her teeth in fury. However, she managed to stay more rational and she ordered, "Go back to the Smiths and reprint the agreement." Nora narrowed her eyes. She looked at her daughter in her arms and said, "I'm sending Cherry back to the hotel first." Even if it was for the sake of finding her son, there was no way she would let her daughter come to any harm. Henry sneered, "Heh, you sure are being rather protective of a little girl who isn't even worth a few dollars. We'll wait for you at the Smiths." Nora walked out with Pete in her arms. Wendy pushed Angela lightly and said, "Take the car and follow your sister to the hotel, Angela. Your dad and I will take a cab back home." Angela stomped her foot and demanded, "Mom, why?" Wendy lowered her voice and replied, "What if she doesn't come over after returning to the hotel? Go and keep tabs on her." Only then did Angela finally realize what she meant and hurriedly chased after Nora. On the way to the hotel, Pete sat in the car's back seat, his eyes cast downward in deep thought. He had only temporarily interrupted Mommy from signing the agreement just now. If he wanted to destroy the baddie's plans, he'd need to think of another solution. He quietly picked up his cell phone and sent a text message to Cherry. "Cherry, are you there? It's urgent." Cherry replied very quickly, "I'm here. What's up?" With his eyes downcast, Pete continued to send her messages. "Use Daddy's cell phone and send an anonymous email to Mommy. Do it fast. The email's content is..." Nora's cat-like eyes were slightly downcast. She looked unperturbed, but in truth, waves had long been churning in her heart, and she felt awfully restless. Would her father really tell her where her son was after she signed the agreement? She was still thinking about it when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up casually, but after glancing at it, she suddenly froze. An anonymous email lay quietly in her mailbox. There were only a few words in the email. "I know your son's whereabouts. Don't sign the agreement." The look in Nora's eyes immediately turned cold. Who had sent her the email? She placed the phone horizontally in her lap. Her two cool, pale, and slender fingers quickly tapped away on it as she tried to track the sender's location. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock and her hands abruptly drew back. That was so close. It was fortunate that she had stopped in time. A little more and her cell phone would have been forcefully shut down and rendered useless. Who exactly had sent her the email? They were actually able to get Y, the internationally renowned hacker, to write firewall software for them. The authenticity of the email's content was worth considering, but more importantly, it had suddenly given her a wake-up call. Nora's long slender fingers tapped against the car seat as she thought about everything that had happened during this week after she returned to the States. Both the Grays and the Smiths seemed to hold great interest in the small company that her mother had left her. There were definitely secrets that she was unaware of hidden in the company. The car quickly arrived at the hotel. "What? You're not signing the agreement anymore?" Angela yelled sharply, "Don't you want to look for your son anymore?" Nora raised an eyebrow and sneered, "I'm not stupid. What if Dad gives me false information after I sign the agreement? How am I supposed to tell whether it's true or not?" Angela stomped her foot in anger. "Nora, how can you go back on your word?" Nora took Pete's hand and, with her eyes downcast, said coldly, "You want me to give you the company? Sure. Tell him to find my son and bring him to me first." After leaving behind those words, she took Pete's hand and walked straight into the hotel. She had only just taken a couple of steps when she suddenly heard someone exclaim, "Wake up! Wake up!" Her keen intuition as a doctor made her look over abruptly. At once, she saw a middle-aged man collapsed at the side. His face had turned pale and he was clearly not breathing anymore. Nora said to Pete, "Go upstairs by yourself first, Cherry. I'll go over and take a look." On the top floor of the hotel, Cherry was combing her newly bought Barbie's hair. Justin was seated on the sofa next to her and staring at his cell phone solemnly. Q, the international hacker, had actually tried to bypass his cell phone's firewall just now. He didn't know what Q's purpose in doing so was. While he was musing over it, Cherry picked a pink tutu dress from the Barbie's row of princess dresses and asked, "How does this one look, Daddy?" Justin, who couldn't bring himself to watch, replied, "It's passable." "What about this one?" There are so many pearls on it and it's shiny. It'll do. Daddy, you're so patronizing. You didn't even look at it. Justin looked up to see his son with his hands on his hips. He looked very adorable and very much like a little princess with his cheeks all puffed up angrily. Although Justin liked his son lively, he was nevertheless still blinded by how he looked. Thus, he simply stood up and went to the study. I'll go and finish some work. He needed some time alone. He tried hard to convince himself to accept it. In the end, he consoled himself by telling himself that as long as his son didn't wear a princess dress, everything was fine. At this point, Lawrence walked in and gave him his report. He said respectfully, "Mr. Hunt, we've reinvestigated Miss Smith." Justin sat upright and said coldly, "Tell me." Nora Smith has been fat since she was a child. Due to poor health, she didn't go to school much. 5 years ago, she couldn't bear the loneliness and became impregnated by an unknown man before marriage. She gave birth to a daughter afterward. It's said that the Greys were very displeased about it, so the Smiths had to send them abroad to get out of the public eye. Lawrence frowned after he finished going through the basic information. There's something very strange, though. There's no information at all about Miss Smith during her 5 years abroad. It's as if someone had erased all the traces. Anti had become famous 3 years ago. It was very hard for someone to pick up medicine in just 2 years. Moreover, her technique was so immaculate, so she must have gone through a great deal of practice. Lawrence continued and said, "But one thing is for certain, Nora Smith has never learned any medicine. Therefore, we can nearly rule out the possibility that she's anti." Justin was a little disappointed. At this point, Lawrence suddenly heard a voice in his earphones. After listening, his expression changed slightly. Something has gone wrong in the hotel lobby. Chapter 29, First Aid. Justin asked solemnly, "What happened?" Lawrence explained, "A guest fainted in the lobby. According to the lobby manager, he's not breathing anymore. They've already dialed 911. A doctor happened to be nearby, so they are currently giving him first aid." Hotel Finest's guests were either rich or enjoyed a high social standing. The hotel would also be held responsible if something were to happen, so Justin immediately instructed, "Go and take a look." "Yes, sir." After Lawrence went out, Justin walked out of the study and found that his son was not in the living room. He asked, "Where's Pete?" The nanny replied, "He went next door." Justin was puzzled. A foreboding feeling arose in him. In the suite next door. Chester pointed to the mountain of clothes piled up on the sofa and announced, "These are for you." Cherry exclaimed, "All of them?" "Yep, I went to a few children's wear stores and got them to give me one of each design in your size." Chester circled around her a few times and asked, "Can you scold me a little less in the game in the future?" Cherry looked at her poor uncle and blinked. "I'll try." Whenever she started playing, she would immediately transform uncontrollably into a little ogre. This really wasn't her fault, though, because it was her uncle who was simply too lousy. Cherry sighed and rummaged casually through the clothes. While doing so, she suddenly took out a pink princess tutu dress. They must have packed it in by mistake. Chester reached over to set the dress aside, but he instead saw his nephew's eyes lighting up. "This is beautiful." Chester was perplexed. Cherry said, "I'm gonna try it on." In order to play the role of her brother, she had been forced to dress like a tomboy every day. This had seriously impaired her looks. Cherry entered the bedroom, changed into the dress, and looked at herself left and right in the mirror. It was at this moment that her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up. "Hi, Pete." Pete said, "Let's switch back right away, Cherry. You used Daddy's phone to send an email just now, so I have to remove the traces, or he'll find out otherwise." "Okie dokie." Cherry slipped out of the bedroom. She was about to leave when she saw Justin exit their suite and about to come over. She panicked and said, "I'm at Uncle Chester's, but Daddy's coming over now." Pete, who was hiding in the stairwell, stuck his head out. If Daddy brought Cherry away with him, they would probably have to wait for another chance to switch back. However, if that happened, the likelihood of Daddy finding out about the email would increase. Pete decided to wager on his uncle's IQ. Pete suddenly darted out of the stairwell and called out, "Daddy." Justin, who was about to knock, was taken aback for a moment. He glanced over at the source of the voice and found that Pete was standing nearby in a princess dress. The sight shocked Justin. With a troubled expression, he took Pete back to their suite. After the two of them went in, Cherry quietly opened the door, ran to the stairwell while holding her dress up, and went downstairs. A stunned Chester was rooted to the ground. His nephew had gone home in a princess dress. After a while, he suddenly thought of something and rushed next door in a panic. "Justin, I was the one that bought the dress, but listen to me. It's not what you're thinking." Bam! Justin slammed the door shut and gritted his teeth as he said, "Stay away from my son." Chester was lost for words. "I'm innocent," he thought. After shutting out the culprit that was to blame for all these, Justin turned back to look at his son and observed him seriously. Pete was wearing a princess dress, and there was a pink headband on his naturally wavy short hair. His exquisite facial features, as well as the smooth and practiced way he had combed Barbie's hair today. Doubts finally formed in Justin's mind and he asked, "Are you really my son?" Pete nodded seriously. Justin suddenly asked, "What did I get you for your birthday when you were 3? Pete was silent for a moment before he answered, "French for kids, first 100 words and introduction to programming." "How much Christmas money did Grandma give you last year?" $2 million. At the sight of Justin's look of self-doubt, Pete couldn't help but feel a little bad. He tugged on his dress and said, "I'll go and change." Justin watched his son enter the bedroom, but even after thinking about it for a while, he simply couldn't help but feel like something wasn't right. He suddenly walked over and pushed the door open. There was no one in the bedroom, but he could hear the sound of running water from the bathroom. His son was probably peeing. Ever since Pete turned 5, he refused to let him bathe him anymore. Justin strode over. The head of the dignified #1 family in the States, at his height of 6'2", stood secretly at the door and glanced into the bathroom. It really was his son. He hadn't been replaced. While he was relieved, he actually found himself a little disappointed. How nice would it be if the one spending time with him before had been a daughter instead? After relieving himself, Pete turned to see Justin staring at him. Their eyes met, and the two of them kept quiet for a long time. At last, Pete frowned and said, "What a pervert." He walked out disdainfully as he said, "Daddy, you should go see a psychiatrist." At the lobby downstairs, Nora looked at the man who had collapsed. He was motionless, and it looked like he wasn't breathing anymore. "I am a medical student. Step aside, I'll perform CPR on him." Angela had also rushed over. She took out a piece of paper to cover the man's mouth and then, she started to perform CPR on him. It was obvious at first glance that the man who had collapsed was either wealthy or enjoyed a high social status. If she saved him, she would definitely be handsomely rewarded. However, even after doing chest compressions for 2 minutes, the man still showed no response. Nora pushed her aside. "Let me take a look." Angela, who was pushed aside, frowned and yelled angrily, "What for?" "Nora, you're not a doctor. Don't waste time that I can use to save him instead." Nora quickly pressed down on the man's chest a few times. He was experiencing tension pneumothorax. This was an acute condition. As there was fluid accumulation in the chest, performing CPR was useless. By the time the ambulance comes, it would probably be too late. He needed immediate chest drainage surgery. When she saw that Nora was ignoring her, Angela shouted even more angrily, "I get it now. Are you trying to curry a favor because he looks important? Come on, take her away. Don't waste time that I can use to save him. I can't continue with the CPR if she's here." The middle-aged woman kneeling next to the man looked at Nora when she heard Angela's words. She said, "You're not a doctor. Then get out of the way." Nora turned a deaf ear to their words. She stood up and rushed over to the front desk. After asking them for the first aid kit, she quickly returned. She took out gloves and rubbing alcohol, pulled a paring knife from her waist, and sterilized the tools. Then, she pulled the man's shirt open, pressed down on the midclavicular line of his second intercostal space, and plunged the knife down without hesitation. Splurt! Blood spurted from the wound, scaring everyone around them into backing away. However, the man on the ground still didn't show any response. Murder! Murder! A bright-eyed Angela shouted, "Call the cops! Arrest her!" She had tried every possible means she could to get rid of that damned fatty, but little did she expect that she would actually self-combust. Just as Angela was all smug and triumphant, her expression suddenly froze. Chapter 30, He's alive! He's alive! The crowd around them went into a furor. The man's wife also shouted, "What are you doing?" But the next moment, the man, who had been motionless, suddenly started breathing again. Everyone shut up. Seeing that the ambulance hadn't arrived yet, Nora took out an infusion tube from the first aid kit and inserted one end into the patient's chest cavity. The other end was inserted into a latex finger glove. She cut an opening slightly smaller than half an inch wide on the hard end of the finger glove. This was to act as a flap to allow air from inside the chest cavity to be easily discharged while preventing the outside air from entering. The breathing of the man on the ground gradually became steady. He's alive! He's alive! The people around them started clapping while the man's wife also heaved a sigh of relief. She fell onto her bottom on the ground as if she had just had a narrow escape from death as she repeated, "Thank you, thank you." There still wasn't much of an expression on Nora's face. The patient was fine now. It would be fine once the ambulance arrived and took him to the hospital. She stood up to leave, but at this point, Angela yelled sharply, "Thank you." Simple CPR could have saved him, but she insisted on operating on him instead. Everyone was taken aback. What? Angela took out her student ID and said, "I'm a senior at the School of Medicine in my college, and I'm about to go for my internship soon. This gentleman here obviously just lost consciousness temporarily and went into shock. CPR would have been enough to resuscitate him. Nora, how could you perform surgery on him under those chaotic circumstances?" She reproached. "All operations have to be performed under sterile conditions. Do you know how many germs and bacteria there are here? What if his wound becomes infected?" The man's wife didn't believe her one-sided opinion. But it didn't work even when you performed CPR for so long. "It was this young lady here that helped my husband to breathe again." Angela sneered, "CPR needs time for effects to show. How can he possibly get better in 2 minutes? If she hadn't stopped me, your husband would have been totally fine now. He wouldn't have had to lose so much blood." The man's wife frowned. She didn't know much about medicine, so she became a little unsure. However, she didn't say anything. Angela then spoke again. She said, "What's more is that she isn't even a doctor. She was probably bold enough to mess around because she's watched a few episodes of some medical TV drama." The wife looked at her husband who was still lying on the ground, his breathing steady. Then, she looked at Nora uncertainly and asked, "Are you really not a doctor?" Nora found the whole thing awfully stupid. She said coldly, "Does it matter whether I'm a doctor? The point is that he's still alive." Angela replied aggressively, "Of course it matters. He didn't need to be operated on. It's all because you pretended to know more than you actually do and messed around." Nora yawned. "Everything will be clear once the ambulance gets here." Unless she exposed her identity as these people would never believe her, no matter what she said. Angela scoffed and said, "You'd better not leave, then. Why don't you stay here and prove your innocence?" "Ma'am, I'd advise you to call the police now. This is assault." While she was being noisy, the ambulance arrived fashionably late. The paramedics hurriedly carried the stretcher down. A doctor that had followed them here quickly rushed in front of the patient. After performing a full-body examination, he asked grimly, "Who performed first aid on him?" Angela's face lit up. She pointed at Nora as she answered, "She's the one that did it. She's just an idiot who has never even gone to school." How dare she operate on someone else? The doctor's expression instantly became hesitant when she said that. He asked, she's never even gone to school before. How did you learn your medical skills, then? Before Nora could reply, Angela spoke again. She scoffed, she probably just blindly copied whatever they did on TV. Doctor, it's illegal to treat someone's illness without proper knowledge, right? As soon as she said that, she saw an astonished look form on the doctor's face. He exclaimed, you can actually perform such a flawless chest drainage operation when you haven't studied medicine professionally before? And, you're so young, too. You must be a genius. Angela's triumphant expression suddenly froze. What? A genius? Was someone like Nora even worthy of the title genius? The corners of Nora's lips twitched a little. Any doctor would know first aid common sense like this. How did that make her a genius? Next to them, the man's wife immediately understood after hearing their conversation. She said, Doctor, about my husband's condition. The doctor said, we would have treated him in the same way even if he was sent to the hospital. It's just that the equipment would be more professional. There aren't any chest drainage bottles here, so she could only make do like she did. Also, it was fortunate that the operation was done in time. Otherwise, due to his inability to breathe, once suffocation had sustained for a long time, his internal organs would have suffered damage. After the doctor finished the explanation, he got the others to carry the patient into the ambulance. It was only after the man's wife got into the ambulance that she suddenly realized that she hadn't thanked her husband's savior yet. However, when she turned, she could no longer find any traces of Nora among the crowd. By the time Lawrence came down, the ambulance had already left. After hearing about what had happened from the service staff, Lawrence asked, do you know who the patient is? The service staff replied, it's Mr. Anderson from the second highest floor. Mr. Anderson? Lawrence suddenly realized something. His eyes widened and he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and called Justin. He said, Mr. Hunt, this is terrible. The person who was feeling unwell just now is Mr. Simon Anderson. The Andersons from New York and the Hunts had been on close terms for generations. Now that Simon was hospitalized, it was common courtesy for Justin to visit him. Justin immediately said, I'm coming down. He went to the study to check on Pete, who was reading. He seemed to have reverted to his taciturn temperament in the past. After notifying Pete that he was going out, Justin left. Before stepping out of the suite, he wordlessly picked up the dress that his son had set aside and tossed it into the trash as he went out. In the hospital. When Justin arrived, Simon was still undergoing an operation. His wife, Melissa Anderson, was seated on the bench outside the operating room, her well-maintained face full of worry. Justin walked over and greeted her. Aunt Melissa. Melissa's eyes reddened when she saw him. She said, he rushed over here because he heard that someone in California had news about his eldest sister. But when he heard that his sister may have already died 23 years ago and only left a daughter behind, he suddenly got sick and almost died. More than 20 years ago, the Andersons' eldest daughter had run away from home. She disappeared without a trace ever since. Over the years, the Andersons had been searching for her everywhere. Justin consoled her and said, Uncle Simon will be fine. I've already talked to the doctors just now. They said that he received timely treatment, so he's not in danger anymore. At the mention of that, Melissa immediately said, Justin, it was a young lady that saved Simon today. We're deeply indebted to her. Can you find out who she is? When Simon's condition stabilizes, I'd like to pay her a visit and thank her. Justin nodded. After Simon was pushed out of the operating room and his condition stabilized, Justin returned to the hotel with Lawrence. When they were getting out of the car, Lawrence said, Mr. Hunt, let's go to the control room and check the cameras to see who that kind soul is. Chapter 31, Anti. Justin thought of the genius that the doctor had sung praises of when they were in the hospital just now, and he nodded with great interest. Okay. Unfortunately, as soon as the two of them entered the lobby, one of his assistants walked over. In a hushed voice, he said, Mr. Hunt, you have guests from your family home. They've gone up to the top floor. Justin's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He strode over to the elevator and, with a dark expression, asked, "When did they arrive?" "They went up 5 minutes ago." The hotel belongs to the Hunts after all, so the front desk and lobby manager weren't able to stop them. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Justin cursed angrily and entered the elevator. Lawrence let out a silent sigh. He wouldn't be of any help with the situation upstairs anyway, so he went to the control room by himself. In the presidential suite on the top floor, Pete, whose eyes were red, clenched his fists and looked at the people in front of him. More than a dozen bodyguards in black from both parties were glaring at one another as they faced off. Chester, who had an awful look on his face, stood in between them and Pete. He said, "What are you doing, Howard? Justin won't let you off when he comes back." Howard Hunt, the man in front of him and also his second cousin, had sinister eyes and a hooked nose. He smiled sinisterly and said, "This has nothing to do with you, Chester. Get out of the way. I'm here on Grandpa's order to bring that disrespectful little bastard back to the family home." Chester wasn't agreeable to it. "Whatever it is that you want to do it only when Justin gets back here. You can't take him away now." Howard's expression turned cold and he said, "Don't think too highly of yourself, Chester. What makes you think you have a say when you don't even give two hoots about the family? Get lost." Chester was so furious that his face was all flushed. The only reason why he could play games all day long was that Justin had taken all the pressure off him. Besides, his nephew was even his team leader. How could he possibly ignore what was happening? He said furiously, "I won't let you." Howard cracked his knuckles at once. It was obvious at first glance that he was very skilled at fighting. "Don't blame me if I don't hold back, then." As soon as he said that, an icy cold voice reached them. "Who are you planning on not holding back on?" His voice, which was as low and deep as cello timbre, was emotionless. It made Howard stiffen, and he immediately withdrew his fists and gave the man walking over an ingratiating smile. "You're back, Justin." Justin's big and tall form stood in front of Chester and Pete and blocked them from Howard. His bottomless gaze landed on Howard, and the mole at the corner of his eye exuded murderous intent as he demanded, "Who said you could come here?" Fear flashed in Howard's eyes. He touched his nose and replied with a smile, "I'm not that fearless to come here and mess with you either, Justin, but these are Grandpa's orders. He said that since you've returned with that disrespectful boy, then you should return to the family home. This way, you can also discuss how Pete should be punished." A grim Justin took a step forward. "Why does he have to be punished?" Howard was so frightened that he took a step back. "Why are you feigning ignorance, Justin? There's something mentally wrong with that boy. How nice was Grandaunt to him?" But just because he argued with her a little, he pushed her off the stairs and caused her to suffer a brain hemorrhage. Even now, she's still lying in the hospital with her life in danger. Someone has to answer for this. A large family held great power. The reason why the Hunts could keep their position at the pinnacle in the States was that they had talents in every industry. Justin's permanent residence was in New York, but the family home had always been in California. During the holidays, the Hunts would return and gather. Disciplinary action toward members of the family was also carried out in the family home. Justin had always respected his granduncle who watched over the family home. Howard was his granduncle's grandson. He was the one who would have to take over the responsibility of watching over the family home in the future. Justin narrowed his frosty eyes. "I told you, it wasn't Pete." Howard shrugged. "Do you have any proof?" "Because we have witnesses. Moreover, Pete was indeed upstairs when it happened. There were signs that the two were having a dispute." Justin clenched his jaw. "I'm already looking for Dr. Anti to have her take a look at Grandma." Howard curled his lip. "It's not easy to find Anti." Justin let out a cold snort. "I will drag her back here even if that's what I have to do. Justin, because you're staying here with Pete, my side of the family has been inciting everyone and causing a lot of dissatisfaction among them." Howard cast a disdainful glance at Pete and went on. "Besides, who knows where that boy even came from? Neither do we know who his mother is. On top of that, he's even mentally ill. Even we aren't convinced about having him become your heir, let alone everyone else from my side of the family. Grandpa asked me to talk to you. You're still young and healthy, Justin. Won't it be nice to have another child? As for Pete, just give up on him. Shut up. Justin's eyes flashed with murderous intent and he warned, Pete is my son, and he's the only son I'll ever have. Howard was intimidated by his presence. As the ones watching over the family home, his immediate family held very high status among the Hunts. Even all the previous heads of the family had to treat them with courtesy. However, his grandfather had mentioned before that Justin was different from the previous heads of the family. He had other identities, so they mustn't mess with him. Howard also respected, and even slightly feared, Justin. But the more that was so, the more he felt that Pete, as his son, wasn't outstanding enough. Howard fell silent for a moment. Then, he took a step back and lowered his head as he said, my side of the family is making a lot of noise. By next weekend at the latest, Grandpa will have to hold a family meeting. If you cannot prove his innocence by then, the Hunts will expel Peter Hunt from the family. After saying that, he turned and left. A panicked Chester asked, what do we do, Justin? Justin, who had a dark and grim look on his face, didn't answer. The most ideal solution was to find Anti and have her prove his son's innocence. But if they couldn't find her? He lowered his gaze dispassionately, his eyes cold. Had it not been for his father who had insisted that he take care of the family, he wouldn't have bothered himself with a trifling presence like the Hunts. But now, they actually had the guts to expel his son from the family? In that case, it was time that someone else took over the place of the #1 family in the States. A sharp look flashed across Justin's eyes. He turned behind and looked at Pete, his voice gentle and mellow as he said, there's nothing to be afraid of, Pete. Pete lowered his head and entered the study. He wasn't afraid. But great-grandma had really treated him very well. That was also the reason why he hadn't said anything about the tutors she had sent, despite them being problematic. He had kept quiet because he didn't want to tarnish great-grandma's name. After all, her life was still in danger, so she had no way of speaking up for him. He didn't want great-grandma to die either. Chester returned to the suite next door while looking at the back view of his dejected little nephew. He let out a sigh and logged on to the game. He had initially thought that his team leader was feeling down, but what he saw was that Sweet Cherry was currently active in the game. He was taken aback for a moment. Then, he connected to the other party's voice chat and said, here I was, thinking you were feeling down and out. I didn't expect that you're still in the mood to play games. Downstairs, Cherry, who was seated on the sofa, blinked when she heard him. She asked, why would I be sad? What had happened to Pete? Chester replied, that's true. Don't worry, your father will definitely find Anti and prove your innocence. Cherry was confused. Chapter 32, Exposing Her Own Identity. Pete had called Uncle Chester a single-celled organism before, so Cherry happily probed him for information with peace of mind. After she learned what had happened, Cherry was dumbfounded. Why was Pete so unfortunate? First, he was bullied by his tutors, and now, he was even being maligned. Meanwhile, her life. Even though Mommy was always sleeping, it seemed like she had never had to suffer anyone's unkindness since she was born. Could someone tell her why she suddenly felt like transforming into a pitiful little girl bullied by everyone? Cough, she had digressed. Still, it was no wonder that Mommy said big families were trouble and forbade her from telling anyone that she was Dr. Anti. Cherry hung up in a hurry and sent her brother a text message, I'm gonna tell you a big secret, Pete. In the study, Pete, whose head was down, replied after seeing the message on the phone, what is it? Cherry replied, Uncle Chester said that Daddy has been looking for Anti. In that case, do you know who Anti is? Pete immediately understood something when he saw her message. As expected, 1 second later, Cherry sent another message, Anti is Mommy. Pete's eyes widened as he stared at the message. He suddenly remembered how Mommy had told him to head upstairs first when they were on the way back this afternoon. After that, she had gone to treat the patient who had collapsed. He was about to send another message to Cherry when she sent him a voice message. It sounded like she was hiding in the bathroom and whispering. She said, "Mommy has been saying that Daddy is trouble and she doesn't want to treat great-grandma's illness because she's afraid that she'll be dragged into your familial disputes. What should we do?" Downstairs, tiny Cherry sat on the toilet bowl and rested her chin on her palm, feeling awfully troubled. What could she do to get Mommy to treat great-grandma's illness? At this moment, her cell phone vibrated. Pete's reply was very assuring, "That's easy." In the study, Nora, who was dressed in a nightgown, leaned back lazily on the chair in an awfully comfortable manner, forming a very sloppy sight. Her pale fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard as she destroyed the surveillance camera's footage of the events when she was performing emergency first aid in the hotel lobby this afternoon. She had to stay low-key. She mustn't let anyone, especially that man upstairs, find out that she was medically trained. He had probably already become suspicious when they were in the operating room the last time. Nora stretched. She was about to think about the anonymous email she had received this afternoon when a new email arrived in her inbox with a ding. Nora narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, it turned out to be another anonymous email. "Do something for me and I'll send your son to your doorstep. Operate on the elderly Mrs. Hunt and cure her." Nora was puzzled. She stared at the email for a very long time as if she wanted to reach through the internet and catch the mastermind behind the scenes. The email was sent anonymously, so she couldn't catch a glimpse of the sender at all. She couldn't even talk to them even if she wanted to. She could only choose whether she wanted to believe it or not. If Justin Hunt was the one that sent the email, then this transaction would make sense. Besides, the reason why she hadn't wanted to do the operation initially was that she didn't want any trouble. However, if she could really get her son back, then a little trouble wasn't an issue. She would just have to sleep a little less, that was all. After thinking through it, she stood up. If she wanted to treat the elderly Mrs. Hunt's illness, then she would have to go through Justin for sure. But how was she going to let him know that her medical skills were very impressive without revealing her identity as Anti? She suddenly looked at the computer. Was it too late for her to try restoring the camera footage? In the study upstairs, Lawrence, whose head was down, said falteringly, "The surveillance cameras are broken, and there are signs of intrusion. Mr. Hunt, do you have a spare moment?" He had gotten a few hackers to fix the cameras, but they hadn't been successful. Thus, he wanted to ask Justin to personally attend to the matter. A sullen Justin said, "Do you need me for something even as trivial as that?" Lawrence lowered his head even further, feeling like he was terribly useless. There were so many hackers in the Hunt Corporation, but even they couldn't handle it. He gave a sheepish smile and said, I'm busy." Justin gave him a cold reply. Then, he stood up and left the study. He went over to the bedroom beside the study and stood in front of the door. He called out, "I'm coming in, Pete." After being scolded by the people from the family home, Pete would undoubtedly be in a bad mood. He had given his son some time to cool down, but he couldn't possibly leave him alone in his room all the time. Therefore, he intended to have a good heart-to-heart talk with his son. Before he opened the door and entered, he looked back at Lawrence and ordered, "No visitors, no matter who it is." Lawrence went out dejectedly. It was understandable that Justin would want to spend some time with Pete after those people from the family home showed up. However, the Andersons also wanted information about the person that had saved Simon's life. What was he supposed to do? While hesitating, he heard a dispute at the door. When he went out, he saw Nora standing at the entrance of the stairwell arguing with the bodyguards. "You can't enter without a prior appointment, Miss Smith." Nora looked up, her cat-like eyes somewhat intimidating. She said, "In that case, please pass a message for me. Tell them that Anti was looking for him." She had thought it through. If it meant that she could really find her son, then exposing her own identity was the fastest way to arrange for the surgery, lest it led to unnecessary trouble. But before she could say what she wanted to say, a seemingly half-amused Lawrence walked over and interrupted her. He said, "Have you thought it through and decided to come over and play with the little mister for 2 hours, Miss Smith?" Nora was puzzled. Lawrence went on and added, "Unfortunately, Mr. Hunt is currently busy and instructed a moment ago that he wasn't having visitors. Unless Anti appeared out of thin air, there was probably no one that could solve Mr. Hunt's pressing issues." Nora fell silent for a moment. Then, she said, "I'll come back tomorrow, then. By the way, tell him that I can treat his grandmother's illness." After saying that, she walked back to the stairwell and went down. Lawrence looked at her from the back and sighed. He said to the bodyguard beside him, "Girls nowadays are so proactive. Look at her, in order to get close to Mr. Hunt, she can even bring herself to say something like that." The bodyguard asked, "What if she really can treat her illness?" "I've already looked her up. She's never been in any contact with medicine since she was a child. How is she going to treat her illness?" Nora had originally thought that Justin would come down to look for her after receiving her message. But even until the next day, she didn't hear from him at all. From the looks of it, his grandmother likely wasn't in urgent condition. As such, Nora went to the hospital in the afternoon to do a follow-up check on her aunt. She went straight to the VIP floor. In the hallway, Lawrence was apologizing to someone. He said, "I'm really sorry, Mrs. Anderson. Someone destroyed the surveillance camera footage, so we didn't manage to find anyone. I'll find her for you as soon as I can." A frowning Melissa was about to speak when she suddenly spied a familiar figure coming out of the elevator. She rubbed her eyes and looked over again. That figure with a lazy yet firm gait, and that face so gorgeous that it almost seemed like she was showing off, it was hard for anyone to forget her once they laid eyes on her. Who else could it be other than the woman that had saved her husband's life? She hurriedly pushed Lawrence aside, took a few steps forward, and grabbed Nora's hand. "Are you working in this hospital, miss?" Lawrence was flabbergasted. Chapter 33, He Knows Now. Nora didn't expect to meet the man's family here. At the sight of the gratitude on the woman's kindly countenance, she replied unhurriedly, "I'm here to visit relatives." Lawrence stepped forward hesitantly and asked uncertainly, "Mrs. Anderson?" A smiling Melissa did the introductions. "It's all right now, Mr. Zimmer. This is the kind young lady that saved my husband's life during the emergency yesterday." Lawrence looked at Nora in surprise and asked, "You're medically trained?" Nora raised an eyebrow. It seemed like Lawrence hadn't taken what she said the day before seriously. During their conversation, Justin, who heard their voices from inside the ward, came out. Upon seeing Nora, he paused for a moment. Then, he asked, "Are you the one who saved Uncle Simon?" The look in his eyes as he watched Nora suddenly became deep and unfathomable, which made one feel as though someone had seen right through them. Nora didn't know what he was thinking, but since she had bumped into him, she might as well just ask him about the matter. She asked, "Have you given my proposal from yesterday any thought, Mr. Hunt?" Justin frowned. "What proposal?" Nora could tell that he didn't understand what she was saying. She deliberately looked at Lawrence and said a little sarcastically, "Did you not convey my message to Mr. Hunt, Mr. Zimmer?" As soon as she said that, Justin's displeased gaze fell on Lawrence. Lawrence wiped the beads of perspiration off his brow and swallowed hard. He looked at Justin and explained, "Yesterday, Miss Smith said that she can treat the elderly Mrs. Hunt's illness." But after he said that, he couldn't help but add, "Even if you really are medically trained, Miss Smith, you likely picked it up during the 5 years you spent abroad, so your medical experience is rather short. I've asked about Mr. Anderson's condition. His operation is considered one that's within a reasonable scope of difficulty. But do you know what Mrs. Hunt's condition is?" Nora raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, "How would you know whether I can do it or not if we don't give it a go?" At once, Lawrence said, "Dr. Anti is currently the only person who's capable of performing her surgery. An inexperienced doctor like you who's new to medical training." "Shut up." Justin's rebuke made Lawrence flinch. After that, Justin stepped forward and stared at Nora and asked, "When will you be free, Miss Smith?" "It's not advisable to transfer the patient, so we'll have to head to New York." So, she'd even have to go over to New York. As expected, it really was very troublesome. Then again, he had agreed even though she hadn't revealed her identity yet. That man certainly was a little narcissistic, but he was also pretty considerate, wasn't he? For the very first time, Nora didn't find him as much of an eyesore. She thought for a moment and replied, "Let's do it 2 days later." She needed to observe her aunt's condition for another 2 days. Justin nodded. In a deep and mellow voice, he said, "I'll take care of the itinerary. Do you have any requests?" It was a 5-hour flight from California to New York. Nora thought for a moment and lazily made her request, "I have to sleep during the flight, so just make sure it's quiet." After she spoke, she turned around to leave. However, Justin suddenly stopped her. "Miss Smith. Why did you change your mind and agree to help?" Nora paused. Like what she had thought, he really had guessed her identity. Thinking about it carefully again, even if she didn't reveal her identity, it probably would have been really hard to keep it a secret from him anyway. She cast her eyes down and suddenly said, "I have a condition." "What is it?" "If I cure Mrs. Hunt, please help me look for someone." "Who are you looking for?" "I'll tell you after I cure Mrs. Hunt." The anonymous email was something that she had no choice but to believe. However, she mustn't place her full trust in it either. It would be most ideal if her son showed up in front of her after she cured Mrs. Hunt, but if he didn't, well, Justin was capable of finding even her. In which case, it shouldn't be hard for him to use his connections to find her son, right? After Nora entered Irene's ward, Justin withdrew his scrutinizing gaze from the woman and looked at Lawrence. The realization had slowly dawned upon Lawrence when he was listening to the conversation between the two. His head was currently down as he said, "I was wrong, Mr. Hunt." Justin asked coldly, "Where did you go wrong?" Lawrence looked at him and answered, "I was too stupid and didn't realize Miss Smith's true identity." Justin scoffed. "It doesn't matter if you're stupid, but how dare you intercept her message to me?" Lawrence was flabbergasted. He still remembered when he had first joined the company. Because he didn't dare to make decisions on behalf of the company president, when a woman had asked him to convey her message to Justin, he had done so accordingly. At that time, Justin had called him an answering machine and asked him why he didn't filter the messages before dumping everything on him as if he was emptying the trash. Therefore, during the last few years, Lawrence had acted on his own and blocked a lot of unwanted propositions from women for Justin. But why were things different when it came to Miss Smith? Sob. Justin stared at him and said frostily, "You must have too much spare time on your hands. There happens to be a business dealing that requires attention in Burundi. Go and handle it." Lawrence was shocked. What kind of place was Burundi? It was the poorest country in the world. However, he knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't even dare to beg for mercy. Justin turned around. When he saw Melissa staring after Nora in a daze, he asked, "Aunt Melissa? What's the matter?" Melissa came back to her senses. She replied, "What? Oh, it's nothing. I just found Miss Smith a bit familiar to the eye. I'm probably overthinking it, though." She shook her head and followed him back into the ward. The man lying on the hospital bed had bandages around his chest, but he was already out of danger. At the sight of them coming in, Simon smiled gracefully and said, "Justin, I know you're really busy, so you don't have to come and visit anymore. I'm fine now." Justin said politely, "Feel free to come to me if there's anything you need, Uncle Simon." Simon heaved a sigh. "I came here to look for my eldest sister. It's been more than 20 years, but I finally found a lead on her whereabouts." A sorrowful look came over his face as he went on. "I found out that she married a man named Smith. In their second year of marriage, she died of an illness after giving birth to a daughter." He choked back a sob as he spoke of his sister. Back then, his sister had protected him in every way possible. It was also because of her that the Andersons hadn't fallen into decline back then. How could she leave them so early more than 20 years ago? Melissa walked over and held his hand. "Take care of your health, Simon. Your sister might be gone, but at least she still has a daughter." At once, Simon looked up and nodded with his eyes red. "Yes, that's right. The Smiths are just a middle-class family, but back then, Sis was such an outstanding woman. Let's bring her daughter back home and nurture her well, lest the Smiths hold her back." Unable to wait any further, he tried to get up. "Let's go to the Smiths now." Melissa held his arm and pressed him back down. She said, "You're just so impatient. Why are you immediately acting out? Her daughter is right there, it's not like she's going to run off somewhere." "Forget it, I'll pay them a visit for you." "Will that do?" Simon coughed a couple of times. Then, he took out his wallet, plucked out a photo, and handed it to Melissa. "Here's a picture of Sis. When you go over, have a look at her daughter for me and see if she resembles her or not." Melissa took the photo from him and looked at it. Suddenly, she was stunned. She was just thinking why Miss Smith had looked so familiar to her just now. As it turned out, she bore a 90% resemblance to the woman in the photo. Her last name was also Smith. Could it be that? Chapter 34, Poor Relatives. When the thought formed, Melissa, whose eyes were shining brightly, looked at Justin. "I may have to trouble you with something, Justin. Can you help me look up some information about Miss Smith whom we met just now?" An unaware Simon asked, "What's going on?" A smile formed on Melissa's face. "If I'm not wrong, your niece is probably the one that saved your life." When Justin heard this, he said to Lawrence, who was standing behind him, "Bring a copy of Miss Smith's information to Uncle Simon and Aunt Melissa." After Lawrence brought the investigation report over, both parties cross-referenced the data. An overjoyed Melissa exclaimed, "It really is her." Simon's eyes were all red. "Nora! What a nice name. Call her over and let me have a look at her." If it wasn't because he had just had an operation and couldn't get out of bed, he would have raced over right away. Unfortunately, when Lawrence went to the VIP ward next door to look for Nora, she had already left after giving Irene a checkup and ensuring that she was fine. However, he managed to get Henry's number. Justin's help wasn't needed anymore after that, so he returned to the hotel to spend some time with his son. On the top floor of Hotel Finest, Pete was in the study and talking to Cherry on the phone. Cherry was as sweet as honey when she spoke. "You're so smart, Pete. If Mommy does that, she'll be able to clear your name." Praised by his sister, Pete, who had never openly shown his emotions, blushed. "You're great, too." Cherry grinned. In a sweet and cute voice, she then said, "You went off while wearing little pink yesterday, Pete. Remember to return it to me next time, okay?" Pete, who was holding some books, paused. "Little pink? Aha! You know, the pink princess dress." His sister even gave her clothes names. What an adorable little princess she was. As soon as the thought formed, he heard Cherry saying adorably, "Wait a second, Pete. I gotta tell my teammate something, okay?" Pete nodded. "Okay." Then, he heard Cherry go on a sudden rampage. "Do you really know how to play as a support? Have you used your ultimate skill correctly even once? And, the open world fights. Do you have a feud with the wild monsters or something? Why are you staring only at that patch of grass there? Do you even know what support is? Also, you're such a useless piece of sh*t. Pete was dumbfounded. That really came out of nowhere. After dissing her teammate for a whole 2 minutes, Cherry finally turned off the game voice chat and said, "Don't forget little pink, okay? It's my favorite dress." After hanging up, Pete immediately placed his books down, got up, and went to the bedroom to search for the dress. He remembered taking it off the day before and tossing it on the sofa. Why was it gone? While he was looking for it, the door opened and Justin strode in. The tall figure stopped in front of him. "What are you looking for, Pete?" Pete replied casually, "The princess dress." Justin stiffened in the midst of taking off his jacket. With mixed emotions, he replied, "Oh. Don't bother anymore. I might have tossed it." Tossed it? Pete thought of his sister's verbal might and panicked. "Why did you throw it away without asking me?" Justin frowned. A resolute look flashed across his deep-set eyes and he said solemnly, "You're a boy. Don't ever wear dresses again." This was his absolute limit. Pete's face tensed up and he said angrily, "You're such a despot and a dictator. No wonder Mommy hates you." Justin handed his jacket to the nanny, walked over to his son, and squatted gracefully. He always looked at Pete at his eye level whenever he talked to him. This way, the child would feel like they were being respected. Seeing how his son was glaring at him with his big round eyes, he suddenly asked, "Did Miss Smith say she hates me?" Pete replied, "Yes." Justin let out a low chuckle. Even the mole at the corner of his eye exuded a bit of charisma as he said, "Women sure are creatures that say one thing but mean another." If she really disliked him, why would she approach his son again and again? Pete was perplexed. He took a silent step back. "Have you seen a psychiatrist, Daddy?" Justin got up and said, "I have a dinner appointment with a family friend tonight. Let's go together." Pete didn't answer, but Chester, who was sprawled on the sofa and playing games as if no one had noticed his presence, said, "Okay." Meanwhile, Nora just received a call from her father. Her eyes widened. "My uncle? Really?" Henry sneered, "They even know your mother's name and what she looks like. How can it be fake? They've arranged to come over at 3 p.m. today. Come back and receive them." Nora frowned after hanging up. To be honest, her mother was quite a distant concept to her. Ever since she could remember, the only impression she had of her mother was her last words to her. It was a voice recording. The person had a gentle voice, and had told her to stay low profile. However, her family had never had any contact with her mother's family. Even her aunt abroad was just her mother's godsister. The sudden mention of her uncle today made her very curious. What kind of person was that mysterious mother of hers, exactly? She took a cab back to the Smiths. As soon as she entered, she heard Wendy ask, "Did Nora's mother ever mention her family, Henry?" Henry replied disdainfully, "I asked her about them before. She said that her family lives in the mountains and is very poor. She escaped from there, so she never made any contact with them after that." When Wendy heard that, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "What? Will Nora's uncle pester us after he comes, then?" Henry was also troubled over the same thing. Just now, they specially mentioned that her uncle was sick and hospitalized, so her aunt will be coming by herself. She won't ask to borrow money for medical expenses as soon as she enters, will she? Wendy curled her lip. "Do we lend it to her if she does?" Henry immediately sneered, "That's Nora's uncle. What does he have to do with the Smiths? If there's anyone who should be lending them money, it's her." Outside the door, Nora, who was listening to their conversation, cast her eyes down. Her clenched fists suddenly loosened and she let out a scoff of laughter. Only then did she finally step forward and enter the house. Angela was leaning on Henry's shoulder and acting like a baby. The family of 3 looked happy and blissful. At the sight of Nora, Angela curled her lip and said smugly, "TSK, no wonder you've never mentioned anything about your mother's family. So, it's because they're such an embarrassment. But Nora, you shouldn't forget your roots. They are your mother's family, surely you should still acknowledge those penniless relatives of yours." With her eyes down and as if she didn't hear her at all, Nora walked over to the one-seater sofa and casually took a seat. She ignored them completely. Despite that, Angela spoke with a sense of superiority and said, "My uncle just bought me a handbag some time back. I wonder if your uncle will buy anything for you, Nora." "Oh dear, I forgot. He's currently sick and hospitalized, so he probably can't even afford his own medical expenses. Mom, Dad, let's show them some pity later and give them a few $100s. After saying that, she frowned again and called out, "Mrs. Lane, get the disinfectant and air purifiers ready. I heard that people from the countryside smell." At this moment, Mrs. Lane called out, "They're here." Chapter 35, The Andersons from New York. Nora stood up and got ready to head out to receive the guest. However, after she took a couple of steps, she saw that Henry and the others were still seated with their noses in the air and putting on an arrogant display. It was obvious that they didn't care about the guest. She ignored them and went straight out. At once, she saw an elegant and presentable middle-aged woman standing at the door. The woman was well-maintained and wore a classy long-sleeved dress. It seemed as if a beauty had walked straight out of a painting, and there was a kind of serene and composed charm around her that was found only in a scholarly family. Mrs. Lane, who was holding disinfectant spray, originally thought that she would see a meek and dirty country bumpkin entering. Little did she think that the guest would actually look like that instead. For a moment, she didn't even dare to spray the disinfectant she was holding anymore. Melissa Anderson smiled gently and said, "We meet again, Nora." Nora didn't expect to meet her here. Rather surprised, she said, "You." Melissa came forward a couple of steps quickly and grabbed her hand. "This is fate, child. It was your own uncle who you saved." Inside the house, Angela, who was dying to mock them, couldn't wait anymore. When she saw the two of them speaking at the door, she walked straight toward the door while saying, "Have you disinfected the place, Mrs. Lane? We mustn't just let any random person into the H." Her words came to an abrupt end when she saw Melissa. After a 3-second pause, her voice instantly became much louder and she exclaimed sharply, "You're Nora's aunt?" Upon hearing her reaction, Wendy and Henry also stood up and walked toward the door. Wendy whispered, "Angela is still too young and inexperienced. It's because she's never seen a country bumpkin before that she's overreacting so badly." Sigh. With a look of smugness all over her face, she straightened her back quietly. When she married Henry back then, everyone had said that she wasn't as pretty as his deceased wife, so she had been holding a huge grudge all these years. But now, she could finally hold her head up high when it came to the family background. She would show Nora's poor relative what she was made of. The next moment, she immediately spotted Melissa. Wendy came from an average family. When she married Henry, she was considered as having married someone of a higher social status. During all these years of socializing with rich men's wives, she had worked hard to learn and copy their style and mannerisms. She had originally thought that she was doing pretty well, but little did she think that the air around Melissa and her presence when she was merely standing there would already give her a crushing defeat. For a while, none of them spoke. Melissa had grown up in a wealthy family. Her emotions had overwhelmed her when she first saw Nora, but now that she had calmed down, she immediately sensed something amiss. The corners of her lips curled up into a smile. She ignored Wendy and looked at Henry instead as she asked, "You must be my brother-in-law?" Henry had already recovered from his surprise by then. The arrogance on his face had completely disappeared. Instead, he gave her an ingratiating smile and asked, "You're..." Melissa cast her eyes down and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm an artist." After glossing over the topic, she said, "It doesn't look like I came at a good time, Nora. Let's find somewhere else to talk instead." Nora nodded. "Sure." She took the lead. Her voice sounded a little deep as she said, "Slow down." Angela only dared to speak again after the two of them got in the car and left. She asked, "Dad, Mom. Who is she?" During the emergency at Hotel Finest the other time, Melissa hadn't looked her usual self because she was crying very badly due to worry, so Angela didn't recognize her just now. Wendy gritted her teeth. Then, she immediately took Henry's arm and said, "Oh, you know, artists. No wonder she looks so classy. But I've heard that there aren't many artists who are making money nowadays. Instead, there are a lot of people that try to scam others by calling themselves artists." Angela curled her lip. "So that's what it is. I thought she was from a wealthy family because of how she had behaved. That makes sense, though. If Nora's mother's family were rich, her mother wouldn't have been so down and out." Henry, however, was staring at the doorway and looking very distracted. All the outsiders thought that Nora's mother was destitute and had only managed to survive because she married him. But actually, she had a company under her name back then. While he was lost in thought, Wendy spoke up and said, "Nora's mother's last name is Anderson, right? That's an unusual last name in our circle. There isn't any distinguished family with that last name apart from the Andersons in New York." Her words made Henry come back to his senses. She was right. Apart from the Andersons in New York, all the other businessmen with the last name Anderson weren't important people. He snorted and said, "They are probably just putting on an act. I'm just afraid that Nora is stupid enough to let them trick her." Wendy smiled and said, Alright, that's enough. Don't we have a dinner appointment with the Grays tonight? Let's get ready, lest we be late. Henry nodded. Yes, that's more important. Angela grumbled, someone has already reserved Hotel Finest's VVIP room. Otherwise, how nice would it be to have dinner there? Sigh. Outside the house, Nora saw an understated black Cayenne parked there. The car was a high-end model and its estimated value in the domestic market was around $700,000. For her aunt to be able to afford such a car. Was she really just an artist? However, she didn't ask about it and just followed Melissa into the car. Melissa instructed the chauffeur to Hotel Finest. After the car started, Melissa observed the girl next to her. Her cat-like eyes were downcast and she had long eyelashes. Although she was beautiful, she was unusually pale. She sighed and said, "You must have suffered a lot all these years, Nora." Nora thought to herself. Actually, it wasn't that bad. After all, it makes no difference where you sleep. When Melissa saw her keeping quiet, she knew immediately that she didn't want to talk about the Smiths. The report that Justin had sent them was more detailed than what they could see on the surface. She felt sorry for her niece, so she changed the subject and said, "By the way, your uncle is still in the hospital. The reason why we were able to find you was because someone helped us greatly, so your uncle wants us to treat them to dinner tonight as thanks. Is that alright with you?" Nora didn't mind, so she nodded. Okay. Melissa breathed a sigh of relief. When they arrived at Hotel Finest, Melissa said, "Don't you have a daughter, Nora? Can I meet her?" Nora could sense that Melissa was a kind person, so she agreed. She called Mrs. Lewis and told her to bring Cherry to the restaurant on the 3rd floor. The two headed to the restaurant first, intending to have a good chat with each other after entering the private room. Half an hour later, the Smiths arrived just in time to see a distracted Anthony coming over to pick them up. After meeting up with them, he said, "I heard the Andersons from New York are in the VVIP room. Let's see if we can talk to them later." The Andersons from New York? An indescribable feeling suddenly arose in Henry as if he had just let something slip by him. At the same time, at the elevator hall on the 3rd floor. The presidential suite on the top floor had an exclusive elevator while the rest of the floors used public elevators. Ding! Ding! The doors to both elevators opened at the same time. Justin, together with Pete and Chester, came out of the presidential suite's exclusive elevator. The other elevator's doors slowly opened to reveal Cherry standing inside. Chapter 36, Two Petes. The presidential suite's exclusive elevator and the normal elevator were built side by side. The former was slightly more toward the inside, so Justin and the other two would have to walk past the normal elevator to reach the restaurant. Justin's movements were very purposeful, so he always kept his gaze straight while walking. He stood straight and tall like a tower and had a chilly air around him when he walked. His countenance was covered with a layer of frost and that iconic mole of his exuded nobility and alienation toward others. Next to him, Pete, who was a miniature of Justin, had the exact same expression. It was just that he was too young, so his young visage looked a little cuter. Overshadowed by them, Chester, who was a little less dazzling, walked beside them energetically. He was overjoyed that he could tag along with his leader and freeload. He was a cheerful and animated person and looked around when he walked. When he glimpsed at the person in the elevator, he suddenly froze. When he looked again, he saw the face that was identical to Pete's. He swallowed hard and slowly looked down, only to see his nephew right next to him. He was so shocked that he exclaimed, "Justin!" Justin turned and looked at him unhurriedly, his deep and bottomless gaze landing with dissatisfaction on the person making a ruckus. Chester pointed to the normal elevator and said, "There are two Petes." Chester looked at the elevator again after his exclamation. This time, however, he only saw a few adults inside. The child that he saw just now was nowhere in sight. He rubbed his eyes and looked over again, but there still wasn't any child in the elevator. Puzzled, he said, "I really saw Pete in the elevator just now. Why is he gone?" A look of worry appeared on his face. "Oh no, has my condition gotten worse? Should I get my eyes checked?" He was actually seeing things. Justin said coldly, "You should be getting your brain checked instead." Chester looked aghast. That was such a harmless but insulting comment. After the three of them walked past the elevator and turned into the hallway to the restaurant, Cherry, who was hiding behind a few hotel guests, finally peeked out and patted her chest in relief. She had almost been discovered. She darted out of the elevator and secretly ran over to the corner. She was just in time to hear the service staff saying respectfully, "Good evening, Mr. Hunt. The VVIP room is this way." The VVIP room? That was exactly what Mommy had told her to go when she called just now. If Pete went in, wouldn't everything be exposed? They had already reached the door to the VVIP room and were about to open the door. It was too late even if she called her brother now. Cherry hurriedly shouted, "Hey!" Pete was about to follow the tyrant into the room when he suddenly heard her voice. His heart suddenly skipped a beat and he hurriedly turned around. The corner of his mouth twitched a little when he saw the little runt running toward him. Cherry had a scarf wrapped all around her head and was wearing a pair of sunglasses, which made her look very comical. However, Cherry didn't have the luxury of caring that much. She grabbed Pete's hand and said, "You're the boy that stays upstairs, right? Is your father here to have dinner with Mommy? Let's go and play at the playground." It was only when Pete heard what she said that he understood why his sister had suddenly appeared. It was fortunate that he hadn't entered yet, otherwise, everything would have been exposed. He reacted very quickly and nodded. "Okay." Justin, who was about to open the door, looked down. His eyes narrowed when he saw the child who had wrapped the scarf all around her head. So, she's that woman's daughter? Sure enough, she was just as weird as her. After seeing his son silently asking for permission with his eyes, Justin, who had never liked Pete associating with outsiders, paused. At last, he said, "Go ahead." He didn't know why, but he subconsciously felt that it would be nice for the two children to play together. There was a small children's playground inside the restaurant that was specially meant for the restaurant's young guests. There was also special service staff there that watched over the place. There were absolutely no issues with hotel finest service and safety standards. This was also the reason why Nora dared to let Cherry come downstairs by herself. After the two children ran off, Justin opened the door to the private room and strode in, leaving only Chester, who was still standing there and staring at the two children from the back. It seemed like the child he saw in the normal elevator just now, who looked identical to Pete, was wearing that exact same Spider-Man outfit. When he thought of that, Chester said, "Go on inside, Justin. I'll go and look after Pete." He quickly walked toward the children's playground after saying that. Inside the private room, although there was a door separating them, Nora could still hear what was happening outside. That young voice just now was probably Cherry, right? Nora stood up. She was about to go out and take a look when the door opened to reveal Justin outside. The man's exquisite facial features were flawless. His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly upon making eye contact with her. The corners of his thin lips quirked slightly and the icy aura around him slowly melted. He said, "We meet again, Miss Smith." Nora looked down nonchalantly. Was he the person that her uncle wanted to treat to a meal? The boy that Cherry invited to play with her just now was his son. Judging from that man's numerous warnings to her, it was obvious that he was very protective of his son. Cherry was mischievous and had an unforgiving tongue. She'd best not thoughtlessly make the boy cry and bring them more unnecessary trouble. In a slightly deep voice, Nora said, "Let me go over and talk to Cherry a little, Mr. Hunt." After she spoke, she went past him and then straight out. With his eyes downcast, the smile at the corners of Justin's lips widened. So, her daughter's name was Cherry? His son's name was Pete. If one connected the names, it would sound like. What a coincidence. In the hallway, Anthony paced about anxiously with his hands behind his back as he thought about how he could create a chance to meet with the Andersons and make their acquaintance. But while he didn't meet any of the Andersons, he did spy a familiar figure. The girl wore a simple t-shirt and jeans and was dragging her feet lazily as she walked. She looked half asleep, but even that raw and unpolished appearance couldn't hide how attractive she was. It was actually Nora. Anthony clenched his fists. During these past few days, her form had kept popping up in his mind. Upon meeting her again, his gaze continued to subconsciously be captured by her. It was then that Anthony finally realized that he had really fallen in love with her. He took a step forward and stood in front of Nora. "Why are you here, Nora?" Nora, who found her path suddenly blocked, frowned. The look in her eyes was a little cold when she saw Anthony. She replied, "Surely I don't have to explain my whereabouts to you." Seeing how distant she was being, Anthony suddenly lifted his chin and said arrogantly, "Do you know what I'm doing here, Nora?" His words puzzled Nora. She wasn't interested in knowing. However, without waiting for her response, Anthony continued and said, "The Andersons from New York are also here today. I'm here for a business meeting with them. When the Greys form a connection with the Andersons, we'll definitely become even bigger and become the wealthiest family in California. If you do what I say, I can choose to forgive you." Chapter 37, We've Been Discovered. Nora wasn't listening to what he was babbling on and on about at all. However, when she heard what he said at the end, she looked up in surprise. "What?" Anthony, who looked a little bashful, said, "While I can forgive you, your reputation is already a mess. If I marry you, it'll embarrass the Greys. But I can buy you a mansion elsewhere and take care of you for the rest of your life." Nora found him hilarious. Her voice dispassionate, she said sarcastically, "You want me to be your mistress? I'm afraid you can't afford it." Anthony hurriedly said, "I'm rich. I can give you $15,000 as living expenses every month. You can buy whatever you want with it." $15,000 wasn't even enough for her to buy Cherry's clothes. Nora found him annoying and went around him from the left as she said, "I'm not interested in being someone's mistress." Anthony also stopped her from the left. "You want to marry me? That's not impossible either." He gritted his teeth and went on. "Grandpa keeps forcing me to take you as my wife anyway. Besides, you only have a daughter, so we can just give her some money and marry her off somewhere in the future. As long as she's obedient and refrains from fighting or arguing with her younger siblings in the future, the Greys can take her in, even if we're reluctant." He felt that his conditions were lenient enough. Any woman would probably be grateful to him, right? Unexpectedly, a look of displeasure appeared in Nora's eyes and a chilly aura formed all around her. "I will not let my daughter suffer any injustice." Anthony frowned and said, "Don't push your luck, Nora. You can't possibly want us to let your daughter take our last name and enjoy the same treatment as our children? That's impossible." At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly reached them. "Nora! You're trying to seduce Anthony again." Together with the voice, Angela also rushed over. Her arms flailed in the air as she rushed toward Nora. "I'm going to kill you." Anthony stopped her and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" In the private room, Henry, Wendy, and Anthony's father heard the commotion and came out. Upon seeing the three of them, Henry yelled, "Nora, are you bullying your sister again? Apologize to her." Wendy also spoke up. "Nora, your sister and Anthony are discussing their engagement today. I know you're unhappy about it, but that doesn't mean you can come over and make trouble. You were the one that did something wrong to the Greys by getting pregnant before your marriage and damaging both families' reputation." Anthony stepped forward. "Uncle Henry, Aunt Wendy. Nora isn't to be blamed for that. The two of us are truly in love with each other. I'm willing to accept her." Angela's eyes widened. Hurt and sad, she took a step back. Henry was shocked. "Anthony, my daughter has been stubborn and contrary since she was a child. Don't be fooled by her. She got herself pregnant before marriage. It'll sully your name if you marry her." Wendy also nodded and said, "Besides, her maternal grandparents' family is also very poor. They live in the mountains and even begged us for money today. These relatives are trouble." After speaking, when she saw how Anthony was still looking at Nora like a young man in love, Wendy turned to Anthony's father and said, "Mr. Gray, you have to think carefully about this. We don't want the Greys to be implicated." Anthony's father's gaze fell on Nora when he heard what she said. She was leaning against the wall, her posture lazy and sloppy. Her cat-like eyes were slightly downcast, and she seemed to have a half-amused smile on her lips. She looked as if she was being entertained by what was going on. That sense of detachment was as if the dispute here had nothing to do with her. Anthony's father was someone who had been immersed in the world of commerce for many years. His deep and unfathomable eyes darkened and he suddenly said, "Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Let's have the children make their own decisions instead. Miss Smith, do you really want to be Anthony's wife?" His words caused everyone to shift their gazes to Nora. TSK, they were finally willing to listen to her. Nora lifted her head, raised her eyebrows, and her lips curled up in a smile. She replied, "No, I don't." Everyone was dumbfounded. Anthony was the first to react. Furious, he demanded, "What do you mean by that, Nora?" Nora straightened her back and said clearly, "It means I'm not interested in you." Anthony looked at her incredulously as if he still didn't understand what she was saying. Angela, however, shouted, "What makes you think you can be disinterested in Anthony, Nora? You make it sound like he's beneath you. Not only do you come with baggage, but your daughter is even a little bastard. Is a woman like you even worthy of being picky?" Anthony finally came back to his senses. In his anger, his choice of words was also very malicious. He said, "Nora, who are you interested in, if not me? The entire California knows that you got yourself pregnant before marriage. Apart from me, who else would marry a wanton woman like you whose reputation is in shambles?" Wendy sighed and said, "How can you say that, Nora? You shouldn't reach for something beyond your grasp. Do you really think you can do the same thing as your mom? It was sheer dumb luck that someone like her, who came from the mountains, could marry your father. Even if you're a little prettier than most, anyone with a decent family background will never take you as their wife." Wendy then changed the subject again and asked, "By the way, are you here for dinner with your aunt? Where is she? Your uncle needs money for his hospitalization fees, right? Are you short of money?" Sure enough, Anthony's father frowned when he heard her. At this moment, a gentle voice reached them, "Who says we don't have enough money for medical expenses?" The few of them looked into the distance and saw the approaching Melissa. The smile on her face didn't reach her eyes. She said, "Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith. You don't have to worry about the hospitalization fees. Also, you don't need to bother yourselves with matters regarding Nora's marriage in the future either. The Andersons will take care of it." Shocked, Anthony's father asked, "The Andersons? Which Andersons?" Melissa's lips curled up into a smile. Her voice was gentle, but what she said ringed like a thunderclap, "The Andersons from New York." Anthony's father's eyes widened immediately. Even Henry and Wendy were so astounded that they couldn't say anything. The Andersons from New York. Were they really the ones they were thinking of? While they were hesitating, Melissa looked at Anthony again. After looking him up and down, she shook his head and said, "Let's go back to the private room, Nora. Don't keep your blind date waiting." She deliberately emphasized the words, "blind date." Pause and slowly lift his head. Cherry turned around and also slowly lifted her head. At once, she saw Chester standing there in disbelief with his eyes wide. Nora knew that her aunt was trying to back her up, so she went along with her wishes and nodded. "Okay." The two finally turned around, only to immediately see Justin standing behind them. His deep-set eyes were raised and even the mole at the corner of his eye seemed to be smiling. With an emphasis on each syllable, he repeated, "Blind date?" While the few of them were arguing, Cherry dragged Pete with her and sneaked into the stairwell. She took off the scarf to reveal her delicate and adorable face, panting heavily as she said, "That was so suffocating. It's a good thing that we weren't found out, Pete." Then, she saw her brother. Chapter 38, Nora is Pete's mother. The hallway outside was bustling with all kinds of noise. However, the three in the stairwell were silent. At last, after a full half a minute, Chester pointed at Cherry as if he had seen a ghost and stammered, "Why you? You?" Pete pressed his lips together and sighed. "Since you've seen us, then I won't keep it a secret anymore," he said solemnly. "Actually, I have a superpower, I can create clones. If you don't believe me, close your eyes. I'll withdraw my clone. Chester was perplexed. The corners of his lips twitched. Do you really think I'm that stupid, Pete? I'm not going to believe that. Cherry cupped her hands around her mouth and leaned toward her brother. She looked like she wanted to whisper, but her voice was in no way soft as she asked, "So, Uncle Chester does have a brain after all?" Pete was also puzzled. "I'll look it up when I get back." Can single-celled organisms think? Chester was speechless. He felt humiliated. But right after that, he said triumphantly, "There are too many loopholes in your superpower. Can you really make a little girl version of yourself just because you can make a clone of yourself? Are you a hermaphrodite? That child wearing the Spider-Man outfit might look like a little boy, but she was Nora Smith's daughter." Cherry was confused. Pete was perplexed. As expected, single-celled organisms really do think differently. The two little cuties looked at each other. Cherry tilted her head and asked, "What do we do, Pete? Do we silence him?" Pete hesitated. "He's my uncle. We shouldn't do that." "Oh." Cherry was a little disappointed. The corners of Chester's lips twitched again. He said, "I'm going to tell Justin that apart from a son, he also has a daughter." He ran out after saying that. Pete hurriedly called out, "Uncle Chester." However, Chester didn't stop. Cherry panicked. She placed her hands on her hips and yelled, "Don't you dare move, Chesty." Chester's instinct to obey instructions whenever he played games made him freeze instantly, and he even remained in a running stance. "Come back here." Chester obediently returned to the stairwell. He squatted down like a silly puppy and exclaimed, "So, you're my leader." Cherry held her cheeks and tilted her head. "Yes, that's right. I'm Sweet Cherry." As it turned out, not only was his leader a 5-year-old, but she was also a little girl. Chester felt very deceived. Pete said, "You mustn't tell Daddy what happened today, Uncle Chester." Chester was puzzled. "Why is that?" Pete was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Think about it. If Daddy knew Cherry's mom was the one who gave birth to me, what will he do?" Chester felt as if his brain cells weren't working. He said, "Her mom? The one who gave birth to you? **T. You mean Nora Smith is that damned biological mother of yours?" Chester finally understood why the two children didn't want him to tell the truth. 5 years ago, Justin had suddenly brought a baby back and said that it was his son. When everyone asked who the child's mother was, he had flown into a rage and strictly forbidden everyone at home from ever mentioning the child's mother. At that time, the few of them were even secretly wondering what exactly the woman, who had given birth to Pete, had done. Justin had looked as if he wanted to rip that woman into pieces. Cherry said adorably, "Chesty, I want a father and a brother, but I also want mommy. So, I want them to fall in love first before we acknowledge each other. This way, our family of 4 can be together. Can you keep this a secret?" Chester shook his head. "No, I can't keep this a secret from Justin." Cherry instantly transformed into a grumpy little ogre. "If you tell Daddy, I won't bring you along in our raids anymore." Chester was speechless. That was a rather serious threat. Meanwhile, in the VVIP room, the 3 people who had returned sat there quietly. Melissa looked a little embarrassed as she explained, "I don't mean anything by that, Justin. I was just forced by the circumstances to say that just now. Please don't misunderstand." Although the Hunts were family friends with the Andersons, Justin's identity wasn't as simple as just the head of the Hunts. Moreover, he hated being involved with women the most. Melissa didn't want to offend him with what she said just now. Justin was staring at Nora. The woman's eyes were downcast as she stirred the water in the glass in boredom. Her dazzling features and the icy aura around her made one unable to dislike her. Not only was he not angry, but there was even a smile at the corner of his eyes. "It's all right." Melissa and Justin chatted politely. When she realized that Nora was going to New York with him the day after tomorrow, Melissa smiled and said, "Nora, your uncle and I were also thinking of having you stay with us in New York." Her eyes reddened as she went on. "Your grandmother has been crying so much ever since your mother's disappearance that she has gone blind. She has been talking about your mother all these years. She'll definitely be overjoyed to see you." Nora had originally intended to refuse the offer. She was already an adult, she didn't need to stay with them. But when she heard that, she paused and said, "Okay." Food was served after that, and the three of them began to eat. Justin observed the woman in front of him. He realized that the way she ate was very interesting. She liked stuffing large pieces of meat into her mouth and chewing on them, yet her casual movements didn't appear crude. Most women that Justin had met chewed slowly, but she finished the steak on the plate in just a few bites in an extremely efficient manner. How would he possibly know that Nora just didn't want to waste time on anything apart from spending time with Cherry? Melissa had only just taken 4 bites when Nora placed her cutlery down. "Aunt Melissa, I have something on in a while, so I'll go first." Melissa was dumbfounded. Nora left the private room after saying that. When she saw Mrs. Lewis's text message saying that Cherry had already returned, she didn't bother going upstairs. She hailed a cab and went out instead. Although she knew that it wasn't appropriate to leave the meal midway, she really did have something on. 2 days ago, she had already made an appointment with Wayne Myers, the acting director of Annulment Pharmaceuticals. Back then, her mother had entrusted him with the company, and he had managed it for over 20 years now. When Nora arrived at the cafe, Wayne was already there. He stood up excitedly and said, "You've returned to the States, Nora. You must be 24 years old by now. If your mother could see you now, she would definitely be very happy." Wayne managed the company wholeheartedly. Despite so many years passing, he hadn't developed any thoughts that he shouldn't have. Nora nodded slightly. Then, she took a seat and asked, "Wayne, I asked you out today because I wanted to ask you if my mother has left me anything apart from the company? Or whether she left me anything in the company." She had already looked into it. Annulment Pharmaceuticals really was just a small company with an annual income of $5 million. Over the years, they even moved and changed their company address a few times. She didn't quite understand why the Grays and the Smiths were so hung up over such a small company. Wayne solemnly nodded and answered, "Yes, she did." Nora looked up at him. "What did she leave me?" So, the company really was hiding something? Chapter 39, Sharing the Same Room. Just as she thought so, Wayne answered, "Love and company." Nora was rendered speechless. Wayne went on. "Although she left us early, she has paved the way for you. She may not be around anymore, but her heart has always been with you." After listening to Wayne blabber on and on about maternal love for over an hour, Nora, who had just eaten, couldn't help but yawn. It was only then that Wayne realized that he was being too long-winded. He said, "You're already a grown-up now, Nora. When do you plan to take over the company?" Although he had already come to care for and developed a sense of belonging to the company, the business was Nora's. He had to return it to her. Nora replied detachedly, "You're taking care of it pretty well, so just continue with it." A small company didn't have the usual few departments. The owner had to basically see to everything themselves. This took up too much time that she could spend sleeping. Wayne was confused. Nora asked, "Have the Grays shown any interest in buying over the company?" If what the Grays were interested in was really the company's development potential, then there was no need to use Anthony's marital bliss as a bargaining chip. They could just buy over the company at a high price. It wasn't like they didn't have the money. However, Wayne shook his head. "No, they haven't." Nora frowned. However, since she couldn't figure it out, she decided that she won't think about it anymore. "If you ever think of anything that my mom instructed you to hand over to me, give me a call." "Sure." Then, Wayne said, "Can I get your bank account number, Nora? I'll transfer all the company dividends directly to you in the future." Back then, Nora was still a child. But when she grew up, she had gone abroad. That was why Wayne had paid the dividends to her guardian instead. It was just $5 million. While it was nothing to Nora, why should she give it to the Smiths? she gave him her bank account number and left. On the top floor of Hotel Finest, Howard Hunt sat on the sofa arrogantly and watched Pete, who was in the study, contemptuously. By this generation, the only direct descendants of the Hunts left were Justin's immediate family, as well as Howard's immediate family in New York. As the head of the family's direct descendant and the eldest son, Justin had also inherited the position. However, his second uncle refused to accept this and ended up causing a lot of incidents. The Hunts living in the family home didn't participate in the family's business disputes. They were only responsible for presiding over family issues. As for Howard, he was obsessed with martial arts. He despised his family's ways and also admired Justin from the bottom of his heart. However, he simply disliked that child of unknown origin. It was him who brought shame to Justin's glorious life. Moreover, not only was he mentally ill, but he was so small and weak. How could a child like that be worthy of becoming Justin's successor? Howard snorted and withdrew his gaze disdainfully. The door opened at this point. Justin was back. As the man entered the room, his almost solid presence rushed toward Howard, causing him to sit up in a hurry. He greeted him respectfully. "Justin." Justin made a sound of acknowledgement and asked, "What are you doing here?" Howard touched his hooked nose nervously and replied, "Grandpa heard that you're going to New York to have your grandma's condition treated, so he wants me to go with you and act as a witness. At the same time, I also thought I would see if the old Mr. Quinn would be willing to take me in and teach me some traditional martial arts techniques." It might seem like traditional martial arts were falling into decline as time went by, but in fact, there were still mysterious masters of the art among regular folks. The Quinn School of Martial Arts and the Irvin School of Martial Arts ranked top in traditional martial arts. It was Howard's dream to become their apprentice. Justin glanced at him. He knew that the part about him wanting to join the school was true, but not so much the part about him being a witness. But joining the Quinn School of Martial Arts and learning martial arts there? His deep-set eyes looked toward the study. Dim light flickered in his eyes and he said, "Take Pete with you. Mr. Quinn is strict when it comes to enrollment though. You may not meet his requirements. Pete, on the other hand, has a chance." He had already checked Pete's body when he was a toddler. Pete was very suitable to learn martial arts. However, he was reluctant to have his son go through hardship at that time, so he hadn't taught him any martial arts. His son was behaving rather uniquely lately, so it would be good to send him to the Quinn School of Martial Arts to pick up some martial arts. This way, he could straighten him out. Howard curled his lip disdainfully. Him. However, when he made eye contact with Justin's sharp eyes, he shut up and swallowed whatever he wanted to say next. Deep down, he was scoffing, though. With that small and weak body of his, why would Mr. Quinn ever pick him? Nora returned to the hotel at this time. Her cell phone started to ring. After she changed into slippers, leaned on the sofa, and picked up lazily, she heard an angry shout from the other end. "You little rascal, have you been slacking off again? And skipping practice?" Nora rubbed her ears that were stinging from his volume. "I have to sleep, Quinn. I don't have time. Send me Cherry, then. She's your daughter, so her body must be even more suitable than yours. I'll take her as my apprentice and have her succeed me. Have you found your son yet? Our style ultimately still suits boys better. Bring them both if you've found him." Nora replied lazily, "Has the Quinn School of Martial Arts become that destitute that they have to rely on a 5-year-old to breathe new life into the school?" Quinn yelled, "And who's to blame for that? It's all because I was blind enough to take someone as lazy as you as my apprentice. That Irvin fellow keeps showing off his apprentices to me. My apprentices can't fall behind either. Come to New York and have a showdown with his apprentices if you're free." Quinn and Irvin were lifetime rivals. Nora replied unhurriedly, "I'm not free." Then, before Quinn got mad, she added, "But I am indeed coming to New York. I'll bring Cherry over and visit you." "When, and what time?" "I'll send someone to pick you up." After Quinn eagerly said that, he immediately heard Nora's soft chuckle. The elderly man then said awkwardly, "The one I miss is Cherry, not you." Nora chuckled again. Then, she hung up after informing him about her arrival date and time. She picked up a glass of water from the coffee table, took a couple of sips, and then went to take a bath. Outside the house. When Cherry, who was holding her cell phone, saw all this through the gap at the door, she said into the voice chat, "Chesty, Mommy's back." Pete said, "Hide, Cherry. Daddy's gone downstairs to look for Mommy." Cherry darted into the stairwell. Sure enough, she spotted her handsome daddy coming out of the elevator. When he reached their suite and saw that the door was open, he went straight in. As soon as he entered, Chester dashed over and locked the doors with a huge metal padlock. After that, he sneaked into the stairwell and asked, "Did you make them drink what I gave you?" Cherry replied, "Yes, she drank it. I put it in her glass of water." Pete also replied, "The tyrant also drank it." Chester then said, "Perfect. Cherry, your mission now is to prevent Mrs. Lewis from coming back. Things will definitely heat up between your dad and Mom tonight." Cherry asked suspiciously, "What kind of drug did you give to Mommy?" Chester grinned. Children shouldn't ask about things like that. It was that type of drug, of course. Additionally, because he knew that Justin had good self-control, he had given them a luxurious, upgraded version. Inside the room. Nora was taking a bath when she suddenly heard a sound outside. She walked out in a bath towel and asked lazily, "Cherry, Mrs. Lewis, are you back?" As she spoke, she noticed the man sitting on the sofa. Chapter 40, Justin eating his own words. Justin had immediately realized that something was amiss when he heard someone locking the door. A short while later, when he started feeling unwell, he realized that he had been drugged. There were a lot of people in New York who wanted to become his woman, and they had tried various methods one after another over the years. It was hard for him to guard against all of them. During a moment of negligence half a year ago, someone had also successfully drugged him with the most potent drug in the world. However, he had been practicing martial arts since he was a child, so his physical fitness was stronger than most. Thus, he had managed to stubbornly suppress it with his willpower. Therefore, he was confident that everything would be fine this time as well. With the door locked, when he heard the sound of splashing water coming from the bathroom, he simply sat on the sofa, intending to see what exactly that woman planned to do. To be honest, he didn't quite understand her. She frequently made contact with Pete and even allowed him to call her Mommy. It stood to reason that she intended to use his son to get near to him, yet every time she was faced with him, she would adopt an indifferent attitude. It almost made him think that he really was misunderstanding her. But in the end, she suddenly colluded with his son this evening by drugging him first and then sending him a message asking him to come down. And now, the two of them were locked in here. Was she finally intending to go all the way and have the final showdown with him? For some reason, he was actually looking forward to it a little. Just as he thought so, the bathroom door opened and a woman walked out surrounded by mist and moisture. Through the portiere, what entered his sight first was a pair of delicate feet. Her feet were bare, and her toes were round and fair. They looked a little cute. Justin felt his mouth going dry. The desire that he had suppressed emerged a little. Next, he saw her slender ankles and her straight and fair calves. The portiere was pushed aside, and the woman stood there wrapped in a white bath towel. Perhaps because she had just come out of a warm bath, her cheeks were flushed and her hair was damp. They stuck to her fair and slender shoulders as water droplets slid down from her face to her collarbones before sliding further down and seeping into the bath towel. In that instant, he felt a sudden surge of warmth in his lower abdomen, which made his brows draw together. He felt as if all the blood in him was surging into a certain place. He clenched his fists and lost control a little for a moment. His abnormal behavior also entered Nora's eyes. The cheeks of the man on the sofa were abnormally red, and his deep-set eyes were stained with desire. He seemed a little less cold and standoffish than usual, and the mole at the corner of his eye gave him a bewitching allure that wasn't usually there. The sight of him slumped on the sofa was actually exuding a sense of enticement. Nora frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" She had only just spoken when the man on the sofa abruptly dived toward her. The huge force pushed her straight onto the wall behind. Then, he suppressed his voice and said, "Since Miss Smith has already taken a bath and is exhibiting such enthusiasm, then I—" Before he finished, he had already lowered his head and started kissing her neck. His scalding hot breath made Nora shiver. The man's domineering pheromones entered her nose forcefully. As he was very tall and had pressed right up against her, his back was slightly arched as he bent over. An indescribable heat permeated her whole body, making her mouth gradually feel dry and hot. As a doctor, she instantly understood something. She tried to push the man away, only to find that he was very strong. He was still kissing her neck haphazardly. Nora suddenly lifted her right knee and attacked the most delicate part of the man. However, the man's large, scalding hot hands grabbed her ankles the next moment. His voice was hoarse and he sounded puzzled as he asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Nora snorted coldly. She leaped nimbly into the air and gave him a roundhouse kick with her left leg. Bam! Justin reached out his arm and blocked the blow. Nora came at him again with a punch. Upon feeling the sharp momentum of her fist coming toward him, Justin turned and ducked. The woman's other fist then came toward him with a whoosh, scraping past his ear. What speed! In the blink of an eye, both of them backed away after exchanging a few blows and put some distance between themselves. Nora frowned. There was concealed anger in her cat-like eyes. She was about to say something when the bath towel suddenly slipped off and she felt a chill all over her body. Nora's brain stopped working for a second. Then, she quickly squatted down to pick up the bath towel, only to find that it was twisted into a clump and couldn't be straightened out quickly. Seeing the man looking over in astonishment, Nora picked up the bath towel in a split second and flung it onto Justin's face. Justin was about to grab the bath towel and remove it when he heard her shout coldly, "I won't let you out of this room alive if you take it off." Justin was astounded. No one had ever threatened him like that in his whole life. However, the anger in the woman's voice made him pause his movements. She didn't want to do it with him. Nora took the opportunity to hurriedly pick up a nightgown from the side. With her back to him, she put it on while saying, "I've also been drugged." Justin, who had keen senses, could hear the sounds. Judging from them, the other party had already put on her clothes. He took off the bath towel and stared at her with a frown. "Are you trying to say that it wasn't you?" The corners of Nora's lips twitched. Her gaze swept across a certain part of his body as she replied, "Don't be too confident of yourself, Mr. Hunt." Justin was rendered speechless. He used the bath towel, which he was holding with both hands, to block his body in a seemingly casual manner as he asked hesitantly, "If you weren't the one that did it, then who did?" Seeing that he was no longer being impulsive, Nora turned and went to the study. "Wait a minute." She dug out a set of clothes from the study and put it on. Then, she picked up her laptop and walked to the living room. By the time she saw him again, the man had already returned to the sofa and sat back down. Apart from his cheeks that were still a little red, he looked fine. If it weren't for the bulge at the bath towel around his waist, the man would have seemed like his usual self. An impressed Nora secretly sighed and thought, what powerful self-control. If it weren't because she had been taking a lot of medicine since she was a child, making her immune to most drugs, Nora would probably have lost control. Yet he had actually suppressed those distracting thoughts in just 2 minutes. Justin's deep-set eyes flickered with dim light when he glimpsed the look in her eyes. He said, "You still have time to change your mind, Miss Smith." Nora was puzzled. That man was really overconfident of himself. She said sarcastically, "I'm really not interested in you, Mr. Hunt. Even if both you and I fall victim to someone's schemes and you're standing completely naked in front of me, I still won't feel anything." It really wasn't her. Justin actually felt a vague sense of regret. In spite of that, he showed no verbal mercy. "It seems that you were the one who was completely naked just now." Nora was dumbfounded. Her face tensed up instantly and she walked straight over. She placed her laptop on the table, opened it, and pushed it in front of him. Justin was taken aback. "What?" Nora slowly said, "Enter your account password and check the surveillance cameras, of course." Even if we don't know who the person that drugged us was, surely we can find out who locked the door just now. Seeing how sure she was, Justin became increasingly displeased. He tapped a few keys at random and then tapped the enter key. Real-time surveillance camera footage instantly appeared on the computer. 3 people were currently standing at the door. Their faces were nearly all pressed against the door, seemingly trying to hear what was going on inside. Chapter 41, They Came Too Late. All 3 of them were facing the camera. However, ever since the 2 children realized the truth, they had deliberately started to wear face masks whenever they were in the hallways to prevent anyone from discovering anything. The camera's resolution was also very low, so it was impossible to differentiate between the 2 children right away. Justin hesitated for a moment. Then, he pointed to one of the children first and said, "This seems to be Pete." Nora scoffed and said, "That's my daughter." To be honest, not only were the 2 children exactly the same height, but their physiques were also identical. Nora was only able to recognize Cherry because of the Spider-Man outfit she was wearing. Unconvinced, Justin asked, "Really?" He couldn't tell. As such, he fixed his gaze on Chester instead. When he did, a fierce murderous aura immediately emerged from him. Nora's sarcastic voice rang out beside him. "That seems to be your younger brother, Mr. Hunt." Outside the door, 3 heads were lined up in turn. Their heads were turned sideways, and they had their ears against the door as they quietly listened to the sounds in the room. Thud. Clang. Bam. The commotion inside the room made all 3 of them bewildered. A puzzled Cherry and Pete looked at Chester. "Uncle Chester, what are Mommy and Daddy doing? Are they tearing down the place?" Chester replied triumphantly, "They are fighting with each other. It's not something that children have to understand. In any case, their relationship will definitely improve after the fight." Cherry was a little worried. She asked, "Is the fight supposed to be this intense?" Chester raised an eyebrow and answered, "Of course. Lives may even be at stake here. The 2 of you are exactly the results of their fight in the past." Cherry was confused. She frowned and asked, "But what if Mommy beats Daddy up so badly that he breaks?" A sullen-looking Pete even became angry. "How can Daddy lift his hand against a woman? He's too ungentlemanly. No wonder he can't woo Mommy successfully." Chester was confused. Then, he continued to listen to the sounds in the room for a while with great interest while secretly being impressed. Justin really was Justin after all. The commotion they were making sure was huge. However, the sound stopped after just a short while. He pressed his ear closer against the door and asked in a low voice, "I can't help but feel bad helping you guys hide the truth from Justin. When are you going to tell him the truth?" Although Cherry was quick-witted, she didn't have any concrete opinion on this matter. Thus, she looked at her brother. Pete pursed his lips and answered, "I'll tell him everything after Mommy cures great-grandma's illness." Pete had thought it through very clearly. Blindly keeping this a secret was disrespectful toward his parents, especially when his mother was still searching all over the world for him while going through unimaginable mental torment. If they didn't fall in love with each other even after spending the next few days together, then he wouldn't force them anymore. Just as Chester was about to say something, the door suddenly shook. Someone was banging on the door from inside. A furious voice immediately came from within the room, "Chester, open this door right now." A minute later, the metal padlock was opened. A furious Justin took Pete and Chester upstairs. Nora didn't care how he was going to punish Chester. Instead, she was currently sitting on the sofa and staring at Cherry. She asked sternly and severely, "Why did you do that, Cherry?" Cherry hung her head and stared at her fingers, so intimidated that she didn't dare speak. Nora softened her tone and asked, "Do you want me to get together with Justin Hunt?" Cherry nodded and replied, "Mommy, if you tricked Justin into becoming your husband, how impressive would it be when you take him out with you? Not only is he handsome, but he's also rich. Don't you want that?" Nora was rendered speechless. She rubbed her temples and asked, "Whose lousy idea was this?" Cherry unceremoniously sold her uncle out this time. "Chesty's. Upstairs." Chester looked at Justin, who was sitting on the sofa with a serious look, with trepidation. He swallowed and said, Justin, I meant well. You haven't been with any woman for so many years. What if you go crazy from excessive abstinence? He was so frightened that his legs were jelly. He had only just clamped his legs together when he heard Justin's deep voice, as punishment, no living expenses for you for half a year. His words stunned Chester, and he blurted, that's it? He had thought that because he had plotted against Justin, going by the tyrant's way of doing things, he would have castrated him and made him an invalid from the waist down. Justin raised an eyebrow. What, do you find it too lenient? Chester immediately reacted and jumped back anxiously. He replied, no, of course not. That's half a year's living expenses. How am I going to buy game credits? It can't get any worse than that. After he fled, Justin leaned on the sofa. The scene that flashed across his mind, however, was him holding down the shoulders of the woman staying downstairs and kissing her. He touched his lips. There, the smooth sensation still seemed to remain. Then, he subconsciously thought of when the bath towel had suddenly dropped. Nope, he hadn't seen anything. Not at all. The next day, Nora got Mrs. Lewis to pack their belongings early in the morning. Then, she went to the airport at noon. Knowing that she was going to New York with Justin, Simon and Melissa. Also decided to take the same flight back. Upon return, Simon would be transferred to Hospital Finest in New York. There, the standard of medical care was much better than in California. It was only upon arriving at the airport that Nora found out that they were actually taking a private jet. An impressed Melissa remarked with a sigh, private jets have to be scheduled in advance, so everyone else has to make reservations in advance. For Justin to arrange for all these so quickly, the Hunts live up to their reputation as the #1 family indeed. At the mention of the Hunts, Nora's eyes flickered awkwardly a little. Thereafter, Nora also got a taste of how meticulous of a person Justin was. Justin had arranged a room for her that not only had a large and comfortable bed but also came with a shower room so that her sleeping needs could be fully met. She slept the whole way there. 2 hours later, they arrived in New York. Melissa went home with Cherry and the luggage first, while Nora and the hospital staff who came to pick them up accompanied Simon and Justin to Hospital Finest. When they arrived at the hospital, Nora helped Simon to settle down in the VIP ward first. Then, she went to the ICU ward. Justin had already sent her the elderly Mrs. Hunt's medical records back in California when she first agreed to treat her illness. Nora didn't want to waste time. The day she saved the elderly lady's life was the day that her son would return. As such, she wanted to go over and take a look and schedule surgery for her as early as possible. But little did she expect to hear urgent beeping coming from the heart rate monitor inside the ICU ward the moment she reached. At the door, a few people from Howard's side of the family were confronting Justin and Pete. Pete, who was wearing a mask and a cap, was looking at the ward anxiously. Justin's second uncle was pointing at Pete and yelling, "You jinx! Your great-grandma went into critical condition the moment you came back. Given her current condition, she won't be able to undergo surgery even if we find It's too late." Pete's eyes reddened as he clenched his tiny fists. "Great-grandma, you have to hold on." Justin frowned. He had a look of consternation all over his countenance. His grandmother had obviously been in stable condition. Why would her condition suddenly deteriorate so quickly? Beep. Suddenly, a sharp voice reached them from inside the ICU ward. "We're losing her." The doctor's shout also traveled out of the ward. Chapter 42, Mommy, Save Great-Grandma. The place was in chaos. The sound of doctors and nurses administering emergency medical treatment could be heard coming from the room. "Mom! Grandma! Great-grandma!" Justin's uncle's family burst into tears. All of them were crying and they acted as if they were terribly sad. "Shut up!" Justin barked fiercely, causing their sobs to stop abruptly. Justin's second uncle, Raymond Hunt, immediately said reproachfully, "Never mind if you're not crying because you're cold-blooded, Justin. Why are you forbidding?" Justin shot him a glare and snapped, "Grandma isn't dead." Raymond was so frightened by him that the words he was about to utter became stuck in his throat. His family also gradually stopped crying. Justin pressed his lips together and stared hard at the ward. Pete's tiny body started to tremble. Even someone like him, who was usually clever and quick-witted for his age, was at a loss now. As if sensing his panic, Justin placed his large warm hand on his shoulder. Pete gradually calmed down. When he turned to the side, he immediately saw Justin looking down at him from above. Justin's voice was rich and mellow as he said, "Don't be scared, Pete." Pete's eyes reddened again and he nodded. Nora had already walked over to the ward by then. She glanced at Pete. When she was on the plane, because she needed to sleep, she had stayed inside her room with Cherry the whole time and hadn't interacted with Justin and his son. Now that she was observing him so closely, she realized that his physique really was very similar to Cherry's. When she wanted to observe him a little more, the sounds in the ward caught her attention. When Justin noticed that she didn't enter the ward immediately upon arriving but instead looked at him, his heart sank. Did Auntie also think that Grandma was doomed? His voice was very low. For the first time, there was helplessness and pleading in his voice. He said, "Miss Smith, please." However, before he could finish, Nora had already retracted her gaze and entered the ward. Hospital Finest was indeed worthy of its reputation as a renowned hospital in the country. Ranging from their equipment to the doctors, it boasted the best medical conditions in the States. Even the nurses were highly professional. Everyone moved in an orderly manner as they tried to save the patient. Prepare to apply electric shock. 200 volts. Bam! Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep. When her heart finally started beating again, the doctors and nurses breathed sighs of relief. Nora, however, frowned. She had observed the patient's various data previously. Mr. Hunt, the old Mrs. Hunt's body is already at its limit. The cardiac arrest just now has caused multiple organ failures. If she doesn't wake up in time, I'm afraid it'll be life-threatening. The chief doctor, who was part of the emergency rescue efforts just now, took off her mask, revealing a bright and attractive face underneath. Her voice was calm and steady as she related the patient's condition. A frowning Justin asked, "Dr. York, Grandma has always been healthy. Why did this suddenly happen?" At his question, Tina York frowned and let out a sigh. She replied, "Mrs. Hunt is already 80 years old after all. Her body is no longer as healthy as before." Justin looked at Nora and asked, "Do we proceed with surgery immediately?" "No, you mustn't." Tina shook her head before Nora could reply. Her voice was mild and gentle as she spoke, making her seem like a reliable person. She said, "Mrs. Hunt is too weak at the moment. We've only just snatched her back from the jaws of death. If she undergoes surgery now, the operation will bring further harm to her." Nora didn't speak. Instead, she was carefully observing the patient. Mrs. Hunt's eyes were closed. She was thin and her face was filled with dense wrinkles. There was barely any sign of life in her as she laid on the bed. Her body was indeed in an extremely weakened state. However, if she didn't undergo surgery, resulting in the blood clot in her brain impeding blood circulation for a prolonged period of time, it was possible that the chances of her waking up in the future would become very low. While she was thinking, another quarrel broke out outside the door. Raymond and his family had also heard what Tina said. Infuriated, Raymond exclaimed, "Does that mean my mother is doomed? Oh, why is your life so hard, Mom? We've already told you that the boy that Justin brought back is an ingrate, yet you refused to believe us and insisted on keeping him by your side. But in the end, he so cruelly pushed you down the stairs instead. He might as well have killed you." Raymond was 55 years old this year. He looked thin but energetic, and had a shrewd look in his eyes that came from many years of life experience. His son, Roger Hunt, had the Hunt's exclusive deep-set eyes. However, the look in his eyes wasn't as deep and unfathomable as Justin's. On the contrary, he was always smiling and gave off a feeling as if he was up to no good. He sighed and choked on his sobs as he said, "Don't say that, Dad. Pete isn't a normal child after all. He's mentally ill." He didn't mean to suffer a relapse. He didn't want to hurt his grandma either. There was a boy in their side of the family who was in the same generation as Pete. Because he was fat, he was nicknamed Fatty. His cheeks were so fleshy that even his eyes had disappeared. Fatty rushed up to Pete, stretched out his chubby hand, and sent it flying toward Pete's face fiercely while he shouted, "You little freak and murderer." Justin was about to ask Nora for her opinion after hearing what Tina said. However, at such a critical moment, his uncle and his family were actually ignoring his grandmother's condition and were starting to attack Pete again. When he saw Fatty raise his hand and send it toward Pete's face, Justin's eyes darkened and he couldn't restrain the anger that he had been suppressing anymore. He lifted his foot and knocked Fatty onto the ground as fast as he could. The kick caused Fatty to slide a meter away on the ground. As he was fat, his blubber acted as a buffer. Moreover, Justin had also deliberately kept his strength under control, so he didn't suffer any internal injury. However, the pain nevertheless made him burst into tears. He crawled and scrambled over to Raymond and hid behind him. "Save me, Grandpa! Uncle Justin's trying to kill me!" Raymond shouted angrily. "Justin, what are you doing?" Anger roiled in Justin's deep-set eyes. The beauty mark at his eye was cold and ruthless as he said, "If you can't keep your grandson in check, then I'll do it for you." Raymond yelled, "Why don't you keep your son in check first instead? He caused his own grandmother's death. That's absolutely unforgivable." Justin, who had an imposing aura all around him, took a step forward and said, "Pete didn't kill anyone. I trust him." Roger stood in between him and Fatty and his father. He let out a sigh that was as gentle as ever and said, "Justin, there's no use even if you trust him. It's obvious from the footage from the surveillance cameras in the living room that Pete had pushed Grandaunt. We've already given the footage to Grandpa, and they've decided that they'll hold a family meeting this weekend and expel Pete from the hunts." Apart from the servants at home that testified that Pete had quarreled with his great-grandmother, the most fundamental evidence supporting the accusation that Pete had pushed her was the surveillance camera footage. The video footage was taken from the back. In the video, the elderly Mrs. Hunt was falling while Pete's arm was outstretched. No matter how one looked at it, it simply looked as if Pete had pushed her down. They had both witnesses' testimonies as well as material evidence. Therefore, they had only one option left now, and that was to save Mrs. Hunt and have her regain consciousness. She was the only person who could prove Pete's innocence. Although his son had never spoken up for himself, Justin trusted him from the beginning to the end. Pete stared hard at the ward. He couldn't hear the others reprimanding him at all. The only thing he cared about was great-grandma. Seeing the elderly lady lying motionless, his eyes reddened. He suddenly rushed into the ward, hugged Nora's leg, and pleaded, "Mommy, save great-grandma." Chapter 43, Where's Your Son? Nora was shocked. She, who was checking Mrs. Hunt's various health indicators, froze. She slowly lowered her head and immediately saw the little boy who always brought her a sense of familiarity. He was currently looking up at her. He had a mask and a cap on, so his looks couldn't be clearly seen. However, those familiar eyes of his were full of familial love and pleading. Nora's mind suddenly went blank. Some kind of thought was about to flash across her mind, but it was at this moment that another machine sounded an alarm. Saving the patient was what mattered the most at the moment. She refocused on the situation in front of her and looked over. Mrs. Hunt's blood pressure had risen a little. Tina also hurried in at this point, and it was then that she finally noticed Nora. She put on a mask and frowned as she asked, "Who are you?" "This is the ICU ward. Please go out immediately. Miss Smith is here on my request." Justin shortly also entered the ward. He ordered, "Let her take part in the rescue efforts." Tina paused for a moment and a sharp look flashed across her eyes. However, she suddenly thought of something and she nodded and said, "All right, sure." The ward entered another busy period. Justin took Pete with him and left the ward. Nora wisely stood at the side. Tina suddenly looked at her and asked sarcastically and disdainfully, "Sodium nitroprusside, Dr. Smith?" Sodium nitroprusside was the most basic drug to lower blood pressure. Nora nodded. Tina quickly injected the drug into Mrs. Hunt and stabilized her condition again. After reading the medical records, looking at the latest CT scans, and getting a good idea of the patient's condition, Nora finally walked out of the ward with Tina. Tina was walking in front. As soon as she left the ward, she saw Justin striding toward her. She took off her mask and, with a solemn look, was about to speak when Justin walked straight past her to Nora instead. He looked nervous as he asked, "Is surgery possible?" Tina quickly spoke ahead of Nora. She said, "Mr. Hunt, Mrs. Hunt's current condition is very complicated. She has high blood pressure, multiple organ failure, and it's taking a huge toll on her heart. If she undergoes surgery now, even if Anti were around, there'll only be a 30% success rate if we can't protect her heart. There's a 70% chance that the patient will die mid-operation. Additionally, the operation is also very traumatic to the patient. Even if she's lucky enough to survive, her heart would be damaged, and she may only end up having half a year left. Dr. Smith, am I right?" Her analysis was very reasonable. Nora nodded. When Tina saw that she at least still had some self-awareness, she didn't pay any more attention to her. She glanced at Raymond and the others who were nearby and suddenly lowered her voice and said, "However, I do have a safe suggestion here, Mr. Hunt." Justin finally looked her way. Tina raised her chin slightly and said unhurriedly, "As you know, I'm a student of Mr. Myers, a master of alternative traditional medicine techniques. I'm also familiar with some of these techniques. To be honest, I can use acupuncture to allow Mrs. Hunt to temporarily regain consciousness." Temporarily? Justin was puzzled. Tina had both hands in the pockets of her white lab coat and her straight hair was all tucked behind her head. At nearly 30 years old, her age made her look reliable yet also feminine. Her voice was even and mild, which made people put trust in her. "Yes, I can use acupuncture needles to forcibly break through the blood clot in her brain so that she'll wake up temporarily. This is the commonly known phenomenon where one experiences a short-lived period of good health prior to their demise. However, she'll only be able to last one day after she wakes up. After that, she'll..." Justin's eyes suddenly widened and he pressed his lips tightly together. When Tina saw that he understood what she was saying, she slowly said, "Mrs. Hunt's condition is such that if she undergoes surgery now, even if it goes well, she'll only be able to last half a year after using the best medication. If the operation fails and she fails to regain consciousness, going by her current condition, she'll only be able to live for another 2 months. But if you take up my suggestion, Mrs. Hunt can wake up immediately and clear Pete's name. You don't want him to be slandered for life, do you?" Nora, who had been standing next to her all this time, was bewildered. Doctors should be benevolent. However, her suggestion was tantamount to murder. She cast her cat-like eyes down slightly to hide her disdain. As the head of the #1 family in the States, Justin was a ruthless and domineering man. Tina's suggestion was indeed in his son's best interests. The thought had only just formed in her mind when she heard Justin's cold warning. "Dr. York, your duty is to the patient." Suppressed by his aura, Tina immediately lowered her head and said, "My apologies, Mr. Hunt. I watched Pete grow up, so I ended up too concerned and got my priorities wrong." Justin didn't pay any more attention to her. He asked Nora, "Miss Smith, is surgery possible or not?" These words were something that Nora had heard countless times from her patients or their families. However, the man's voice was as low and rich as cello timbre, which made her mood improve for some inexplicable reason. The corners of Nora's lips quirked upward slightly and she slowly uttered, "Yes, it is." Then, she even added an extra line as reassurance for the narcissistic man in front of her, "The success rate is 99%. The remaining 1% was attributed to force majeure. After all, what if an earthquake were to suddenly occur?" "Dr. Smith, you must be bluffing." Tina said, "Mr. Hunt, as Mrs. Hunt's doctor, I must tell you that the success rate would only be 30% even if Anti were here. You mustn't let her fool you." However, Justin didn't seem to have any doubt about her words. He immediately ordered, "Prepare the operating room." Seeing that he wasn't listening to her at all, Tina tried to calm herself down. Then, She secretly sneered, "That doctor honestly thinks too highly of herself. She's just courting her own death. Let's see how Mr. Hunt deals with her when the elderly Mrs. Hunt dies mid-operation." By the time the operating room was ready, Lily and her other assistants had already arrived. There was no way she would use outsiders for such a difficult operation, of course. Nora entered the ward after she put on the surgical gown in the sterile room. Lily complained softly, "The patient is very advanced in her years, auntie. The biggest problem isn't the head but the heart. Surgery indeed isn't recommended in her case. Why did you take it up? I'll take care of the heart." Nora took out a few needles and pierced the old lady's heart with them quickly and accurately, thereby sealing and protecting her heart meridian. Her cat-like eyes gleamed. The top surgeon was just a title that others had given her. No one knew that she was actually more skilled at alternative medicine instead. 5 hours later. An exhausted Nora removed her surgical gown and walked out of the operating room. As she was drugged the night before, it had resulted in her being a little short on energy today. She leaned against the sofa in the sterile area and closed her eyes. In her daze, the familiar voice rang in her mind again, "Mommy, save great-grandma." Those eyes and that voice, they seemed so familiar to her. Nora woke up with a start. She hesitantly went out and immediately spotted Justin, who had been waiting outside the whole time. The man was leaning against the wall. When he saw her walking toward him in a rare show of emotion, the corners of his lips curled up a little. Even the beauty mark at his eye seemed to be smiling. And yet she denied having feelings for him. That scorching look in her eyes at this moment was so passionate. While his imagination was running wild, the woman rushed up to him and asked, "Where's your son?" Justin was bewildered. Chapter 44, Investigate his son. Justin had a puzzled look in his deep-set eyes. Why was she instead asking about his son after coming up to him? Without any change in his expression, he replied casually, "He's gone back first." "Is something the matter?" The operation had lasted for 6 hours and it was already 1 a.m. in the morning. Pete had originally planned to stick it out, but he was still young after all and couldn't endure it. Thus, Justin had sent someone to take him home first. "He's left?" Nora immediately lost interest. She retracted her gaze and reverted to her lazy stance. "No, it's nothing. Why are you still here?" Justin slowly stood up straight and looked at her intently. The beauty mark at his eye looked a little more bewitching under the light and his voice was low and alluring as he replied, "I'm waiting for you." It was late at night. Moonlight shone through the windows onto the quiet hallway. The man was now a little close to her after he straightened his back, making the atmosphere seem somewhat amorous. In this instant, Nora even formed the misconception that the man was flirting with her. She shook her head slightly to get rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. Then, she chuckled softly and said, "It's understandable that the patient's family is worried about her. Don't worry, Mrs. Hunt will be fine." She took out her cell phone and checked her text messages. "The Andersons have sent someone to pick me up. I'm going off first." The woman turned around neatly after saying that. When she walked, it was as if she was too lazy to even lift her legs. The way she walked was definitely not an elegant one, in fact, it even felt a little lazy. However, she wasn't slow and her back view actually felt intriguing. Justin, who was a step late, followed after her. He didn't doubt the skills of the person he had found. He trusted that she had done a good job. Besides, it was exactly because he intended to personally send her home to the Andersons that he had waited here. But unexpectedly, right after he turned the corner, he saw the woman holding her cell phone and making a call. Her voice was a little low as she said, "Look up Justin for me." Justin was puzzled. He stopped in his tracks. There was genuinely some puzzlement and perplexity in his usually cold and tough countenance at this moment. After so many years of immersion in the world of commerce, he could almost see through everyone's thoughts by now. Yet that woman was the only person who seemed covered in a magical veil. Her form was vague and charming, and he couldn't see through her at all. For example, wasn't she a little too fickle? She had been cool and indifferent toward him both the night before and just now, yet she was getting someone to investigate him a moment later. He didn't go after her again, and neither did Nora notice the man behind her. After another turn, she continued and said a second line, "I want all the information about his son." On the other end of the phone call, Solo's mind was full of question marks. "Why are you looking up his son?" "Oh, I see, you want to be his stepmother, right?" "Ha, I told you Justin is a first-class beauty, didn't I?" "Sure enough, you can't control yourself anymore after seeing him, right?" "Say, is he especially handsome?" The light in Nora's eyes flickered. Was he handsome? The way he looked on the sofa the night before, when he was obviously drugged yet still highly restraining himself, was indeed rather alluring. She replied dispassionately, "He's passable." Solo whistled and said, "Tisk, in all these years that I've known you, there are only a rare few that you even deem passable. I think the two of you have a chance. Are you planning to?" Nora interrupted him and said, "I hope to see the information in my mailbox when I wake up." Solo replied, "All right." After hanging up, she got into the car that the Andersons had sent to pick her up. Not in the mood to admire New York's night scenery, she closed her eyes and fell asleep in a daze. "Miss Smith? Miss Smith?" When a dazed Nora opened her eyes, she found that she had already arrived at the Andersons. The car had stopped at the porch and the small three-story villa was brightly lit. It was obvious that the occupants were still awake. Nora yawned and glanced at the time as she got out of the car and found that it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. The Andersons' villa was decorated in a simple European style. As soon as she entered, she was greeted with a simple and refreshing aura. 4 people sat on the sofa. An old lady who was nearly 80 years old was seated in the middle. The years had left their marks of vicissitude on her visage and her eyes looked ahead of her blankly. She asked, "Is she here? Why do I hear the car?" Melissa, who was sitting on the left, smiled gently and said, "She's here." The elderly Mrs. Anderson immediately stood up excitedly. She stretched out her arm in front of her and grabbed about as she called out, "Nora? You're Nora, right? Do you look like your mother?" A young lady sat on her right. She looked to be in her early 20s and resembled Melissa a little, and there was some gracefulness in her large eyes. She held the elderly Mrs. Anderson's arm and said, "Grandma, Nora is a spitting image of her mother. She looks just like her." Melissa laughed and said, "You make it sound like you've met your aunt before." Back then, when the Andersons' eldest daughter had run away from home, Melissa hadn't wedded Simon yet. Even after the wedding, she saw more photos of Nora's mother than her actual person. Cheryl Anderson stuck out her tongue and replied, "Although I've never met her before, we're connected by blood. I felt a sense of kinship with Nora the moment I saw her." Meh, what a fawner. The young man sitting across from the 3 of them was likely a college student. His handsome face was full of wildness and unruliness. Cheryl ignored him and took a brisk step forward instead. Then, she gently pulled Nora over to Mrs. Anderson and placed her hand on the old lady's. Nora was actually taken aback a little. She grew up with the Smiths. When she was a child, she had always been ridiculed for being obese. Moreover, because of her poor health, she didn't go out much and had stayed in her bedroom all the time. Initially, she still went downstairs for her 3 daily meals, but later on, Wendy got someone to bring her food upstairs, so she didn't even have to leave her bedroom to eat anymore. When she was a child, she was a lonely person. She used to envy how happy a family the 3 of them looked. Whenever she saw Angela latching onto Henry and wheedling, she would also hope for love from her family. But the way Henry looked at her with disgust every time made Nora gradually lose that desire. Thus, she placed her focus in other places instead, such as computer hacking, medicine, martial arts, and so on. Therefore, she was rarely this intimate with people. However, the disgust that she had imagined didn't come. The elderly lady's hands were a little soft because of her loose skin, but the dry heat of her palms seemed to penetrate the distant disguise she had put on. "Nora!" The old lady was so worked up that her hands were shaking. "You've had such a hard time all these years." Seeing that Nora didn't know what to do, Melissa said, "Mom, Nora is back now. It's already 2 in the morning. Why don't we go to bed first?" We can talk tomorrow instead. Okay, Mrs. Anderson wiped her tears and said, Nora, you must be tired, too. Go to bed for now. Melissa got Cheryl to take the old lady back to her bedroom while Nora followed her upstairs. Melissa said, We've kept your mother's room intact all these years. Now that you're back, you can take her room. Cherry is already asleep. Okay. By the way, Nora, I didn't tell anyone that Mr. Hunt asked you to go to the hospital to perform an operation on his grandmother. I was afraid that they would be worried. Nora didn't want to reveal her identity either. She only wanted to stay here quietly for a few days. Once Mrs. Hunt woke up, she would return to California to look for her son. She nodded. As she was simply too tired, she didn't even take a good look at the room and went straight to bed. The next day, as soon as she woke up, she saw Melissa in a panic outside her door. She said, Nora, something's gone wrong in the hospital. Chapter 45, She Mustn't Let It Pass Her By. When Nora opened her eyes, Cherry was no longer by her side. She was likely playing downstairs. She looked around the room after she got up. It was twice as large as her bedroom at the Smith residence in California and was decorated in white and gray tones. One could vaguely see that her mother had been a strong woman. After washing up, she walked to the study attached to the room and found it was very clean. From the details, one could see how thoughtful the Andersons had been. Nora picked up a book. It was about biological sciences and the pharmaceutical industry. It was no wonder her mother had founded Idealian Pharmaceuticals. Someone suddenly knocked lightly on her bedroom door. Nora opened the door and immediately heard an anxious Melissa say, Nora, something's gone wrong at the hospital. Nora raised an eyebrow. What happened? Mr. Hunt called just now and said that Mrs. Hunt still hasn't woken up. He asked you to call him once you woke up. Nora was speechless. Here she was, thinking something terrible had really happened. She called Justin. When the call connected, the man's low, deep voice struck her eardrums like a musical instrument. He said, Miss Smith, my grandmother still hasn't woken up. Sorry, Nora coughed and said, I forgot to tell you yesterday that the patient is too weak, so she'll only regain consciousness this weekend. It was indeed her mistake not to inform the patient's family about the details. Justin fell silent for a moment. Nora thought of the dispute that had taken place in the hallway while she was busy checking the old lady's condition the day before, and she asked, Will it cause you any trouble? Those are just trivial matters. Justin paused. Then, he suddenly asked, Don't you need to come over and take a look today, Miss Smith? Nora asked straightforwardly, Is your son in the hospital? No, he isn't. Nora immediately replied, Oh. It's pointless for me to go over then. It's fine as long as the patient's vitals are all normal. I trust the doctors at Hospital Finest would be more professional than me when it comes to nursing care. Hospital Finest was directly affiliated with the #1 family. The family was strong and powerful, and the wages and benefits they offered were extremely attractive. 40% of the renowned experts in the country worked at Hospital Finest. In the hospital, Justin looked through the glass window on the door at the old lady in the ICU ward. His lips were pursed tightly, and there was a bit of doubt in his eyes. Why had she asked about his son first? It was as if she would have come over if Pete had been here. Justin had a dark, sullen look on his face after he hung up. When Howard noticed his expression, he asked hesitantly, Is Grandaunt all right, Justin? Justin snorted and replied, She's fine. Howard nodded. Although he hated Pete and felt he wasn't worthy of being Justin's son, he still hoped his grandaunt would wake up soon. Suddenly, he noticed Justin frowning as if he was thinking about the biggest problem in the world. After a short internal struggle, Justin finally looked at him and asked, What might be the reason behind a woman showing great interest in Pete? Howard answered, It must be because she wants to marry you and be his stepmother. A hesitant Justin asked, But what if she's very cold and distant toward me? Howard scratched his head. Then, the brawny but simple-minded man grinned and said, Surely she isn't thinking of becoming your daughter-in-law. Even though Pete isn't strong enough, he's inherited your good features. He won't starve to death if he becomes someone's pretty boy in the future. Seeing the cold, almost freezing look in Justin's eyes, Howard rubbed his nose and asked carefully, "Justin, if you're free today, can you take me to the Quinn School of Martial Arts?" Justin turned and walked out. Howard followed after him and asked, "Where are you going, Justin?" "To pick up Pete and go to the Quinn School of Martial Arts. At the Andersons." After Nora hung up, she opened her email inbox and saw an investigation report and message that Solo had sent. Justin was surprisingly easy to investigate. Hacking into his computer was a walk in the park. "I've attached a document with all his information from his childhood to the present. His everyday whereabouts are listed clearly. There's something very strange, though. Apart from his son's name, Peter Hunt, everything else about him is securely hidden. I couldn't find anything at all." Nora was speechless. She opened the file and looked up the month when she had gotten inexplicably pregnant 5 years ago, only to find that Justin hadn't been to California at that time. She closed her mailbox somewhat disappointedly. Was what happened yesterday really just an illusion? No, she had to find a way to meet Justin's son. She knew it sounded rather crazy, but after 5 years of fruitless searching, she didn't want to pass up any possibilities. "Mommy, didn't you say you were taking me to Grandpa Quinn's today?" Cherry, wearing a princess dress, ran into the room. Nora saw the text messages Quinn had sent early in the morning. She knew the old man was probably out of patience by now, yet he still didn't call her for fear of disturbing her. That was exactly the kind of person Quinn was. On the surface, he seemed like a cheeky old man who scolded her for being lazy and sleeping every day, yet he was also afraid of disturbing her rest. The corners of Nora's lips curled upward slightly and she made a video call to Quinn. Quinn picked up almost right away. He reprimanded her loudly, "Are you a pig? How can you sleep until this time of day? It's already afternoon. If I had known that's how you were going to be, I would have sent someone to pick up Cherry long ago." Nora ignored him. Instead, she pointed the phone camera at Cherry. When they were abroad, they had often made video calls to each other. Cherry waved and said adorably, "Grandpa Quinn, Mommy and I will visit you right away." "Good, good." Quinn stroked his gray beard and said, "Let's hang up and stop wasting time then. Hurry over now." Nora took Cherry with her and went downstairs. After greeting Melissa and chatting a little with the elderly Mrs. Anderson, she learned that Simon would be discharged in another 2 days. After that, she took the Andersons' car and went to the Quinn School of Martial Arts. Half an hour later, at the Quinn School of Martial Arts entrance, Justin stood there with his hands behind his back as he looked at the ancient gates. The words, "Quinn's Martial Arts Hall," were written on the signboard above. Howard, standing behind him, glanced at Pete with disdain. Pete had a straight face and resembled Justin quite a bit when he mimicked him. But no matter how hard he tried to mimic him, he was still nothing but a little good for nothing. Howard had heard that not only was he mentally ill, but his grades had dropped again and again in the exams held by the Hunts. In their generation, Justin had always been far ahead in the lead. Would Mr. Quinn even take an interest in someone like him? He curled his lip. When he heard footsteps coming toward them, he hurriedly stood up straight. Quinn came out with his hands behind his back. He didn't look very happy to see Justin. He asked, "What are you doing here? Is Irvin dead yet?" Justin bowed respectfully and replied, "Mr. Quinn, I'm not here by my teacher's request this time. Rather, I'd like you to take my son as your disciple." Quinn curled his lip and scoffed, "I'm not interested in your son at all." He had only just said that when he became instantly stunned upon spotting Pete. He exclaimed, "Cherry." Chapter 46, Nora's Son. Quinn stared at Pete. Then, he rubbed his eyes and looked at him again. Even the wrinkles on his face couldn't hide his surprise. In the past 5 years, although he hadn't seen Cherry in person, they often made video calls. However, people always look a little bigger and fatter in videos than in real life. As a result, the child in front of him looked a little smaller and a little skinnier than Cherry. But his facial features were practically identical to Cherry's. Pete immediately realized something when Quinn exclaimed Cherry's name. His small form took a step forward. With his back to Justin, he looked up and asked, "Did you mistake me for someone else?" Children generally look alike. Pete gave Quinn a look as he spoke. Sensing the look, Quinn quickly reacted. He touched his beard and said with a cough, "Yeah, I must have made a mistake." But he was puzzled. He had been on a video call with Cherry only a moment ago. How did she suddenly become Irvin's disciple's son in the blink of an eye? "Son?" Quinn suddenly looked down. He pointed at Pete and asked Justin, "He's your son?" Justin, who was in the dark, was also confused about the conversation between the two. But when he heard the question, he nodded and answered, "Yes." Quinn swallowed in disbelief and looked down at Cherry again. He looked so much like Cherry. Could it be that? Noticing his hesitation, Justin took the initiative to explain. He said, "Mr. Quinn, Pete is my son and should, by right, join the Irvin School of Martial Arts. But when I thought about it, I found my teacher's martial arts aren't suitable for Pete because they're too feminine. The Quinn School of Martial Arts style is more masculine and more presentable, so I hope you can accept my son as a disciple." The Irvin School of Martial Arts style tended to be more feminine, and the disciples often used underhanded tricks when they fought. They were famous for being unpredictable, insidious, sly, and taking the enemy by surprise. On the other hand, the Quinn School of Martial Arts practiced the path of masculinity. The disciples' strength and speed were all trained through sheer hard work, and most of them were men. Pete was already rather abnormal. If he became even more feminine, Justin was really afraid he would grow up wrong. He'd better take the path of masculinity and train his psyche instead. This way, he might be able to straighten him out. But when Justin said that, he noticed Quinn staring at his son with an unfathomable expression. His brows drew together and his deep-set eyes shone with determination. He said, "Mr. Quinn, if you're still reluctant, then I'll challenge the school. You can decide the rules. If I manage to win by chance, please accept Pete as a disciple." The Quinn School of Martial Arts had an unwritten rule: if someone succeeded in their challenge to the school, then they would satisfy a condition set by the other party as long as it didn't go against one's morals. In the past century, no one had ever succeeded in challenging the school. This showed the Quinn School of Martial Arts' position in the world of martial arts. Next to him, Howard was dumbfounded when he heard that. Did Justin know where they were right now? This was the Quinn School of Martial Arts. They could drown him with just their numbers. Justin was really going all out for that little shit. But with that tiny body of his, how could Mr. Quinn possibly accept him as a disciple? Yet as soon as he thought that, he saw Quinn acting as if he hadn't heard Justin at all. He merely asked emphatically, "Are you sure he's a boy? Does he have a little dick?" Justin was bewildered. What kind of weird question was that? Pete's expression also darkened. He introduced himself and said, "Grandpa Quinn, my name is Peter Hunt. You can call me Pete. I'm male and a boy." He practically squeezed the word boy through his gritted teeth. When he said that, "Ha ha 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 ha," Quinn threw his head back and laughed. The way he looked at Pete was as if he had just found a rare treasure. He hadn't expected to find the son Nora had been searching for these last 5 years. Moreover, one could tell at a glance that the child had an excellent build, very suitable for practicing martial arts. He said to Justin, "I'll take your son in. We'll start practicing today. You can go now." Justin was bewildered. Hesitation flickered in his deep-set eyes. Seeing him motionless, Quinn frowned. He asked roughly, "What? You don't trust me?" "No, that's not what I mean." Justin took a step back. Quinn was a well-known figure in the world of martial arts. There was no way he would pick on a child. If he said he was taking him as a disciple, then he meant it. Quinn grabbed Pete by his clothes and was about to eagerly take him inside when Howard stepped forward. He said, "Mr. Quinn, my name is Howard. I've admired you for a very long time. I'm also here to join the Quinn School of Martial Arts." Quinn looked back and glanced at him. He scanned him up and down before showing a touch of disdain. What makes you think you can join us? Howard was taken aback. Seeing he couldn't answer, Quinn turned and walked in. A disciple was about to close the door when Howard suddenly shouted crestfallenly, "Mr. Quinn, why would you rather accept that weakling instead of me?" The disciple curled his lip and slammed the door shut. Humph, did he think it was so easy to enter their school? Howard was speechless. He touched his hooked nose with a puzzled look on his fierce face. Why would Mr. Quinn possibly be interested in Pete? And he even asked if he has a cough. Surely he isn't a pervert, is he? Justin glanced at him in disgust. I think you're the one who's fucked in the head. Howard nevertheless humbly sought his advice. He said, no matter how dumb I am, I can't possibly be dumber than Chester. But I really don't understand Mr. Quinn's actions. Can you tell me why? Justin turned and walked ahead, leaving behind only 4 mysterious words, think about it yourself. To be honest, he didn't know either. In the Quinn School of Martial Arts. In the middle of the spacious hall, Quinn looked at Pete greedily and said, hurry up and acknowledge me as your teacher, Nora's son. After that, we'll be teacher and disciple. He was very anxious, lest what was already in the bag, his little disciple disappear. Pete stared at him. Then, he nodded and said, but can you agree not to tell Mommy for now? Cherry and I have already agreed to give Mommy a surprise. There were still 2 days left before Great-Grandma woke up. Pete hoped his mother could interact a little more with the tyrant again. What if she suddenly finds some positive aspects about him? Quinn touched his beard and said, no, I can't. Pete replied calmly, oh. In that case, I won't acknowledge you as my teacher. Quinn frowned. Humph, do you think you can threaten me with that? Even if you don't acknowledge me as your teacher, just by the fact that I found you, Sleepyhead will still agree to let Cherry acknowledge me as her teacher just to express her gratitude. A puzzled Pete asked, who's Sleepyhead? Your mom. Pete was speechless. He suspected the old man was actually cursing. After a stalemate of about 10 minutes, footsteps could be heard from the door again. Then, Cherry's voice rang out outside, Grandpa Quinn, I'm here. Quinn immediately raced outside. When he saw Nora, he exclaimed excitedly, Nora. I'll tell you a secret if you let Cherry acknowledge me as her teacher. Chapter 47, Nora's Mother's Secret. Nora looked around the place after she entered. The Quinn School of Martial Arts was located in the heart of New York. The fact that they could occupy such a large building for their martial arts gym in a place like this showed just how deep and rock-solid a background the Quinn School of Martial Arts had. The disciples in the gym were divided into several classes and were currently shouting energetically as they trained. Which part of it even looked like the withered and dying out state the old man had claimed? Thus, upon hearing him trying to trick her again, Nora picked at her ears and said, tell me what the secret is and I'll decide after that. Quinn was at a loss for words. Everyone else was begging to be taken as disciples, so why was it simply so difficult for him to find a successor? He had finally found that woman's daughter after so much trouble, and on top of that, she was even a talented girl, yet all she did was sleep. Fortunately, these 2 children inherited her good physique. Quinn's gaze flicked over to Cherry, and he thought of Pete, who was in the martial arts gym. To be honest, it was true that the Quinn School of Martial Arts style suited boys better. After all, there was no one else who would be as crazy talented as little Nora. After weighing the pros and cons, he suddenly realized that taking Pete as his disciple might actually seem like a better deal, and a safer one. Thus, Quinn coughed and said, forget it, I'm not telling you anymore. Nora just knew this would be the case. After that, she accompanied Quinn to the inner courtyard where he lived. Quinn was wearing a white martial arts uniform. Despite being advanced in years, he was thin and energetic. Although his voice was rough, there was a sense of careful attentiveness within. If not, he wouldn't have become a master of the art. When the 2 entered the inner courtyard, Quinn looked at her, stretched out his hand, and gestured. Come on, let's see if you've made any progress lately. As he spoke, Quinn went on the offensive. Nora stepped back quickly and evaded the attack. Then, she counterattacked and started to spar with Quinn. Every move and every action carried a subdued but sharp and fierce momentum. The pair had a good time sparring. Toward the end, even Nora broke out in a light sweat and felt refreshed all over. After they were done, Quinn loosened his wrist muscles and remarked, "To think you can attain a level of skill like this despite slacking off. You're a freak indeed. If you practice well, you'll definitely surpass me." Nora gave an "oh" and replied dispassionately, "I'll also be able to surpass you when I'm your age." Quinn was rendered so speechless by her retort that he couldn't be bothered to be mad anymore. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but ask persistently, "You really don't intend to have Cherry pick up martial arts?" Nora shook her head. There isn't any need for her. She had practiced martial arts back then to train and strengthen her body. However, Cherry was healthy and had always been strong and sturdy since she was a baby. Besides, Cherry was a little princess. The way her aunt raised her had turned her into a very delicate little girl who couldn't take any bit of discomfort at all. If Nora made her practice martial arts, she would probably burst into tears and start wailing. So, why bother? Seeing how stubborn she was, Quinn could only give up. He complained, "Why do you also have your mom's temperament?" Her mom. Nora's interest was suddenly piqued. She asked, "Old man, do you know my mother? Can you tell me about her?" Quinn stroked his white beard and smiled as he replied, "Your mom. She's a legend in New York." Nora was taken aback. Quinn pointed to the table in the courtyard. Nora followed him and walked over. Although she was cheeky whenever she talked to him, after sitting down, she obediently picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of tea. Quinn sat on the bench and took a sip from his teacup. During your mom's younger days, she was amazingly talented and brilliant, and she was known as the most talented woman in New York. At that time, many people proposed to your mom, and the Andersons were totally in the limelight. Even the Hunts thought it would be an honor if they could have her marry into the family. Unfortunately, she rejected the number one family in the end. Heh, she had backbone, all right. I, for one, don't think much of the Hunts, especially that bastard disciple of Irvin's. Quinn and Irvin would always quarrel whenever they met. Nora listened with great interest. When she noticed Quinn had finished his tea, she poured him another cup and pressed, and then? Quinn let out a humph and went on. At that time, I had just achieved some success in my training and made a name for myself in the circle. I wanted to take a disciple and took an interest in your mom. However, she didn't want to and rejected me. After that, she disappeared. At this point, Quinn stroked his beard and said, "As for why she suddenly ran away from home? I don't know. Some say she was kidnapped for her beauty and was imprisoned, but that's all bullshit. Given how fierce she was, who would have been able to kidnap her? She then came to me 2 years later. She asked me to take you as my disciple once you're 5 or 6 years old, and train your body for you. At that time, she said she was dying." Quinn sighed and said, "By the time I found you with the information she gave me, she was already gone." You don't have to be sad, though. Although your mom only lived for a short period of 20 years, her life was exciting and fulfilling. She led a life well lived. But if you were to talk about her life, she did indeed let someone down. A curious Nora sat upright. Who was it? Quinn put down his teacup. Have you heard of the Smiths from New York? Nora shook her head. All she did every day was sleep, so she didn't know much about wealthy and influential powerhouses like them. Quinn said, "The Smiths and the Hunts are equally powerful, and they were vying for the title of the number one family back then. The previous head of the Hunts was actually inferior to that bastard from the Smiths. Your mom also got engaged to that Smith fellow in the end, so when I heard your last name was Smith, I thought she was pregnant with his child, but that unfortunately was not the case. Speaking of your father, he's a typical asshole. Your mom was so picky her entire lifetime, so why did she marry a scumbag like him in the end?" Nora had no words for that. She was also just as puzzled. We digress. Anyway, the head of the Smiths at that time was a very ambitious man. With him leading the family, the Smiths nearly managed to surpass the Hunts. But when your mom went missing later, he fell into an irreversible slump. This stabilized the situation, and the Smiths and the Hunts became equally ranked again. After that, when Justin Hunt took over the family, he led the Hunts to completely surpass the Smiths and become the veritable number one again. Quinn shook his head. That kid from the Smiths is considered your elder. After he retired, he got a nephew of his to lead the Smiths. He also remains unmarried even now. Nora was astounded by what she heard. My mom had indeed let him down. Quinn strongly agreed with her. Nora suddenly asked, "What's his name?" Quinn smiled and answered, "Ian." "Ian Smith?" She suddenly thought of the company her mother had left behind. Its name was Idealian Pharmaceuticals. Then, Quinn spoke again. "By the way, I heard he became seriously ill recently. It seems he won't be able to live past this year. What a shame. He was quite the hero back then." After he finished, Quinn stood up and said, "All right, you can rest here for a while. I'll go and take a look at what the two children are doing." He had spotted Cherry and Pete secretly meeting up just now. He was itching to hurry up and take Pete as his disciple. After Quinn left, Nora sat there and thought carefully about her mother's past. However, she suddenly realized something with a start. The two children. Who was the other one apart from Cherry? She stood up abruptly and walked toward the martial arts gym at the front. Chapter 48, Who Are You Looking Down On? Before she even entered the gym, she heard Quinn's voice coming from within, "Stand steady now. Persevere. This is a basic skill. This part right here is what makes us, the Quinn School of Martial Arts, better than the Irvin School of Martial Arts. Martial arts aren't something that can be learned overnight. You must take your time to lay a solid foundation." Nora pushed the door open and entered to see that Cherry had, at some point, changed into a set of men's sportswear and was practicing her form. Quinn, who had his back to Nora, was talking to her. He said, "Since you're now my disciple, you'll have to listen to what I say from now on. You must practice this stance for half an hour every morning after you wake up. Your mother is too lazy and has always been disobedient since she was a child. You mustn't take after her." Pete, who was facing the door and thus had noticed Nora, was speechless. He pursed his lips and stood up straight. Surprised, Quinn exclaimed, "Why aren't you doing it anymore? You can't hold on anymore?" "You..." Pete interrupted the rest of what he wanted to say before he could finish, "Mommy." Quinn stiffened. Then, he slowly turned around to see Nora leaning against the wall. Her arms were casually folded and her cat-like eyes slightly raised as she quietly watched the two of them. Her big boss-like attitude startled Quinn, who stammered, "Little Nora, this..." Nora asked lazily, "Old man, did you bribe her or threaten her?" "No, I didn't." Seeing that he was answering so surely, Nora looked at Pete again and asked hesitantly, "Cherry, are you genuinely interested in learning martial arts?" Pete nodded firmly. If he learned martial arts, should the tyrant dare to bully Mommy in the future, he would be able to protect her and Cherry. Nora was stunned. Cherry took after her in personality and was lazy and easygoing. She disliked being restrained the most. Yet she had actually taken an interest in martial arts. Nora, who had always respected children's views, agreed after a little thought. "All right." After that, she looked at Quinn and said, "I'll send her here at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Old man, I have something up today, so I'll go back first." After she spoke, she stretched out her hand to Pete. Pete very naturally took a step forward, took her hand, and followed her out the door. Even after the two of them disappeared from the martial arts gym, Quinn was still in a daze. "No, little Nora, that isn't your daughter you just picked up." He was still in a daze when Cherry, who had just gone to the bathroom, ran over in her princess dress. "Ha! Where's Pete?" Quinn was at a loss for words. Right after Cherry spoke, her cell phone beeped. She picked it up and immediately saw a text message from Pete, "Cherry, I went home with Mommy. Daddy will pick you up in the evening. We'll switch back tomorrow." She was going to see her handsome daddy again. Cherry jumped excitedly and took Quinn's hand as she asked, "Grandpa Quinn, when is Daddy coming to pick me up?" 5 o'clock in the evening. Ah, then I still have 2 hours left. What shall we do? Do you have Barbies here? No. Can I play games, then? No, it's bad for your eyes. Cherry pouted disappointedly and asked, Grandpa Quinn, doesn't the Quinn School of Martial Arts have any specialties? Old Quinn, who was taken aback, suddenly thought of something and answered, oh, that we do. As such, at 5 o'clock in the evening, Justin personally drove over to pick up his son. His handsome face was calm at the moment. The Quinn School of Martial Arts style was masculine and domineering. He would definitely see his son drenched in stinky sweat all over like a little man later, right? With that in mind, he entered the school. He immediately saw a group of disciples dressed in white sportswear training in the compound. Next to them, his son was wearing a white princess dress and pointing at one of them with his eyes all lit up. Grandpa Quinn, Mr. Number 5 is the most handsome. But Mr. Number 9 is also very cool. Who should I pick? I'm so troubled. Justin was bewildered. He was pissed off. At this time, Nora hadn't reached home yet. Instead, she was currently in Guardian Pharmacy, a herbal store in New York. She was holding a scale and choosing herbs from a box. Atractylodes Lawnsea, wolfberry, chrysanthemum, cornus, rehmannia, dendrobium. After Nora adjusted the herbs' proportions, she handed them to the pharmacist and said, please use these to make some pills for internal consumption. The ones from just now are to be made into ointments for external use. I'll come over and pick them up tomorrow. The pharmacist had a big smile all over his face as he replied, sure, no problem. The customer was generous enough, so of course, he was willing to do her a trivial favor like this. After that, Nora took Pete home. She had been too tired after she got home the day before, so she didn't pay much attention to the elderly Mrs. Anderson's eyes. However, after she woke up today, she had checked her pulse and also carefully observed her eyes. She discovered that the cause for the old madam's loss of vision was that her eyes had received too much strain back then, resulting in vision loss from optic nerve damage. There was no need for surgery. She just needed to nurse them back to a healthy state. With the help of a GPS navigator, Nora drove all the way back to the Andersons. Before she even entered, she saw Melissa standing at the door. She was wearing a knitted dress and looked elegant and dignified. When she saw their car, her brows drew together in worry. It was only when she parked the car in the villa that Nora spotted a luxurious Lincoln that was also parked there. It was obvious that a distinguished guest was visiting. When she got off the car, Melissa hurried over and said, Nora, your second aunt heard that you're here, so she came over to take a look. The elderly Mrs. Anderson had 2 daughters and a son. Nora's mother was the eldest while Simon was the 3rd child. In the middle was her 2nd child, Sheena Anderson. Nora nodded. She was about to take Pete with her and enter the house when Melissa held her wrist and said apologetically, she has a foul mouth, so don't take what she says to heart. Nora was taken aback for a moment. She could vaguely hear an arrogant voice coming through the door, yet she married a loser like that in the end. Her daughter even grew up in a shithole like California and has never gone through higher education. Mom, you always say that I'm not as good as her, but look at us now. In the end, I'm the one the Andersons need, aren't I? Mrs. Anderson reprimanded her. How can you say things like that? Regardless of whether Nora is outstanding or dull, she's your elder sister's daughter. She's part of the Andersons. Don't bother saying things like that. It was through great effort that the Andersons' reputation has gradually improved over the years. You'd best keep a tight watch over her, lest she does something disgraceful and embarrass the Andersons. Melissa coughed as a reminder to the people inside. Then, she called out, Mom, Sheena, Nora's back. Only then did Nora enter. She immediately saw an attractive woman resembling Simon sitting pompously on the sofa. Sheena was 46 years old this year, but she looked as if she was 30 instead. She wore a professional suit and fully exuded a mature woman's charm. Compared with Melissa's grace, she seemed Bossier. After Nora entered, her gaze fell onto Pete right away and she asked disdainfully, so, she's your daughter? She must be 5 this year, right? Can she play the piano? Can she dance? Can she do calligraphy? Do you take mathematical Olympiad classes? What kind of interest classes do you attend? Pete, who had been receiving an elite education since he was a baby, was bewildered. Who the hell was she looking down on? Chapter 49, Acknowledging Each Other. Sheena threw a ton of questions in the child's face just to give her country bumpkin niece an opening gambit. Nora cast her eyes down with a slightly chilly look and kept quiet. Melissa hurriedly played peacemaker and said, Sheena, Cherry grew up abroad with Nora. Over there, they value quality education. Sheena leaned on the sofa. As though a person in power talking down to her subordinates, she said, quality education? It's all bullshit. That's just so they can better bridge the gap. Real aristocrats and the wealthy put their children through strict education from an early age. Her eyes were like blazing torches as she looked at Nora. She said, so, your name is Nora. You're all grown up, so you've already missed the best time and opportunity to study. But rest assured, since you've come to us, on account of my sister, I won't let you roam the streets homeless. I heard you got yourself knocked up before you were married, right? And that your ex-fiancé broke off the engagement? Don't worry, I'll find you a good husband and ensure you live worry-free for the rest of your life. As for your daughter. She looked at Pete and scanned the child up and down. Then, as though she was being charitable, she said, although 5 years old is a late start compared to others, there's at least still hope for her. Nora had a very cold look in her eyes. She lowered her gaze and then, with a sardonic smile at the corner of her lips, said, you don't need to bother. I'll take care of my daughter's education myself. Cherry's studies were indeed a huge headache. Her daughter had an extremely high IQ, but she was only interested in games and was sloppy in her studies. In particular, her history knowledge had become a huge mess thanks to her aunt abroad. However, this didn't mean others could criticize her at will. You? Take care of her education. Sheena said coldly, what are you going to teach her? Are you going to teach her how to become obsessed with her cell phone and how to play games every day? Are you going to have her be like you and engage in a fucked up private life, and become knocked up before marriage when she grows up? Shut up. Mrs. Anderson reprimanded Sheena, causing her to curl her lip. Melissa even frowned and said reproachingly, Sheena, I know you have her interests at heart, but can you speak in a less hurtful manner? Sheena sneered, I just want her to have a clear idea of the shitty situation she's in. Does she really think it's that easy to be a child of a wealthy family? She glanced at the girl, who was standing there stubbornly and said, not convinced, are you? Fine, I'll show you Lena's progress in her studies and give you a good sense of the gap between the two children. Go on, Lena, tell the big sister here what you're capable of. Lena Xavier was Sheena's daughter who was born later in Sheena's life. She gave birth to her at the age of 40, so Lena was only 6 that year. The little girl wearing a dress was adorable and pretty. When she heard her, she raised her chin and declared proudly, I know 2 foreign languages, Spanish and French, and can communicate fluently in them. Then, she said a couple of lines in the 2 foreign languages fluently, forming an animated and impressive sight. After speaking, she looked at Pete triumphantly. Sheena raised her chin proudly along with her. After Lena was done, she looked at Nora and asked, I wonder what your daughter is capable of? Nora was about to speak when a sullen Pete's lips suddenly parted and he prattled on in a language no one understood. Stunned, Lena asked, what language is that? Pete calmly replied, it's Arabic. It's very normal you can't understand it. Mommy has taught me 8 different languages. Lena, who felt as if she had lost, refused to concede defeat and spoke again. She said, I've also participated in many competitions and took 2nd place in a children's calligraphy competition, as well as 2nd place in a robotics competition for juniors. A puzzled Pete frowned and said, 2nd place? That's pathetic. Lena was confused. Furious, she went on and said, I can recite 300 poems and spell 1,500 words. At the same time, I also learned programming and mathematical Olympiad-level mathematics. Pete pursed his lips and sighed. Are poems that hard to memorize and recite? Does programming even require effort to learn? Don't people immediately get these things after just a look? A composed Pete took Nora's hand and said, "Let's go upstairs, Mommy. Aunt Sheena probably still has something to talk to Grandma and Aunt Melissa about, so let's not disturb them anymore." The two of them left behind a group of dumbfounded people and went upstairs. Nora closed the door. Then, she turned around, picked up Pete, and put him down on the sofa while observing him. Cherry hated language studies. Since when did she even speak Arabic? Something was definitely wrong. She was about to ask Pete when her cell phone suddenly rang and interrupted her thoughts. Nora picked up the call. The moment she did, she heard Henry's voice from the other end. "Nora! You've gotten ballsy, haven't you? How dare you arrange for the company dividends to be sent to your bank account? Give me back the money right now. Otherwise, what am I supposed to live on?" Nora replied coolly, "What does your survival have to do with me? You." Henry was furious. But in the end, he said viciously, "I see. Now that you've gone to the Andersons, you don't intend to acknowledge a poor man like me as your father anymore? Thinking of cutting off your relations with me? No way. But if you give me $8 million, I'll cut off relations with you from now on. How about it?" Nora's eyes darkened. Asking for $8 million right away? He sure had a pretty big appetite. When he heard her silence, Henry smiled triumphantly and said, "I know you don't have any money. However, the Andersons do. I'm sure the Andersons won't want me to show up in New York and embarrass them, right? What a shameless bastard." However, the corners of Nora's lips suddenly curled upward the next moment and she said, "Fine, I'll transfer the money to you right away, but you must tell me where you abandoned my son back then." After a short pause, Henry finally agreed and said, "Fine. I'll tell you immediately after I receive the money." After hanging up, Nora tapped casually on her cell phone, wrote a Trojan horse malware program, and sent it to Henry. The program would show fake funds transfer information when it reached him. However, once he opened the message, his cell phone would immediately be invaded by Nora, thereby allowing her to eavesdrop on him. Money? Heh, dream on. After she finished all this, she used her cell phone to monitor the conversation on the other side. She heard Wendy's voice first. "Has the money arrived? Has the money arrived?" "Yes, it has." "You've never mentioned her son's whereabouts all these years, Henry. Where exactly did you abandon her son?" Henry let out a sinister laugh and replied, "Her son? He died a long time ago. I watched him breathe his last back then. After that, I buried him in the suburbs." "So, she wants her son back? No problem, I can tell her where he is. I reckon he's probably a pile of bones by now." Nora felt as if a bomb had suddenly gone off in her mind. Her grip on her cell phone loosened and it fell onto the ground. "He's dead." No wonder Henry had so vehemently refused to reveal any information all this time. No wonder all the private investigators couldn't find any news of her son. Everything in front of her turned blurry, and large teardrops slid down her cheeks. Her son was dead. He had died a long time ago. It was her fault. It was her fault for not protecting her son. She clenched her fists tightly. Her fingernails were embedded in her palms, yet she didn't feel the guards gave them clearance and she drove into the villa complex. "Mommy, go to Villa number 8. Nora obediently stopped the car at Villa number 8's entrance. She staggered out of the car and knocked on the door. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. A few seconds later, someone opened the door. Cherry's adorable little head popped out and she asked cutely, "Who?" "Mommy?" Justin's voice followed closely after. "Who's at the door, Pete? Any pain?" She felt as if someone had ruthlessly drawn a blunt blade across her heart. It hurt so much she suddenly couldn't breathe anymore. She bent down, seemingly unable to hear anything at all. It was at this moment a small pair of hands held her. Nora raised her head and immediately saw a small face stained with tears from shock and fright. Pete's lips parted and closed as he repeated something over and over. She tried hard to hear what he was saying. At last, she finally heard him. He said, "Mommy. Don't cry. I'm still alive." Chapter 50, Mommy, I'm sorry. Nora was as pale as a sheet. She thought back to the day 5 years ago when she went into early labor. She could remember very clearly that she was in a private clinic at that time. The white walls were peeling and it was very dim in the delivery room. There were only a doctor and a nurse, and they looked very unprofessional. She laid on the cold delivery bed without even a shred of dignity. She didn't remember the pain of labor anymore. All she remembered was the restless little hand that peeked out of the blanket wrapped around her son when her father took him away. It was so small, as though just the size of her finger. She had wanted to get up and take her child back, but her belly started to act up again. The amniotic fluid in her water bag was almost gone. If she halted the labor process, then the child who was still in her belly would suffocate to death. Nora felt as if all the air in her chest had been sucked away and she couldn't breathe. She had chosen her daughter over her son. Over the years, she had made countless phone calls to Henry and pleaded with him many times. However, he had never relented and told her anything. To be honest, she had vaguely already guessed as much deep down in her heart. Perhaps her son was already dead. Otherwise, why would he still refuse to reveal the boy's whereabouts after the Greys had agreed to annul the engagement? This was also the reason why she hadn't immediately used a listening device on Henry when she returned to the States. She was afraid of hearing a result she didn't want to hear. She had ultimately still held a glimmer of hope. She also knew very well that the reason Cherry, a vain and pretentious little princess, had suddenly bought a lot of boys' clothing and sometimes pretended to be a boy was actually to cheer her up and take away a bit of her pain when she missed her son. She looked at her tearful daughter in front of her. When she heard what Pete said, she forced a smile and choked up as she said, "You don't have to comfort me, Cherry." Pete was badly frightened. The boy, who had been quiet and calm since he was a baby, was crying so badly his face was covered in tears. Mommy was as pale as a sheet, and her usually calm eyes were filled with despair and emptiness. Tears were rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably and her smile looked so tragic. She seemed as if she was going to collapse and pass out the next moment. He panicked, utterly so. He grabbed Nora's hand and shouted, "Mommy, I'm not lying. I'm Pete. I'm Peter Hunt, not Cherry. I'm not Cheryl Smith. Mommy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it a secret from you. Mommy, look at me. I'm Pete. I was wrong. I won't do it anymore." Sob. His shouts made Nora's eyes gradually regain focus and her rationality gradually returned to her. She looked at Pete. "What did you say?" She found his claims incredulous, yet Cherry's various eccentricities during the recent period started to surface in her mind. For example, Cherry had suddenly stopped playing games and started to read. For example, Cherry would occasionally speak a lot less and become a lot quieter. And, for example, when Cherry spoke fluent Arabic downstairs just now. Everything in front of her became vague and surreal, and for a moment, Nora couldn't tell whether this was a dream or reality. With her eyes filled with confusion, she asked, "Really?" "Mommy, it's true." Pete put his arms around her waist. With his little face raised, he said, "My younger sister and I look exactly the same, but I grew up in New York. My name is Peter Hunt and my father is Justin Hunt." Nora stared at him. "Where's Cherry, then?" Seeing that she didn't seem to believe him, Pete, who was afraid his mother would return to that earlier state, gritted his teeth and said, "Mommy, come with me." He held Nora's hand with his own little hand and the two of them went downstairs. Downstairs, Sheena was still ranting, "She may be a child, but she sure talks big. 8 languages. She probably just learned a phrase so she could brag to others, right? And, how dare she look down on Lena's second-place victory? Why doesn't she try showing us a third-place victory, then? That's enough." The elderly Mrs. Anderson slammed the white cane she was holding against the floor. "She's your sister's one and only daughter. She's already quite the poor thing." At once, Sheena suddenly screamed, "She's quite the poor thing, and so is my sister." But what about me? If she hadn't run away from home and ended up being rumored to have eloped, would the Andersons' reputation have been this shitty? Neither would my ex-fiancé have broken off our engagement. How much ridicule did we endure because of her back then? Melissa heaved a deep sigh. To be honest, everyone loved Nora's mother deeply, that was why they were so upset with her. Sheena had been so proud of her sister back then. She was about to console Sheena when she heard someone coming down the stairs. She turned to see Nora and Cherry coming down. She asked, "It's late, Nora. Where are the two of you going?" Pete was very anxious, so he didn't answer. Nora was as though a soulless puppet at the moment, so she didn't answer either. The two left the living room. A look of confusion came over Melissa's face. Mrs. Anderson, who couldn't see, asked anxiously, "What's the matter? Did Nora leave? Was it because of Sheena? Sheena, get Nora back here. If she leaves, then you can forget about ever coming back here to see me." Sheena was also dumbfounded. Her sharp and fierce expression cracked, but she nevertheless curled her lip and scoffed, "She can leave if she wants to. I'd instead show more admiration for her if she doesn't rely on the Andersons." Melissa panicked. She said, "Sheena, Nora has never once said she intends to rely on us. She's a doctor. She can support herself. If you don't like her, then you can come back less often in the future." She went after Nora after saying that. Unfortunately, the moment she went out, Nora had already started the car and disappeared from the porch in the blink of an eye. In the car, little Pete sat in the passenger seat. With his seatbelt buckled, he pointed the way with the help of his cell phone. "Turn right. Turn left at the third intersection." He knew Mommy was scared and needed to see that there were two children before she could feel at ease. He couldn't continue to hide it anymore. Nora stayed silent and drove seriously. Half an hour later, the car arrived at a villa complex. Security at the gates was brisk and they refused to let them in, but the moment the guard saw Pete, he immediately greeted him respectfully. "Welcome back, Mr. Hunt." "Mr. Hunt." Nora, who had a stern look on her face, stared intently ahead. She had already calmed down on the way here. She also believed most of what Pete said, but the fear and panic of losing her son led to her having to see both children in front of her with her own two eyes before she could feel at ease.